So the first weekend convention was last weekend. It was something. Oh man, we got stories. Did ArtCon on Saturday. That was pretty cool. It was definitely an event. It was a whole thing. But welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Today will be the last stream for the week. That's right. I'll be gone for an entire week. Be missing tomorrow and Wednesday for some appointment things, and then Thursday I drive to Edmonton with Ella. So yeah, man, we'll be jamming it. It's gonna be a weird. I haven't missed many streams, I guess, since the start of the year. So this will be the longest break I've taken, I guess, all year. And well, not really a break, because break from streaming, I guess. So but we got conventions and things to do, and Ella did phenomenally at the convention, by the way. She did amazing. People, dude, she needs to burn super hard this week to get enough sets made for GameCon, because she thought she'd have enough before ArtCon to not have to make anything between now and GameCon. But she people liked her dice. People like your dice. What's up, Buds? Good to see you. Lobster, good morning. Atari and Nick and Danny, good to see you. Sabine, I believe today, Sabine, we are drawing one of your party mates, one of your dear friends and companions on your adventure. What's up, Fox? Finished August over the weekend, so Fox, I think Fox liked the character, I'm not sure. But good morning, Garthen. Good to see you, bro. What's going on? Ernesto, who else is here? What's up, Brooklyn? How you doing? Brooklyn, I looked at your requests for the last two characters. I am very excited, by the way. I'm very excited. We should be getting them done this week for you as well. Good morning, Alf. What's up, bro? Good morning, Nick. Good to see you, man. That's right. Nick did show up at the convention. Yep. Nick came. He came to the convention. He went to ArtCon. So one of the few people in the guild to ever meet Lady Ella Blackwood in the flesh. So it was good. ArtCon was okay. It was okay. It was fun. You know, here's the thing. Ella did phenomenally, and I was happy to be there and be next to her and support her. I did okay. You know, I definitely didn't destroy any records or whatever. And I know that what I do is not necessarily the best, most conducive to convention life, and that's okay. That's okay, because I'm always there just to live next to Ella and talk to people about my game, which is really cool. So I got to talk to a lot of people. It was fun, actually. I really enjoyed ArtCon. It was probably the best vibes for a convention of any of the conventions, because it's so focused. It's a very small convention, very, very small. It's at a little community center, which is kind of cute, and it's very focused to D&D and TTRPGs and stuff. So it was cool. It was definitely the best, most sort of concise vibes for any convention, because, you know, big conventions can be kind of like generalized or whatever, you know, and that's not a bad thing, by the way. Nerd cons, overall general nerd cons are fun and people like them and whatnot, but I really like very focused sort of conventions. That's probably more likely that I'll attend as a you know, attendee, a very focused convention. Like BlizzCon was great. BlizzCon was fantastic when they were running them, and I loved it because everything was like about Blizzard. Anime conventions when I was young and I used to go to those were really cool because it was like all anime. Now I find the general kind of like Comic-Con to be a little lacking of something, of substance, of soul, now that it's like, you know, it's kind of like Pop Figures Con, and like there's a lot of people that love that, and I love it for them. I love people who love going to conventions, and I'm not like judging or dismissing or shitting on in any way. I want my conventions to feel like they have a focus, and I really like ArtCon for that. So it was cool. I sold a dragon print to the most adorable little girl who was like, I don't have, she was like, I need that dragon. That's a dragon that I need in my life. And her dad was like, her dad did not want her to buy it. And I kind of felt bad. Her dad was like, he's like, are you sure you want this one? Didn't you want the other print over there? And she's like, no, I want the dragon. He's like, are you sure? You should walk around and like look at some other stuff. And like when a parent's doing that, I'm always kind of like, you know, yeah, man, it's a big convention. Go see what's there. So I was like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. You know, go look around. Make sure you find what you want. You know, trying to do the parent a solid. rather than make a sale or whatever. But the little girl's like, no, I want that dragon. Dad's like, oh God, okay. And she's like, I want that one. And she points to the big print. The dad's just like, $50. I'm not paying $50 for a print. And then he kind of looks up at me and realizes he just said that like 3 feet from me, and I'm kind of like, hi, I'm the one selling the print. It's like, oh, I just the small one's fine enough. So it was fun, but she was very excited to get her dragon. That was the most adorable part of the convention, I think. It was good. Ella did phenomenally. People like, my favorite thing about conventions is watching Ella crush it. So people appreciating Ella is my favorite thing in the world. Good news, will not be demanding a refund. There was no TPK last night. I got really rough though. Here's the thing, I mean, like I said in Discord, your plot armor is actually, I checked the records, it is still intact. So if there is any sort of TPKing happening, this is a rogue deviant DM that does not conform with the guidelines of the EBA Act of Party Safety of 2025. So I would suggest exiting your D&D game and reporting your DM to the authorities, as your plot armor is still intact and in good standings, and any sort of transgression upon your character's plot armor is unfortunately nothing I can do. We can't prevent criminals from, doing criminal things, nor can we prevent deviant DMs from doing those things. All we can do is discourage and punish after the fact. So no, your plot armor is still intact. Don't worry about it. It's all on your DM's end, unfortunately. So it's very loud. The speakers hit the mic squeak. Yeah, it was pretty loud in there. It was I think they gotta like maybe adjust some things there with that to not have their main stage be right next to the vendors. But check my history of Eldaracon notes, and the next meetup does indeed qualify as Eldaracon 0.85. Really? Well, Eldaracon 1. Eldaracon 1. When will that be? Maybe next summer, actually. Maybe next summer. Is it Reed you're drawing today? He's the same party as my girl Addie. Yeah. Oh wait, he's your party member. I thought it was Sabine's party member. Okay, my bad. I got that mixed up. It was one of my two earlier pieces that they referenced. I couldn't remember if it was Addie or if it was Vesper. But oh yeah. Okay. It is your party member. I thought it was Sabine's party member. No, right. Yes, we are drawing Reed today. So hopefully we shall get our handsome tiefling paladin done for your party member today. That's the goal. Not paying that price, Evan standing a few feet away. Yeah, right. I mean, like you hear that occasionally from people that are like, they get mad at your price point or whatever. But the thing is that I know that I'm not going to do that well at conventions because of what I do. People don't necessarily value, like, when you're at a convention, everyone has posters, not prints, but they call them prints. And so the problem is you call your stuff prints and people are like, oh, that I want to buy my prints for, like 3 for $10 or whatever. And it's tough to compete with that. And so my strategy as an artist is I never compete with anyone. Ever. I always try and like sort of stay in my own league and in my own lane. For my commissions, for my requests, which by the way, coffee requests are back open for GameCon. So if you guys want to snake any before the GameCon crowd goes in and scoops up slots, I won't be starting any of the coffee requests that I get this week or around GameCon until later in June, but I am opening them just so people can make reservations if they want. So if you guys really had something you wanted done this month for June, you can go over to coffee and grab something there before the GameCon crowd rolls in. Because I didn't actually have it open for ArtCon, and I should have, because people were like, oh yeah, like one lady came back and she was like, hey, I checked your requests and it says that your commissions are closed, but I went to your coffee and it says that your coffee slots are all sold out. When will you have them back? And I was like, oh, my bad. Soon. So I probably should have had them open for this weekend because I felt bad for that. And that was a little bit awkward. Yeah. So I want to make sure that they're open for GameCon at the very least, even if they have a 2 or 3 week delay on them. So I'll be letting the DM know to avoid sending us into a fever dream horror movie while staying the night in a spooky castle again. Yes, exactly. Yeah. No, this is an entire DM. issue that we try and resolve here at the Bureau. Not me personally, I don't give a shit, but somebody at the Bureau does. So next summer noted, we'll be there. So the problem with Eldaracon is Eldaracon, I need to figure out what to do about Eldaracon, because if we're going to open up Eldaracon as a general event thing that anyone in the guild can come to, I need to make it more substantial. I need to find like a place and stuff and reserve a venue and all that kind of shit and have a plan for Eldaracon, which I don't currently know what that plan would be. So we might do it. My sort of thought or theory is to maybe have Eldaracon during Stampede next year, so that there's a good reason for people to come to the city, right? Because going to the city is like cool during Stampede. Any other time of the year it's fun, but during Stampede it's like a legitimately cool reason to be in the city. So I am sort of thinking about that, maybe, but I don't know what we'll do about Eldaracon specifically, if it's going to be a big event or just another little bullshit or something like that. The problem that I have with the idea of Eldaracon opening up to the general type thing is that I don't know about planning for people, and I don't want to be responsible for anyone's like time in the city, you know. And sometimes I think that if you have a small enough event, then it's kind of like, oh well, I'm gonna be doing stuff with Evan and the guild and hoping and hopping around, we'll have something to do every single day. But if I have like an event to plan, then I'm gonna be basically inaccessible, trying to like make sure that the event's really good and everybody has a lot of fun for the days leading up to it. So I want to make sure that everybody's like taken care of and gonna have fun for an Eldaracon if we actually do our in-person event for some big release or whatever, some cool ass thing. But hey Leonardo, good to see you. I'm chilling. How are you doing, my friend? How you doing? Good to see you. Sorry in advance, and not sorry if you get more pixel cowfolk. I may have posted your link with pictures in some of the channels, and a few people asked for the link. Damn, bro. All right. Hey, listen, I'm happy to draw surly looking grizzled cowboys and cattle folk, as it were. I don't mind at all. I don't know. I don't know if what's what I want to be known for primarily, but I'm happy to draw a couple in there once in a while. So we'll see. Bunch of RP nerds, also D&D too. Okay, well there you go. Easy clap. Easy. I got tons of airline points so I could fly up there, no problem. And I got tons of Hilton points to get a room, so I'm all good. All right, there you go. Fuck yeah, man. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know what would you guys want out of an Eldaracon? Because I was thinking about making it just like a little like one-day event type thing. On like the week before the weekend of like on Stampede. The problem is trying to find space. So this is the issue. Trying to find space that we could rent out during Stampede would be very difficult. However, that's the most fun time to be in the city, because you come to Eldaracon, you hang out a little bit, but then you've got the rest of the city to go, you know, explore and do stuff. And also, like, for the rest of the week, Banff is like right there, and Canmore and Jasper, and there's like the mountains are right there. We'd probably do it in Calgary because that's the city I'm closest to. But there is a case to be made for going somewhere like Vancouver or something, because Vancouver is a cooler city than Calgary, I will admit, on just any random day of the week. So I don't know, we'll have to see what people want to do, but I might start gauging interest for an Eldaracon, and we could do something fun for it next year, I guess. This year would be definitely too close to plan or anything, but by the way, the Horizon playtest was this weekend, and the session report is in the dev moot. Odd Entities was a great as an astral knight. Hell yeah, dude, that's what I like to hear, man. I hope you had fun with the class though. I hope it wasn't too broken or whatever. I don't know. I think Entities might actually be the first person to play outside of like people that have played in my games to play test an Astral Knight. If that's the case, we got to do something for Entities. We got to do like a, I don't know, give him a badge or whatever. I need to give like badges to people who are playtesters. I think people who playtest. Yeah, you know, we need to make a playtester badge, I think. And it's going to be a very rare badge to obtain. But if you playtested in an official, if you playtested and ran in an official game, I think that there should be a badge, right? That seems reasonable. Apogee Tether turned to be a utility spell. What was the most creative use of Apogee Tether? Because I love that spell. It's probably my favorite Astral Knight spell that I have. And I don't know how to describe it to people, because I was trying to, at the convention, tell someone how the Astral Knight worked. And I was describing some of the spells, and I mentioned Apogee Tether. And and it wasn't clicking for them, you know, because I was like, I explained how it worked, and they're like, wait, so it pulls an enemy, like, can you choose any enemy? I'm like, yeah, and then it just like pulls them over. She's like, what do you mean pull? I'm like, well, like it moves them to you, you know, like they fly through the air along the tether and just like you yank them over. And she's like, I don't get it. So like, what happens if they like, like she starts to like, this to me was a really indicative of D&D players. I'm not shitting on her. It just was kind of funny and a little bit adorable. But she was like, but what happens if the person like has like some sort of iron root spell and they're rooted to the ground? I was like, I don't know. I'd probably make them do like a strength save as well. You know, she's like, but what if they've been like chained to like a concrete floor? And I was like, do you mean brick? But whatever. So what if they've been chained to like a concrete floor, and the chains are made of like some sort of magical steel that won't break, and you try and like then you like, how does the spell work then? And I was kind of like thinking to myself, is this the average D&D player where you tell them like, is this the reason why Wizards of the Coast makes everything explain like I'm 5 and the super simple mechanics? Because this is the norm for D&D players. They just think of every like weird interaction that wouldn't work with it or something. I don't know. It's kind of funny, but I got to tell a couple people about the Astronaut and about the various playtest stuff. So made a couple new friends in the Discord. That's cool. You know, that's pretty neat. I only got asked for fan art once, but I did have. Okay, so I gotta make a TikTok about this. Okay, so I had one person come up. What's up, Aduria? Thanks for the bits, man. We'll check out the meta in a minute here. So I am gonna make a TikTok about this. So I need to like get the story, like figure out how to tell it best. But basically, it was similar to the person asking why I don't make art that anybody cares about. But this girl comes up and she's like, look at my art. And she's like, wow, this is really cool. And I was like, yeah, you know, I assume you're a D&D player. And she's like, uh-huh. I'm like, yeah, so this is all art from my D&D campaign setting. So you know, this is like my setting that I'm building, and I'm making an adventure for it, and this is all like concept art from it, and locations and places and characters and things like that. And she's like, oh, okay. And she's like looking at it, and she's like, so and she's like kind of like her brain's like stun locked, like something doesn't compute. And I'm kind of thinking to myself, like, I have in those like 3 seconds, she started like umming and uhing. I was kind of like reconfiguring, calculating my brain. Am I not explaining this well enough? Like, do I need to find a different pitch for people for the weekend besides this is art from my campaign setting that I'm building a D&D adventure for? I'm thinking like, what did I do wrong here? And she's like kind of umming and uhing. She's like, oh yeah, there's a couple of artists here. I'm kind of like, oh, okay. She's like, yeah, like there and there, and she like points to some other artists, and like, okay. And she's like, yeah, that person has like I bought a Carlac print, and she like kind of rummages in her bag and pulls it out. And I'm kind of like, okay, I didn't ask, but that's crazy. But you know, maybe she just wants to show it off and talk about it. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, that's great. I'll have to go check that artist out. Like, yeah, that's like D&D art. What's this again? I was like, well, oh, this is like my D&D. Maybe I thought to myself, maybe I didn't say D&D adventure. Maybe I just said campaign and adventure. Okay, so I was like, oh yeah, so this is all like for my D&D campaign setting. And she's kind of like still, it doesn't, I'm like, oh, that's the problem. I didn't say D&D, and she just didn't click. But I said it, and she still had this like stun locked expression where she's like kind of looking at it and like slides the little print back in her bag. She's like, but this isn't D&D though. I don't know what this is. And she just kind of like waves over at the Horizon Ring rune piece. She says, I don't know what this is. I was like, oh, that's like a place in my adventure that there's art for. So you actually fly through that ring to go to the last kind of dungeon, you know? At this point, I'm kind of trying to figure out, is this person like all there or not? You know, and she's like, but I don't, this isn't D&D though. This is like your own thing, right? And it occurred to me, because I've gotten comments like this on TikTok and on YouTube before, that when you say D&D, there's a certain subset of people that don't think that D&D can be anything homebrew. They just only think D&D is Baldur's Gate, Beholders, Matt Mercer, and whatever. And so I was like, oh, okay, yeah. So, and I'm like, I gotta explain like she's 5. So I explained, I was like, so this is like a homebrew setting, that's your own setting you can play in, so it's kind of like the Sword Coast or Baldur's Gate or like Wildmont or whatever. And I'm like, I kind of go through it, and she kind and okay. I don't know if this girl was whatever. I'm not gonna make any assumptions, but she makes this like stink face when I'm like doing it. She's like, oh, okay, well that's cool. I like your art, and then just like walks away. And I was like, what was that? It's like, so guys, at the convention, I met a YouTube comment in person. And I think that's how I should start the video. I think I should start the video, the TikTok, with, guys, I met an IRL YouTube comment. But you know I'm gonna make a fucking TikTok about that person. I also got, by the way, I also got accused of making AI art at the convention. I also got accused of my art being AI. Yeah, when there's no Baldur's Gate, right, Alana? The precious bean. Oh, God. You're no Matt Mercer? Yeah, apparently. Right? Yeah, so I also got accused of AI art by another vendor. Another artist vendor. She made like Vogue race things and shit, and like little pins and cutesy whatever things. And she was like, so this is all yours? And I'm like, yeah, I draw all this and stuff. Which that's such a weird question I get at conventions, is, so you made all this? And I get that a lot. Like maybe like 25, like 20 to 30% of the people that show up, they will at some point in an interaction say something along the lines, so you made all this, or this is all your work, whatever. And it's like, fair enough, like maybe you have someone else tabling for you, whatever. But this was like kind of like a, so you made all this? I'm like, yeah, this is all my work from my, and I say, yeah, it's for my D&D setting that I make, and I'm making a campaign guide for it, I have an adventure out, it's in beta, this is all the concept art for it. And she's like, so this is all like you like hand drawn? I was like, oh no, so this is all done digitally. I just try and make it look like very like hand drawn, so it's kind of like old RPG art. And she's like, so like how much AI do you use? And I'm like, how much? None. What? No. What the fuck? She's like, but it's digital, and you're drawing it. And I'm like, you're a digital artist too, you dipshit. And I was like, no, I don't use AI or whatever, I'm a classically trained artist. And she's like, oh, okay. I was like, and I'm like, kind of like when I'm in convention mode, I am ultra people pleaser. Everyone's a fucking like game to play. I don't mean like I'm playing them, but I'm just trying to like de-aggro the mobs. Like I never want to debate or argue with somebody at a convention. If somebody's like weird or whatever, I'll just de-aggro, say whatever they want me to say, and then they fuck off. It's like way easier than like, you know, how dare you accuse me of, you know. But I don't know why this kind of just ticked me off a little bit, where I was just like, you don't believe me, do you? And she's like, well, no, I just there's so much AI art that, and so I got my fucking phone out, and I was like, okay, here. I just showed her the process, like, this is me drawing this character right here. And she's like looking at it, and she's like, and that's you drawing it? I'm like, how do you still question this? It's like, do you think I made an AI video? So I said, no, I actually stream on Twitch, and I feel kind of douchey about this. I said, oh, I actually stream on Twitch, and she said, me too. She said, me too. I said, well, so if you ever want to come see the process, you can come by and swing by and check it out, and you know, see for yourself, I guess. And she's like, oh, all right, I don't know, you know. She's like kind of like disengaged or whatever, but she was giving me stink eye for the whole weekend, because I could see her table, and she kind of keep looking over like, what the fuck is this guy? What's he doing? But there was another vendor that also asked me if my art was AI, but I was like, no. And she was like, oh, okay. And then her husband bought a print. So there's a couple people like that at the convention, I guess. This is the first time I've ever had IRL people asking about AI, which was wild to me, I guess. I don't know, man. I'm glad there's a whole new group of getting into D&D, but I can get the frustration. Baldur's Gate is D&D-esque, but damn. Yeah, exactly, right? So that happened along with the Critical Role generation too. They had also this idea of that D&D is only Critical Role, and if you did anything different, you were like bad at D&D, and that lasted for years. And so Baldur's Gate, I think, did a similar thing or whatever, right? They want you to say you use AI. First, yeah, they really wanted me to say it, I guess. But what does that mean? Does it mean that I'm just so good at art they couldn't fathom that I made my stuff by hand? I don't know. It's fucking wild, dog. Almost seemed like they use a little AI if their first response was how much AI. You know, I didn't think of that, actually. Maybe they do. Maybe that's right, Fox. Maybe they did use AI, and they're just trying to, like, I guess, cope or whatever, because they were upset by another artist like not or whatever, and maybe they're kind of being like doing like a kind of an insider, like, come on, be honest with me, how much do you use, right? Like we're cool, we both use it, we can both talk about it. Like maybe that's what they were doing. I don't know. It didn't even occur to me at the moment. I thought that I thought that it was just when somebody asked me about if I use AI like online or whatever, which happens very rarely because everything I post is a fucking process video. But occasionally when somebody does ask that about my work, whether or not I use AI, it's usually framed in a way of like, you're so good at what you do, I can't believe you don't use AI. To which I'm like, I'm not even that good at what I do, homeboy. Like, you know, so that didn't even occur to me, but maybe there was that as another artist that she was also using AR or some shit or whatever. So makes me mad for you. I do. Yeah. Like at conventions, I try and just disengage the NPC. You know, I don't want to start a fucking debate with anybody almost ever about anything. When someone says something stupid enough to me, I write them off and they stop being like a person with opinions that I can talk to and start being just like a character in a box that I'm like, oh, I'm not going to get through to you. Let's just disengage. And at conventions, that I am in that mode the entire weekend. Like if someone shit talks my work or whatever, I'm like, yeah, it's crazy, dude. I'm so sorry you don't like it, but take care. You know, I just do not want to start anything. But for some reason that caught me off guard, the AI thing, where I was kind of like a little bit, you know, a little bit like, I'm going to stick up for myself here, as opposed to just being like, no, I don't use AI. And then just like dropping it or whatever. So maybe like girl stereotyping you as an AI bro. Oh shit. Did she think that I had a crypto farm as well? The problem is crypto bros, Alana, they're always really jacked. So, like the good ones anyway. So maybe as I get stronger in the gym, people will start thinking I'm an AI bro more. Yeah. Or, oh, Jesus Christ. You tell her the process of 50% yapping and stalling. I did not tell her that half the process is me shit talking my GM on, oh shit, that was Ashy. I just saw pink name. Ah, damn it. Crap.
Your art is amazing. Fuck the haters, Ivan People wave.
Thank you, Mr. Cookie Monster. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 3-month sub, dude. Holy shit, I appreciate that. It's really kind of you. Welcome back to the Dragon's Claim for another month. And you're right. You know what? You're absolutely right. Fuck them haters. I'm not gonna worry about them. It's just I need to figure out how to farm this as a TikTok because it was very funny. So I tell a story at the convention or whatever, because it seems like there's some shame about it and they wanted to know if someone else used it for validation. I think you might be right. Now that you're saying that, Fox, I'm like, maybe I'm like replaying it a little bit, and there's a little bit of like I couldn't answer the question, why was she so like almost desperate to try and get me to admit that I use some AI in my work or whatever. It's I couldn't figure out why she was like fishing for that, and I kept being like, no, bro, I don't, you know, and like. I kind of thought I'd be an asshole and be like, well, I use Photoshop's color picking AI. Yeah, you know, when Photoshop tries to mix colors, that's actually a form of AI. It's not generative AI, but it is a form of an artificial intelligent color picking system that Procreate and everything uses and whatever. But the thing is, it's a technical difference that people that don't know what they're talking about won't know the difference of, right? And so it's not a good joke to make because, again, people, it'll go over their head and they'll just think that you're using AI if you make that joke. So you know. I was like, I probably shouldn't, you know, I shouldn't even make that fucking joke or whatever. How do you goofy cool stories for clout people? Exactly. Yes, exactly. Which are hilarious. Although to be fair, last one, like sometimes I use a story for a TikTok or a YouTube video, and I'll have somebody in the comments being like, that didn't happen. And this one, I don't have any proof for it because it was a convention, right? The only person that saw that interaction might have been Ella or Selena or whatever. But what I find funny is when I have like a story like that, to a goofy story to farm clout with, Buns, and I make a post about it, about a YouTube comment, like the thing that I get or whatever, they're like, that didn't happen. And I'm like, go look at the fucking comments, you dumbass. So you're right. I got to figure out how to make it a goofy story that I can farm.
Oh, my.
What's up, Mel?
God.
How's it going,
It
bro?
is the big cheese himself. How you doing, Evan? Ivan Blahart.
I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling. I'm feeling good. We got our last stream before the week. Wait,
God.
did it just double play the alert, or did you just cheer
How
200?
you doing, Evan? Ivan Blahart.
What are you double cheering bits for, Mel? It's a lot of bits for the same message. Thank you, dude. Thanks for 200 bits, Mel. I'm good. I hope you're doing well this week. I hope you're not stuck in corporate hell. But this will be the last stream for a week until next Monday, because I'll be off at appointments and then GameCon. So I'm doing great, bro. Had a really successful convention weekend last weekend on Saturday, and going into the next one. So we'll see how it goes. Same with spell checker. I've seen threads. Oh wait, hold up. People joke about using an AI spell checker. People are upset.
Did it
Yes.
twice? Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Seems Brian's brain is just as fried as
How
mine.
does it? How do you cheer? Wait, did it do something on your phone or whatever? I don't know. Either way, thanks to the bits, Mel. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, dude. Have you ever considered it didn't happen though? Have I ever considered it didn't happen? That I just imagined it? Oh my god. What if I'm lost in the sauce? I'm not even live right now. I'm just imagining. You guys are all just a hallucination. I'm just sitting here in front of my computer in a in front of like a cardboard box in a straight jacket in a white padded room pretending that I'm a streamer. Oh my god. I'm just drawing with crayon and I think that it's Shadowheart. Why even ask? One, she's guilty, or two, she's trying to find ways to get people to her stall. That guy used it. Yeah, but you know, fair enough. Actually, that could be. You know, people try and do that a lot with Ella's dice. Actually, people try and do that with Ella's dice. Actually, they will say to her things like, "So where do you get your dice made?" And she'll be like other dice makers. She'll be like, I make them myself." They're like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah." Like, but like these corner. And the thing is, they start complimenting her dice by making it seem like she couldn't have possibly made them. She's like, "But this level of polish, like this is machined, right?" She's like, "No, I hand polished that." Like, "But that would take you like hours per set of die." And she's like, "Yeah, it does." They're like, "Okay, but like who does that for you?" And she's like, "I do." You know, it's like, so it reminds me of okay, so this really cool, clever like marketing strategy I saw on the weekend on this. It was like Summer Games Fest or one of the like summer game showcases. This game came out or released or launched or whatever, or the trailer, and basically they had all these negative reviews for their like game as the trailer, and it was really hilarious because it was like basically endorsing how good the game is, people being frustrated with how like difficult or whatever it is, or how like hilarious or dumb it is. And it's kind of reminded me of that, you know, where it's like these people, they're trying to get her to like me to admit I'm using AI, or her to admit she doesn't make her own dice, or whatever they're trying to do. But really it's just a compliment when you think about it, I guess, you know. Oh god, does it mean you're going to Germany? Why would I ever go to Germany, Lemon? What's there in Germany for me? I've never been to Germany. No, I had no plans to go to Germany. But I hear they have some good LARP there. So I was talking to himself again. Yeah, exactly right. Hey, do maybe you have any tips for me? I'm trying to get into drawing and sketching. That's a big like topic, trying to get into it, Leonardo. Tips for drawing and sketching. Without knowing specifically what you want, it's very difficult to give you any tips or anything like that. The main tip that isn't very popular, that people don't like to hear, is unfortunately consistency. There's no secret to drawing and being good at art. All it is consistency. So if you choose to draw poorly in the wrong direction, without knowing what you're doing every day for you know, half hour every single day, you will outpace people that have learned the secrets. And so spend more time drawing than you do trying to find the shortcuts and secrets on how to draw, and you'll be much further along. And if you do that for long enough, you will be amazing at it. So the people always want like a secret or like a tip or whatever, like, or something like that like circumvents the process in some way. But I think that the best tip is always just the most important thing is consistency. I thought you said you're GamesCon, which I thought was in Germany. Oh, no, GameCon Canada. It's just, yeah, not GamesCon. GamesCon is Fantastica here. But yeah, no, sorry. It's just called GameCon Canada. So that's where I'm going.
Who does the intense hard work for the project you
right?
clearly hired other people to do?
Exactly.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Yeah, right.
Also, I do my own hard work as a party of one.
Mm-hmm.
God, Just because stuff looks good doesn't mean people are outsourcing their stuff. They can do it themselves.
I guess some people
Rolling
do,
on the
you know.
floor laughing emoji.
Well, and that's so Ella doesn't compete with other dice makers because she's in a league and a class of her own, right? A lot of dice makers try and be one thing or another, and Ella just decides that she's the only person that can make Blackwood dice, which is why she charges more for her dice than a lot of the vendors, because she puts in so much more time and energy into her dice, and it shows. And so there's a lot of vendors that will go to conventions, or people that want to go to conventions, they'll buy mass-produced dice for $10. They'll buy, like, you know, handmade dice that are like, you know, pretty mid quality for $50 or whatever. But when people want the best at dice at the convention, they know that they can only get it from one person, and that's Ella. And she has like a cult that follows her to conventions now that'll like go there to see what kind of new dice she has. It's really awesome to see. Best of luck at the con, Evan. Thanks, Alf. I appreciate it. Also, some of my IRL friends are trying to get their GFs into D&D, so I'm getting myself a full D&D table made that I can put my 3D printed maps in. Any advice on my end? How can I really hook the girls into D&D so that me and the boys can play D&D more? So what I've found, Alf, is when I've played D&D with the wives. Now the thing is, for the most part, there's not any much difference between like on a general scale, men and women will play different types of games, or they'll want different types of fantasies. Why the mini alert?
I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
Thanks for reminding me that Miniful hates me. Thanks, Mel. Ella is hot shit. In my experience, Alf, so when you start talking about generalizations between men and women and the way they want to fantasy and play D&D, people like to get upset because they're the exception or whatever, and that's totally fair. You can't classify like girls like this type of game, men like this type of game. You kind of can say more men will play 40K and more women will play Animal Crossing and shit like that. So if you want to talk incorrect generalizations, if you want to get the wives and the girlfriends into D&D, Magic School D&D always fucking works. If you can Harry Potter the shit out of your D&D game, that's the intro ticket, I found. If you're if you're trying to cast AoE D&D hook on a group of skeptical girlfriends and wives, Harry Potter D&D will more often than not, in my experience, of course, everyone's different, but that's a general kind of thing that I found that really works, I guess. Now, the most important thing, if you're a digital artist, the bigger your tablet, the better artist you are. I should bring my tablet to show people how good I am at art. You're right. Yeah, you're right. So I can't believe I won a set from her when she started. I love them so much. I'm really glad you have them, Alana. Like that's amazing. I completely forgot that you won a set. I don't know what set you have, but that's really fucking rad. Actually, I'm glad that you like appreciate them and you like them, because that's I always, whenever I send art or anything to people or whatever, dice, anything like that, I really want them to go to people who like want the thing, as opposed to just like, oh, it's a contest, I'm gonna enter because whatever. And I know some people say that they just don't give a shit. They want to enter and they're excited for a thing, but then they just don't give a shit. It's like, whatever. You can't make someone give a shit about something. But when it's in a, especially if it's a one of one or original, like if I give away a print on stream, it's not that big of a deal. Somebody doesn't care, and they're just doing it for because like free shit. But when I do an original piece of artwork, a sketch card, or like a one of one thing, or an original one of one set from Ella, because all of her sets are unique. She has similar set designs, but all of her sets are obviously unique. I'm really always happy when somebody gets it that appreciates it. So that's fucking awesome, dude. That's awesome, man. I know you said you try to look at the stuff I put in the Discord. Do you have time to look at it this weekend? No. I said I'd be taking a look on my way to Edmonton. That is for next weekend. The convention I had this weekend was not the big convention; it was a small one. The big convention is this next weekend, so I'll probably be snooping through the Discord and looking at everything that everybody's posting then. So, like, every con weekend was basically people complimenting you and Elba, going, "You couldn't have done all this art and dice by yourself, right? What's your secret?" Which is funny, actually. That you're right about that. The problem is people say that about Ella's dice and then they buy Ella's dice. They say it about my art and they don't buy my art. So I didn't sell many prints, and that's okay, because I mean, like, I made the table and cost back and it's great and whatever that. But I always just feel kind of felt like I'm just the anchor that Ella's dragging through a convention. When we like look at the sales on the Square terminal or whatever, and I know what part of that I contributed to. I'm like, I'm just like playing in the corner, pushing rocks and stuff, and Ella's just out there crushing it. But you know, we're already going to conventions and stuff, so as long as I pay for my costs, it's actually better for Ella, because then I'm her neighbor, and a bad neighbor at a convention can actually cost you a lot of money and in sales and things like that. And so when we are at conventions, the fact that I can be next to her and be a buffer from other annoying or bad vendors, that's actually pretty good, because I'm just like a non-assuming artist that people can kind of walk by or whatever. But as opposed to like an annoying person that's like trying to take people from her table, which has happened at conventions before. People will be like looking at her dice or whatever, and like the vendor next to us will be trying to like call them over, like, you know, whatever. And it's like really annoying. So it is good that if I go to conventions with her, even if I don't like sell a lot of art, because people don't want original art, they want, you know, fan art and stuff like that, then that's fine, because I'm still, you know, providing a usefulness to Blackwood Dice. But what is cool, the one thing I should say, like I just preface whatever and caveat, I do sort of lament the fact in some ways, and I might sound a bit whiny about it, that nobody wants any original art at conventions, that people just want fan art. What I will say though, the one piece of that is that whenever there is somebody who does want my original art, it's always the coolest thing ever, because these are people that really appreciate what I'm doing, and they're like always awestruck and so excited about whatever it is. And I remember that from when I had my clothing, like my t-shirt company back when I was in art school. And a couple of friends and I, so we started a t-shirt company that we made like nerdy shirts for and went to conventions. And so I'm used to conventions, and I've worked a lot of conventions because of that. And we didn't have IP stuff. Everyone wanted a Pokemon shirt or a Link shirt or a Zelda. Like people wanted stuff with a thing on it, you know? But when somebody saw what we did and they were like, this is the best thing ever, it was like, you're my people. And that's fucking awesome. So the shirt company Companion didn't do like really well, but what we did for the people that we did sell shirts to were really fucking cool. And I found the exact same thing with my art. So anytime somebody has bought a print of mine or whatever at a convention, I'm always like, that's the coolest thing ever, and you're the coolest person ever. So yeah, man. Or be based off a girl that likes D&D, just say snacks are involved, cough. Okay, listen. I'm not gonna get canceled like that, all right? Please. Anchor, I assume you're doing most of the carrying of things. True, actually, though, right? Okay, let's get into we'll do the meta entry real quick for Maduria, and then let's get into our project. So the meta is, I gotta scroll down a bit. Was the Malleus Domestica. All right, what is this shit? What is the meta for the week? We only get one meta entry this week, by the way, unless Aduria thinks to post in the Discord for everyday people. The Malleus Domestica is the common apple. Okay, so I'm assuming the meta is what the fuck is fruit that can be you know what? I know what the meta is. The meta is fruit that's better in Japan. And there's lots of good fruit out there, but apples in particular are insane from northern Japan. It's actually a different experience altogether. If you ever get a chance to buy like a $20 apple from like the grocery store or whatever, that's a Japanese apple from Aomori, specifically Aomori Prefecture. If you ever get a chance to buy a fancy as fuck Aomori apple, you do that shit. I don't care if it's $30, okay? Because it's a life-changing experience. So I'm gonna rate it a solid 9.72. Okay, that's what I'm gonna rate it. It's a great start for the week, Iduria, even though I won't be live until next Monday. Take care, Leonardo. Good luck with the sketching, dude. Let me know how it goes. You had shirts. Yeah, I used to. I had a clothing company where we did like sort of retro shirt designs. I wonder if I have any designs I could show you from way back in the day. I wonder if I have any. Yeah, so we had like designs that I made. It was supposed to be that I was the artist and another friend was the business side of things, but then he had moved and he put me in charge of basically everything. So that's why I didn't do it. But we had shirts that I really love, and I'd really love to make them again. But like this is one of my favorite designs, you know. And so we made like all sorts of like dumb like retro and vintage video game shirts and stuff like that, and like, you know, 8-bit sort of stuff and whatnot. And it was pretty fun. It was a fun learning experience. I wish that I had been a little bit better about understanding the business side of things, so I could have helped avoid some mistakes. But look, you waste $5,000 on a business venture that doesn't go well, you learn a lot, and then it might seem like you're, you know, underwater and stuck, but that business failing was one of the best learning experiences of my life, and I'm really glad that I did it, even though it cost a lot and it was very annoying and whatever, and conventions sucked and it was very demoralizing and disheartening, and there was drama and whatever else. And by all intents and purposes, we lost a lot of money on that business. Like everyone who, like me and the other guy who put money into it, I still really think that it was a great learning opportunity. But what if I have more? Wait, do I have more designs in here? Where are you? Go to file, location. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah. So here are a bunch of the designs we had. So like people really liked this shirt. People fucking loved this design, the retro hero one. I did like different class designs. So that was like the knight, that was the mage, that was like the rogue and the archer and shit like that. Yeah, we'd had like different, you know, the play video games shirt. I wore this shirt all the fucking time. I love this shirt. My like 8-bit fucking Russian Soviet propaganda, the USB arcade. Yeah, I don't know. These were all fun. These were a long time ago. It was more than 10 years ago that we had that company. So I can't use any of these designs for merch like again, because it's like tied up with like the company, and like ownership of the company is like weird and complicated. I probably could. It probably wouldn't be an issue, but I wouldn't want to, you know, fuck with any of that. So, all right, we have a handsome man, described as a handsome man by Brooklyn's Dear Party member and traveling companion. His name is Reed. So we shall be drawing our homeboy Reed, and hopefully getting some cool feedback on the fact that the internet thinks that yes, I can't draw men, so we need to change their mind. We need to actually change their mind and into believing that I can draw a man, and I will draw a men, because I did get accused at the convention, actually, because I have a little portfolio with some of the characters. Now, I don't really sell character art at the convention. Like here, I'll show you my picture of my booth. I'll show you the kind of art that I had up, just so we're all on the same page here. Hold up. Discord. Upload. Sketchbook posts. No, that's the wrong one. Upload. That. Post. Discord. Sketchbook. I mean, I'll just do it. I'll just post it here, I guess. Post in stream topics, how about? Because we're streaming right now, so it's a stream topic. Okay. So this is the stuff that I brought to the convention. So I don't bring a lot of like character art to the convention. I bring mostly environmental and stuff like that, because it's like a lot better, I think. People obviously don't care about characters for Eldara. So I had all my all my travel stickers, all my bookmarks, and my keychains. Which, by the way, the keychains and bookmarks will be on my print store after GameCon, because I'm too lazy to upload them right now. But yeah, so mostly like environments, stuff like that, and dragons and whatnot, and all like. But I had a portfolio book of some of the other stuff, just because there's not enough room, and I don't ever want to do the art hole thing that artists do, where they have this massive fucking amount of art around them, and it's overwhelming and it's like kind of weird. I don't like it. It just doesn't fit my brand, I guess, right? And so I have these larger prints, and I had like one over here and whatnot, but I had the characters in the little portfolio book that people could flip through. And I had somebody flipping through, and he's like, I see you only draw women. And he kind of looks up at me with a little like, like, no, I just God damn, fucking. What I thought was, oh my god, I'm meeting another YouTube comment IRL. I'm meeting another YouTube comment IRL. Shit, they found me. God damn it. So we're gonna happily draw Reed here to help convince the internet that I can draw the men's or whatever. He looks so good. I hope that there was no specification on his hair besides he was blonde. So I tried to give him, based on the description of he being more stoic and kind of like, I tried to give him that like a shorter, kind of like more, maybe like masculine, kind of stoic, like tougher, whatever. Not like, you know, long, dramatic, luscious hair or anything like that, but give him something a little more. That's the only thing that was, the two things we were a little unclear on is where the horns started, but he said the sides of the forehead. Now, I don't usually draw tieflings with forehead horns. It's like kind of a bit of a pet peeve of mine. I'm happy to do it for a client, obviously, but he said the side of the forehead. That's the only thing I wasn't clear about, that and the hair. So obviously with these sketches, when somebody doesn't list something directly, I assume that they're okay with me doing whatever design I want with it. Otherwise, they specify it. But I always am a little bit worried or anxious that somebody's like going to be unhappy with that they're going to think that they specified it, and they're like, ah, shit, that's not what I wanted at all. He was supposed to have like braids with diamonds in his braids or whatever. So I really hope that I was about to say his name because that's who the coffee sketch was, but I really hope your party member doesn't mind and really likes what I do for him with the eagle armor designs and everything. Put the dice by Queen Ella herself in the Dice Goblin channel. Okay, which set did you get? Hold on. Which set did you get? Dice Goblin support group. Oh my god, this was such... Dude. Yes, dude. That's such a good fucking set. Holy. Ella. Make those again. That's fucking sick, dude. I'm glad you have them, Milan. I'm glad you like them. So, I hope you didn't... Wait, did you lose a d20? Or is this from before when she was doing Pyramid? Oh, those are old. Oh my god, wait, that's an old set. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's a fucking... Holy shit. That's a rare item right there. That's one of her original sets. With the Caltrop D4s instead of the Shard D4s. Oh my god, dude. That's a relic right there, Alana. Yeah, good god, man. You forget to put any male art into the portfolio. Well, I didn't have any because I only put a couple of important characters that were Ella's characters. Like, I don't have any full body character designs for the Realms of Eldara that are like the men's. The closest thing I have is art for Zephyrin, but I haven't finished art for Endrick. Doing full characters, full body characters, is actually pretty big time investment for me, and so I'm gonna err on the side of doing portraits more than full characters. And so who is the only person that I'll do probably full characters for, and that's Ella's characters. Even then, I only did a half body portrait for her most recent character, so even Ella doesn't get them apparently or whatever now. So I don't know, man. I gotta figure something out with that so that I have more full character designs, or I don't know. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Maybe I don't need to worry about it. I'll just do whatever. But yeah, I'm really happy that Atari apparently did a successful playtest in the dev moot. There's a review for it that I gotta read. And I might not wait till the weekend to read it because I'm eager. Icon of Saloon, I think is that who reads deity is as a paladin? But Evan, paladins don't have deities. They only have oaths to themselves. Shut up, TikTok comments. Amulet of Saloon. Okay, so we'll put a little icon that's a Saloon-like sort of lunar or moon kind of thing. Just so I have a reference there for myself. His hair is actually a bit longer. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Well, maybe we can change it. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some sketching to see if it's easy to lengthen a little bit. Well, yeah, I mean, if somebody doesn't list something expressly what something looks like, I just kind of assume they are like, hey man, you design it. You tell me what his hair looks like. So we'll I don't know, maybe I'll see if I can extend it down a little bit without messing the design up too much. All right. So, tiefling horns. These are very important. Okay. We have to sell the fantasy of ornate tiefling horns, as he has silver wire of some variety threaded around his horns. Not antlers. No one's ever asked me for an antlered tiefling. And you know what? I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting sick of this lack of antlered tiefling requests in my DMs. Okay. This is bothering me. But this is the first, I think, ramhorn tiefling anyone's asked me for. Like, in a long time. I think the last time I had a ramhorn tiefling was probably, like, 2022 or 2023. So, we're getting our full tiefling horn styles and style guide out there. This is Reed. Yo, Tombstone. What's up, dog? Hello. Good to see you. It is your day, my friend. I'm so sorry. I forgot to message you on. I like to message people when their slot is up next on coffee. And I just started drawing Reed last night to get ready for the project. And I realized after I went live, I was like, I never messaged you on coffee and said that you're up next. So I apologize for not doing that. It's very unprofessional of me. And I'm I'm sorry, dude. I literally make a character right now with antlers. Don't even. Oh, I was gonna make a joke about how I still had 6 slots left. And I was gonna make a joke about how I don't see any requests on coffee, but somebody literally made a request this morning, so I can't. That fuck. I kind of look a little stupid now, don't I? I was gonna make a joke and be like, "Oh, well, fucking, let's see." I mean, I don't have any coffee requests right now, but there literally was one this morning. So, we're just, you know what? We're just gonna imagine that all went differently and I didn't look so stupid just now. So, thank you for the request, whoever that was, by the way. Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. Sorry about that. Well, Fox, if you want me to draw a hot fawn character for you, don't think I won't, okay? I'll make her the most fucking obsessively attractive, cool forest fawn antlered character you've ever seen. Don't test me, okay? Do not test me. I know you think that you can fluster me when it comes to attractive characters, and that I won't. I'll blush under the pressure. Don't even try me. I'm a new artist. I am a changed person ever since I started. Ever since I got my 10,000th Instagram follower. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, I'm kidding. Dude, I felt so bad. I made a joke at the convention about how I didn't want to talk to somebody because, like, one of Ella and I's friends, she was like talking about something. I'm like, wait, do you have enough Instagram followers to talk to me right now? And I walked away. She took it seriously, and I felt really bad. Oh no. You took it seriously. Oh. I had to go back and apologize. I did. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Don't worry. I'll get book and spam me with text about it. Okay. That's awesome, dude. I hope I can make you proud with Reed. All right. Because listen. I don't know if you know this, Tombstone, but paladins are my favorite class to draw. The Shining Armor Paladin is my absolute favorite. And when you're talking about like the eagle armor design, like the wings and the waves and patterns and shit in the armor, dude, I'm gonna do my like I have such a clear idea for what to do for a lot of this stuff that I really, really hope I can make you proud, because I feel like Reed's gonna look really, really dope when we're done. Or I will die trying. Well, okay, let's not get dramatic here, but I'll do my best trying. Okay. I made sure not to put any details in my character sketch request this time around so you can freeform it. Wait, really? Wait, yeah, that request was from you, Samurai? Unironically? To help fight the meta, drawing male Yeti detective is on the cards. Wait, what? English Woad Wos Wildman, more satyr-ish, but saying Yeti sounds cool. I'm so intrigued. I have no idea what this character is going to be about. Okay, shit, dude. Has anyone asked you to make an androgynous character? Somebody asked me to make an androgynous character once, but they weren't confident in my skills, and I wasn't either. So, so it didn't happen. No, there was so there's one character that I need to draw that's somewhat androgynous. That is my party member. For our D&D campaign that I haven't wanted to tackle just yet because it's God, it's tough. It's really tough. And I don't know if I can do it, to be honest. I'll be honest. I just don't know if it's something that I can do, like convincingly. Cause like I do think that I like people sometimes if you check my YouTube comments enough, you'll see people like mad at me for not drawing like characters that are more like realistic or whatever. They'll be like, oh, your characters are too attractive or they're too perfect or idealized or whatever it is, man. Like especially the book talk piece that I did the other day, people were mad about like her bust and her armor and things like that. And so I think that there's like certain things that I like to sort of emphasize in drawing characters that are sort of the masculine, the feminine, whatever. And I don't know if I mean, I would give it a try. I just, having no basis on it, I wouldn't know if I would do a satisfactory job for somebody. And I'd try, definitely. I'm not afraid of it. It's just, I don't know. And I don't have any examples. So they'd be asking me to do something without having any previous, I guess, whatever. So, Tombstone, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Sorry about the ads. I'm very sorry about the ads on my stream. I wish I could murder them with fire, but unfortunately Twitch said no. And what's even more upsetting is Twitch is going through a bit of an adpocalypse right now, where ad revenue for streamers is just down the tank because of all the political streamers and like advertisers not wanting to serve ads on the platform because of that. So it's not even like it's supporting me anymore like it was like a couple months ago. And people could at least say like, oh, well, at least the ads are going somewhere, right? And Evan's like, you know, it's helping Evan out. No, it's just annoying everybody, including and especially me. So I do apologize about the ads. I wish I could do something about it, but the least I can do, or the most I can do, the least I can do, most I can do right now is just assure you guys that I run the least amount of ads on my channel as I can without getting pre-rolls. Because pre-rolls are a destined way to destroy your stream if you have pre-roll ads. I do the least amount of ads that I can run without Twitch like forcefully serving people pre-roll ads. So I apologize for the ads. I wish I could do something about it. Unfortunately, here we are. Here's the 30 attractive characters, I guess, right? Is I'm doing some character dev while I stop working for lunch? Fox, don't. Come on. We got jokes. That's it. Don't actually request another character. It's not, you're not even a D&D game, okay? I mean, I guess I could treat it as a concept project, just do it for as a concept development project for the fawn folk or whatever they're gonna be called. I don't fucking know. I don't know, dude. Basically, just a hairy human druid that was dragged through the Holmes hedge of detective tropes. A big, hairy, sweaty man. This is gonna be the greatest character I've ever done. This is gonna be my greatest character sketch I've ever done. A big, hairy, sweaty man with a hammer. I mean sword. I mean shit. Damn it. I mean as a druid. I mean as a crap. We'll figure the silver wire out after. I'm just gonna make a note for it. Silver wire, so I don't forget. Sometimes I'll try and like handle a detail at the end, and then I'll forego. And then I have to like go back to it. I'm like, ah, shit. Like I accidentally gave. Oh, you want to see the piece that I finished of August? Wait, this is the yeah. I finished August, this, by the way, over the weekend for Fox. And I was going to ask her about the scar under her eye patch. And so I was going to do it and then send it to her and ask her about the scar, basically like finish the piece and then ask her how much intense scarring she wanted on her character's eye. Because sometimes you think that like, oh, I need like a mass amount of scarring, but when there's a lot of texture and shadow, it doesn't look right. So I was like, I'll just do it at the end and then I'll show it to her and we'll figure out what we're going for and figure out if it's good or not. And then I forgot and I was like, here's your thing, by the way. And twiddle. I'm like, oh wait, no, that's supposed to be an approval, not the finished thing. Ah, shit. So don't let me forget to do the silver wire, even though I'm doing it at the very even though I'm gonna do it at the very end, man. Don't let me forget this shit, okay? I don't wanna forget the important details on our homeboy. Our handsome, ruggedly masculine paladin. That's dope. Well, thank you for the request, Samurai. I'm honored to be able to draw a character for you. And I will make you a print, Samurai, and send it to you with your next shipment of print thingies. So, because I send you a lot of prints anyway, I guess. So I need to make a note of that to remember to send you one with that. Your god with shading? 0. You honor me, my friend. That is way too much praise, way more than I deserve. All right. I am but a student attempting to not mess everything up with my art, so you seriously honor me. I'll take it though. Don't forget to start with Reed's handsome eyes to the person video after the outline too. I think I need to start with the horns, actually. That's great points, Sabine. I think I need to start with the horns to help ground some things, because I need to figure out how... I need to figure out a couple things with the... trying to blend, like, the shadows of the horn into the eye pockets? Not sockets. Pockets? I don't know. Yeah. I didn't forget to start to like do it early in the process, but I don't think I'll start with it. But thank you for reminding me, because yep, I forget this shit because I am a terrible not artist today. I am a terrible video maker. I almost said YouTuber. How many subs do I have to have before I can call myself a YouTuber? Like, independent of streamer. Can I ever call myself a YouTuber just posting shorts? I don't think so. Can I? I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. So I was gonna say that that makes me a terrible video recording person for YouTube videos. So what do you use to draw digitally, Leonardo? I use Photoshop. I use Adobe Photoshop, and I also use a Wacom Cintiq 24-inch. So this is my tablet, right here. The 24-inch tablet and Adobe Photoshop. So, ooh, jeez, almost broke my keyboard. That's not supposed to slide off. Okay, all right. Okay, that's nice. That's beautiful. All right, there we go. Just dusty. We're fine. We're fine. we're good, I swear, I promise. Okay, I think we're ready to get into the actual line work here in a second. I think I want to do... yeah, you know what? I want to figure out the horns first. So, let's get a good ram horn reference here. I want to make him a little bit... So Reed has this cool thing where he goes a little demonic at night. So I want to give him a little bit of edge to his horns. Not the smooth, super slick tiefling horns. I want to give him a little bit of... just a little bit of tooth to it. A little bit of texture in there. Maybe... is that a good reference? Let's see. Sure, why not? That works. What is the minimum drama content that a YouTuber needs? Ooh, good point. I don't know, actually. That's a good point. I don't know if I have that in there. Oh, Samurai, dude. By the way, Samurai, the amount of people at ArtCon who were World Anvil enjoyers, oh man, it was great, dude. It was great. I was talking to people about there were people who were stream viewers for World Anvil, which was cool. That was really neat. But there was an entire like workshop from somebody. I don't know who they were. I don't know if they were like a big creator or not, but they gave a workshop on world building. And they were okay. They were kind of like, I wasn't like watching it, but like the convention's pretty small, so I was like listening to it, whether I wanted to or not. And they're talking about like tools and stuff, and World Anvil came up, and we were talking about it actually a little bit. And yeah, man, the ubiquitous reputation of World Anvil is growing. It's now not even like a oh, have you heard of World Anvil? It's like, what's your world's World Anvil? It was very fun. It was very fun to I mean, I didn't ask anybody what the Twitch name was because that'd be weird. But to find out there were World Anvil stream enjoyers at the convention. It was very fun. Like I know Samurai who runs the World Anvil streams. He's a good friend. Yeah, it was cool, man. It was fun. It was great. People are enthused. What's up, Plucci? What's going on, dude? How you doing, homeboy? Plucci, what's it like to be a mod for a famous TikToker now? Yeah, what's that like? Has Vixie's fame gotten to her just yet? Cause she wouldn't dude, she wouldn't even like acknowledge me when we were playing D&D. She's like, I'm sorry, I dealt with my TikTok following. I can't be seen with irrelevant, like non-growing TikTokers like you. I was like, oh fuck, Dan. Like true, but like Jesus, dude. It's a very small world. In the TTRPG community, I think it is, and also just World Anvil's very big, so. Night Mode Reed, yeah, he gets in there, man. Night Mode Reed knows what's up. He's got that deep blue going on. I feel something. I must be nice to her for a week, unfortunately. Damn it, she only talks to women? What? Shit. Does she not know? Oh fuck. She's just trying to be friends with me so that she can leech free dice and clout off of Ella Blackwood. I think that basically, honestly, I think that our D&D game, I'm just waiting for them to kick me out. I'm just waiting for them to be like, sorry, Evan, we invited you so we could play with Ella, but now that she's like a part of the D&D group, yeah, this is an exclusive space, sir, and you are not welcome anymore, so I'm just waiting for it. I'm gonna be exiled from my women-only D&D group. Holy fuck, man. We need some more diversity in our group, man. We need more masculine representation. Currently, it's just Endrick Avalon. Holy. We had Brother Ulnar, but now it's just Endrick and a bunch of fucking JPEGs going around an adventure. Good God, man. Or they'll turn you into a girl. Oh, they'll want me to play. Ooh, yeah, I don't know what that. That's a whole nother D&D campaign, right? Call me the worst case. Yeah, you'll come be the bro backup, the bro up for me. Thanks, bro. Thanks, man. I didn't know you played D&D, Plucci. Let's fucking go. Congrats, Evan, you are winning. Good job. Keep it up. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. What a lovely thing to be accused of early in the morning. Need cat girl, Evan? Okay, dude. Okay. Your broken English will help? Oh, is English not your first language? Or do you just play enough gacha games that you forgot how to speak like a real human? Because that also happens. I can't... Sometimes people will be like, oh yeah, my English isn't that good. And I'm like, oh, cool. What's your first language? They're like, no, my first language is English. I just play too many video games. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, there's that too. You're Italian, Plucci? I had no idea you were so attractive. Holy shit. That makes so much more sense now. I completely understand now. Okay, fair enough. I was always like, why is it weirdly attractive in here? It's because Plucci was here. Got it. Okay, cool. Well, we figured that one out. You're in that one WoW guild without being a member of the community. It must be the same for the D&D group. But at least I didn't realize that I was the only straight person in that entire WoW guild. The game that we're playing, I'm very aware that I am the only mans. Okay? I'm very aware of it. To be fair, Vixie doesn't really count because she's not really like a... I wouldn't call her character like a female character or a woman. She's more of a salad, so it doesn't really count. So Vixelin doesn't really count. And Andy sort of counts, so I don't know. It's basically just L at this point in time. It's tough, man. It's really tough being in this D&D group. It's a difficult challenge for me. Jukes out doing good today. That's good shit, man. I'm glad to hear it. It is good to see you, Plucci. I'm always honored. Right, man? Yeah, mans. There you go. What's up, Dark? What's good, my boy? Wasn't for the fact today that it's really hot. 33 Celsius with 2% humidity. That is warm. That is warm. I don't mind when it's like up to 30 here. I like when it's hot. Like 26, 27, 28 is like my favorite. Above 30, I start to get a little bit uncomfortable. Except, dude, when I started losing weight, I started getting cold all the time. And my body didn't adjust. So it'd be hot as fuck out, and Ella's like, what are you doing? I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, the window is closed. It is so hot in here. I'm like, I didn't notice. But then we go out or whatever, and I'm like, in the winter, I'm like wearing 4 jackets now. She's like, are you okay? I'm like, no. No, I'm not okay. I must bundle, okay? Leave me alone. My body hasn't adjusted to being decomposed properly, or at least more properly. People have been clicking like on YouTube. We all know it makes you more attractive and artistic. Well, that's damn. Dara, that could be, I mean, you're right. For all I know. That could be a major factor at play. I don't know how many likes my most recent video got, so 91 for Fahrenheit for the Americans, right? I don't know how to speak American temperature, so I just kind of try and like not to. I know that Americans they gauge their temperature on like 0 is very cold and 100 is very hot, and it's like a scale of 1 to 100. But to me, that's kind of dumb, and I don't know if I want to endorse that, so I kind of just don't. That's like the one. I mean, well. The problem is I can't even say that I approve of like kilometers and meters and shit because I don't know how long a meter is. When people say like, oh, I'm 1.7 meters tall, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Tell me in foot and inches. In Canada, we're kind of like stuck in between Europe and America for measuring systems, so we don't even know what we're talking about. I can tell you, like, because of my time in art school and I had to measure things, like my ruler was my best friend in art school. So I developed this like weird kind of like party trick of I can always tell you within like a couple points of an inch how long something is. If you say, Evan, 14 inches, I can be like, that long, you know, or whatever. Up to about 24 inches, because 24 inches was the ruler that I used. Like, tell you how long 24 inches is down to whatever. And it's always very funny because Ella will be like, hey, this cooler is this big. How big is that? But I can't tell you shit for centimeters. I don't know. You say something is 15 centimeters. I'm like, what the fuck is a centimeter? You know? You just convert every time, right? Yeah, it's necessary. It's necessary. You're 6'2". Wait, you're only 6'2", Alana? I thought you were like 6'8", 280 pounds lean, 415 bench for reps, 825 pound deadlift, 1,000 pound squat. Shit, I didn't know, man. Sorry, my impression was I forgot my own bit. Yeah, 6'8". There you go. The fuck is a kilometer? I don't know, man. I don't know, dog. It's some made up measurement. Takes you from here to there. People are supposed to know what it means. Explain in Culvers. I don't, yeah. Okay. Alright. I think we're good with our under sketch here. So, time to draw our homeboy read. Okay, okay. Don't screw it up, Evan. Do not screw it up. If you screw it up, you'll never get another coffee request again. I hope I have enough requests for the weekend, actually. What's up, Karen? Good to see you. It's funny because of military experience, I'm pretty good with meters and kilometers. Did you guys do everything in kilometers, really? Is that like the measurement of choice for the USMC? Because, like, I'll admit, what? Well, I guess you were a commissioned officer, so do you guys know how to spell kilometer? I'm done. Okay, all right, I'm done. Okay. Listen, man, I love my Marines. You guys are the funniest branch by a fucking mile. It's not even close. It's not even close, man. You guys are the funniest branch by a fucking mile. Holy. Got a call now, so let it pass. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lieutenant Girl, my bad. It's easy, 1,000 meters a kilometer. It is a very easy measurement, 100%. The problem is, I don't know how long a meter is. Even though I'm Canadian, we everything's in kilometers, you know? I can't tell you, like the problem is when people say their height is in meters. I know feet and inches for heights. I can't tell you what, I can't tell you shit for, you know, my height in meters or whatever. So another request if you need one. I have a list of characters that's too long. I'd be honored. So I opened my requests on coffee just because I wanted to have them available for the weekend. But I am realizing that there is a chance that I'll have to. So I'm not even starting or looking at my requests until after GameCon, like later into June. But I still wanted to be up just so the people who are at GameCon, like who wanted a commission, I could point them in one place as opposed to saying like, because like it's very difficult to tell people why and how I'm not accepting commissions. And I had to explain to somebody on the weekend, and he like looked at me like I was an idiot. And like, fair enough, because when I explain why I'm like, you know, inaccessible, it sounds very stupid. So I will admit that's fair, you know, completely fair, reasonable. I wanted to have coffee slots at the very least open for later in the month. 100 centimeters a meter. Yeah, so it is simple. The problem is so Karen, I can tell you how long 5 feet is, and I know. And I can measure that out very easily. I could tell you how long an inch is, and I can tell you up to 24 inches. I can measure that with my hands. And I can tell you want 12 inches, boom. You want 14 inches, right there. You want 24 inches, it's about like that. You can't see, but whatever. But the problem is, if you say how long is a meter, I can't physically like with like 100% certainty tell you how big a meter is. So yeah, it's a very simple system. 100 centimeters. 1,000 meters, whatever. It's very simple. The problem is because no one ever uses centimeters for common measurements, the measurement of 10 centimeters versus like 6 inches, these are very different. You know, everybody has a 6-inch ruler, but no one measures anything in centimeters. So that's why I mean it's difficult. So Simba, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, Ellen, let me catch my chats here real quick. Literally multiply, divide by 10, 100 for converting centimeters to decimeters or whatever. Yeah, no. I get that it's very easy in theory. It's just, you know, the issue of knowing offhand how big an inch is versus how big a centimeter is. So, it's only in the US that you have this approximate measurement system. True, yeah, but it's still like well, in Canada we kind of have both. We like, dude, we're a little messed up here. We use meters and kilometers, and then we use inches and feet, and we use pounds. Like my gym is in pounds, not kilograms. I have no idea what my lifts are in kilograms. I actually don't even know my weight is in kilograms. The only time I knew my weight in kilograms was when I was on my first weight loss journey and I first crossed under 100 kilograms for the first time. that was like a big moment. The doctor was like, "Oh shit, you're under 100 kilograms. Congratulations." And I was like, "I don't fucking know what the fuck that means," you know. So I can't do any, like, kilograms is like one of the weight measurements that I just can't do. I just have no idea what the fuck a kilogram is, even though I'm in Canada. So it's a weird, like, strange, but we use grams. So you go to the deli and you don't ask for ounces, you ask for grams. I know in America you'll say, "Hey, can I get 5 ounces of turkey meat or whatever?" I'll go to the deli and I'll say, "Hey, can I get 300 grams of turkey?" So we use grams for that. But when it comes to everything else, we use pounds. I don't know, man. I can usually see how long centimeter. It just depends on which metric system you first learn. Your brain just sees it easy. Sure, yeah. How common it is. For me, where I grew up, we never used centimeters for anything, like, at all. It was always inches. So by the time you try and scale that up to a meter, like, I don't fucking, I can't guess out of the back of my head how long a meter is, but I can tell you exactly how long, like, 4 feet is or whatever. I can, like, draw it out, I guess, is the thing. Came on Twitch because YouTube wasn't it. Been following you on TikTok. I love your work. Oh shit, thank you, dude. I appreciate that, Simba. I'm honored. Sometimes I don't see my YouTube chat as quickly because it's not my main sort of, like, chat window. I have to, like, go looking for it or whatever. So I apologize if I missed any chat on YouTube. But thank you for, like, checking the videos out. Seriously, that means a lot to me. Thanks, dude. Welcome into the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay. Can imagine inch and centimeter easily because you learned both in school. I mean, like, we learned both in school. It's just nobody uses it practically in real life. That's the problem. So we didn't actually learn inches in school. We learned centimeters and meters in school, but we don't use it in practical, like, everyday life. You stop using centimeters almost exclusively, or immediately after you were only exclusively using it for like school measurements and shit like that. So. And especially, like, as an artist, and so, like, I used to do graphic design, so everything was in feet and inches. Everything. You'd never describe anything in centimeters in Canada. Whenever you go to a printer, you'd always describe it in inches and points. Points and inches, and then if you're, like, kind of a loser, pixels. So that's probably another part of it too, is that the vocabulary and vernacular measurement for graphic designers, which is very, very important, was all in inches because we need to be internationally standardized. It's kind of like CMYK versus RGB. If you're, like, a real artist that does, like, real print things, you use CMYK. If you're an everyday artist that does actual art, you use RGB, because why the fuck would you use CMYK unless you're dealing with a printer? The secret is, don't ever worry about CMYK unless I mean, if your project's budget is 4 figures or under, don't worry about CMYK. That's kind of toxic to say, but it's unfortunately true for printers. So, want to redeem a green dragon, but gotta save channel points. What the fuck are you saving your channel points for? That's so important. What could you possibly be saving your channel points for? I can't even fathom it. What would you need to save for? Because it's not like you actually get anything for your channel points. I removed the channel point redemption for sending prints to people because it was just annoying. So there's basically nothing to do with your channel points besides troll. Well, actually, not even troll, but just get trolled by, you know, redeeming microtransactions. I do feel bad when somebody redeems a microtransaction that's new to the channel and has no idea that I don't even acknowledge that shit. That's, like, part of the meme. Is I just ignore it completely. That is, it does feel bad sometimes when people don't understand the meme behind it. So I'm wondering if I should take it away just to not have that uncomfortable, you know, moment of necessary apology to somebody who thinks they just got screwed with their channel points. Gotta save it, but not even close. I will save until I can afford it. It's fun. Okay, fair enough. You're gonna buy the Monka microtransaction. You're gonna be your Monka microtransactor number whatever. I mean, if I keep my current streaming cadence and pace up that I'm planning on for this year, and I have been sort of doing this year, you might actually get it at some point in time, which is kind of funny when you think about it. It is kind of hilarious to contemplate. I don't know if anyone actually will earn their Monka anytime soon, but I don't know anybody, I guess I should say, who's close to the Monka microtransaction. And usually I know people are close to the Monka because they are telling me they're close to it, so I guess that doesn't really help. I like to think there's maybe just some person lurking my stream for the past 2 years that just has never said anything in chat, but has been slowly collecting channel points to get the Monka, only to be told that it's a secret and you don't actually know what you get until you get it, and then be disappointed and never watch my stream again. The lore behind that would be very funny. So, design and vector, and when it comes to print design, I later use a system, whatever the need is. Well, everything I did was in vector too, because like that's the only way you can do large format print. But still, when you're dealing with printers, you only deal with like with professional industry, like sort of like industrial printers, you only use inches and points. So obviously you only use vectors because you can't pixelize or whatever, unless you have like an asset that's pixelized, and then you need to like figure it out, and you like, or a rasterized asset, I guess. So no, when you even in the design industry, you only use inches and points. You don't use like whatever the need is. That's not the kind of way it works in graphic design. It's always, from a printer standpoint, it's always inches and points for web. I've never met a printer, obviously, you know, a real printer that ever used like centimeters or something like that, unless maybe that's different in like Europe or something like that. But definitely the North American standard, all the way through Canada, and every actually no, because even when we were outsourcing stuff to European printers, they'd only ever use like inches and points and certain and like international standards. So I think it might actually be like a they might have, to be fair, they might have just been like accommodating the NA designers, but all their stuff was always in points or inches. So I don't know. Is one of your characters? No, this is not one of my characters. This is a request for Tombstone in chat, and Tombstone asked me to draw a tiefling paladin for him by the name of Reed, and put the request in over on my Coffee account. So I'm fulfilling my Coffee request before I go to the convention for the weekend and get overloaded with too many for the rest of June. So there's that. But yeah, this is a request from a client, but not my character. Somebody's precious D&D character that I will do my absolute best to represent with the proper amount of dignity and grace required to draw a dope-ass tiefling paladin of... Well, not paladin of Saloon, but a paladin of Saloon, let's just face it. I don't care what the new PHP paladins say, that they're only oaths and not gods. Half the paladin players I know play paladins of gods and not just oaths, so... You know? That's nice. Yeah, dude. It's always an honor to draw characters for people. I take it very seriously, because when I was working and doing like game industry stuff and making video games and shit, and I never got very far in my games industry career. I never pursued it into the US. I decided to bitch out and stay in Canada because I didn't really want to. Well, there's personal reasons, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, when you're working for a big studio, sometimes something that a lot of artists kind of empathize with or whatever is the idea that your art doesn't really matter to the project. Now, obviously, if you're part of a good team and you have a good leadership and your art director is really great and your senior artists and principal artists are really great, no matter what you're doing, they will make you feel like your art is important. But you can't help sometimes but making designs and just feeling like your art's just kind of going into the art pit and not really doing anything. It doesn't really matter to people. But when you're working for a client, an individual person, and it's their personal character, some people, and I'm not saying that Reed necessarily like does this or not, it's not like we talked about it, but some people like out there, their lives are their D&D games, and the rest of the time they spend, their 9 to 5 and the other 6 days of the week are the days that they wait to get back to their D&D character. And it's not that serious for everybody, but everyone at the very least loves their own D&D character. Especially if they're commissioning me for art. They're very serious with their character. And so I always take a lot of like a responsibility in it, you know, like I really got to do a good job for this person because, you know, their character is an important part of like who they are and what they do. And so it's very nice to work for people and do like commission stuff like this and feel like the work matters, the person cares about it, and like what I'm doing is important to somebody. And see their enthusiasm. Like I love doing stuff for people in my community, people that are on Twitch, because I love seeing their enthusiasm as I'm working. It can be a bit of a double-edged sword sometimes when people are like watching you do stuff and like kind of nagging at you to like change your stuff. But I think 95% of people like are pretty cool about that and like understanding that like the process is not, you know, that like after revisions are done or whatever, or requests or something like that. But it's not all glamorous to do work on Twitch in front of your clients like that. But I think more times the vast majority is it's a lot of fun, and I really love people's passion and hearing them tell stories with their characters and shit like that. It's really cool, man. I love it. It's a very big responsibility I take, though, to try and make sure their character turns out in a way that is worthy of their like the character, the art turns out worthy of the character, I guess. And I hope that communicates and comes across with my work. And I hope my clients know that. Your grade looks awesome, pretty fucking badass. Thanks, dude. That fucking that means the world. Server didn't include the most clear info on him or anything. He's turning out top tier, in my opinion. No, don't worry about it. Like sometimes Tombstone people will say, hey, make a cool character that looks attractive and has like long, luscious hair. And sometimes people are more specific. I work better with less defined details, and the coffee requests are supposed to be less defined. So you did just fine, dude. Like it's you put in a great request. Don't even worry about it. You're absolutely fine. If something isn't super clear, like a hairstyle or whatever, I assume that it's like either something that you want me to sort of design to fit the character. That's why, you know, you said that he's a little more stoic and he's like kind of more in that kind of like responsible paladin, whatever kind of jam. And I tried to get that and glean something that was a little bit more kind of like heroic, stoic, whatever for certain things, and his hairstyle, expression, whatever. So if you're not like super clear on a detail, when I say I want people to be clear on their details, it's for them not being mad later. Because I used to do sketch requests for free on stream for followers on Fridays, which was fun. And it was cool. But one of the problems that I had with that is I couldn't request characters, because I'd say, give me a couple of very important details for your character, and then I'll make a design for them. And people would say, oh, well, he's cool, and he's got black hair, and he's got like a scar across his nose. And so I'll draw a character for them, and they'll be like, oh, no, he's supposed to have like long curly black hair with like braids and stuff in it. I'm like, well, you just said black hair. Or they'll be like, oh, no, he's supposed to be a tiefling. And you're like, you didn't say that. So I just assumed he was a human. So when I say I want people to be clear about stuff, it's for them to not feel like they weren't heard or they aren't going to get what they want of their character. So the clear details are like, yeah, make sure that I know, like, yeah, if your character's like what class they are, what kind of vibe they have. But what you gave me, Tombstone, was fantastic and awesome. So you are doing just fine in my books. Happy to work for you. 10 out of 10. Would again. You're all good. What's up, Mar? I was wondering if you had a public Discord where everyone can publish their D&D art. If so, I'd love to be part of that community. Yeah, I do, actually. Our Discord is here, let me get a link for you. I don't have a link, a command for YouTube chat, so let me just post it over there. But yeah, I do have a Discord, and people do post their D&D characters there all the time, actually. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That should be the link for you right there in chat. That's the invite to our server. All you need to do is react to the roll thingy that says react to it to confirm you're not a bot. and then you're good to go, and then you're in. So honored to have you. Thanks for stopping by the Discord. Next year I get to play my 3 sessions a week, so I have to make my campaign stupidly long. Well, that's not a bad thing, is it? Yeah, what do you mean here? This doesn't sound like an issue. It sounds like entirely a non-issue, if you ask me. This sounds like a working as planned, designed and implemented. I really want to start a long campaign again. I really want to start my, like, you know what, I've like this like dumb dream to do like a decade-long campaign. I really want to do a formative, gigantic, big Realms of Eldara campaign. And the only way I think I can do it is by making it a West Marches style, Mass Effect D&D style, NPC heavy game where the only player that has to be there every week is Ella Blackwood. And so everyone else, I can like have players come in for sessions or weeks or months or even a year or two or whatever, come in, leave, whatever. Because like life happens to people, you know, and that's fine. But I think I need to do that way, and then I can have my like main sort of storyline that goes through my decade-long D&D game. But finding players is actually a lot harder for long campaigns than, like, as I get older, it's funny that as you get older, the amount of games that your friends can go to, you know, people get married, people have kids, they have like jobs and have shit, and it's just like harder to prioritize D&D. So trying to find that has been a challenge, and I think I know how to do it. It's gonna be a little bit weird to get going, but I think once it's going, it'll be pretty good. So it'll be so cool. Yeah, right? Like, I want to try one of those excruciatingly long games. Though I do, like, I find it a bit obnoxious when people brag about, like, their D&D experience or whatever because they have, like, a decade campaign or whatever. You know, like, when there's, like, a gray beard that wants to have his, like, opinion be relevant. So he's like, I've been DMing the same game for 20 years. That's a long campaign. Anything shorter than 5 years is a short campaign. Those guys are full of shit and you shouldn't listen to them. If your game is like longer than like, I'd say 4 or 5 months, that's a long game. If your game like goes on like more than a year, that's a really long game. Don't let the graybeards that have been playing D&D in their basement for the last 30 years in the same campaign ever make you feel like your game isn't a substantial game just because it didn't go on for fucking 25 years. But I do want to try playing one of those sort of like next level excruciatingly long D&D campaigns. Just because I really want to tell a very, very long story with a lot of sort of like payoff to it. I really, really love doing that shit. And if the only person that'll be there for the whole thing is Ella Blackwood, then I'm okay with that. You know? What's up, Jam Waffles? I'm good. I'm chilling, bro. How you doing? What's up? Good to see ya. We're just doing some last minute stuff before I have to leave for the convention this week. So this will be my last stream for a week until next Monday, which I'm very sad about. So, oh shit! Wait, my alert's not. Wait. My alert's not caught up. There we go. Imaginative Wisp, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. Thanks for stopping by. You want to be a DM or a player for that? I want to be a DM. I want to run the game because this is the game that I'm going to base my adventure off of that I'm writing. So I need to run the game, obviously. And even then, I prefer to be a GM more than I prefer to be a player. I love running games, and I like playing. Like, I'm really enjoying playing in my game right now. That I am a player in one game with a couple of dear friends of mine, and that's a lot of fun. But I do much prefer being a GM for long-term campaigns than I enjoy being a player. Because I'm very greedy about wanting to do all the world building and stuff. And when you're doing like one character, you get to control like one character. But I want to like my love is world building, not character narrative. So, not that I don't like character narrative. I just wouldn't want to sacrifice world building in order to do more in-depth character narrative. So I really, really love all that. And I love being a GM. People like lament being a forever GM. I willingly accept that mantle. When I first started playing D&D, I very, very quickly identified that I wanted to GM instead of play. Because our GM was really bad when we first started playing. He was a kid in an older grade, and we really didn't like him. He was like kind of creepy and made the girls in our group feel uncomfortable and whatever, and was like a little weird and like definitely, you know, your typical like D&D horror story kind of DM. And me and my other like friends that were invited to this D&D group, we were like, oh fuck this. So we went off and made our own D&D group, and I ran the game for that. And I realized very quickly on that I much prefer running D&D than I do playing it. I love playing D&D. I just really, really love running D&D. And like also like the Sword Coast and the Forgotten Realms and Faerun in general, all the wizard settings, they're fun, but I find them honestly kind of boring. And so I really love being able to play D&D in a setting that I really adore. And I've been making my own setting a place that I really love to play D&D in. So that's part of it too, is there's so much investment in there. The world build is peak, right? Exactly. I agree. Do you prefer playing like world building Wisp, or do you prefer playing in a great world, or do you prefer like running a game and like building that world? Are you like an appreciator of world building, or do you like doing that shit? Hope it goes well? I hope so too. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I hope it goes really, really well. I hope we, I mean, so the convention this week will go well because of Ella, you know, because obviously Blackwood Dice, Ella, she does amazing every single time we go to convention. For me, I don't do the best at conventions, because I have more like of my own art and original art, and people usually at conventions tend to want like fan art of things that they know, and like totally fair enough, you know. But when we go to conventions, I'm not there for like me. I'm there for supporting Ella and like her and like Blackwood Dice. And so Ella always does insanely well at conventions. And it takes the pressure off of me. Like I wouldn't go to conventions if it wasn't for Ella. You know, it wouldn't be worth it for me to do conventions. But it's only worth it because it's like I'm going to be there anyway, so I may as well do the convention alongside Ella. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm really hoping it goes phenomenally. You like both, Simba? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I like doing both because I'm DMing. DMing is stressful and tiring, but fun. Playing is fun. You think DMing is stressful? Why is DMing stressful and tiring? I find DMing very relaxing. I love it. When my players are just going off, like if I've built my world out correctly and well enough, and my players are just chilling, going and doing stuff in it, I don't find it stressful at all. I find it very relaxing. They're just like running around doing player shit, just like fighting things and meeting people and like buying shit and eating at the inn and whatnot. I find it very relaxing, actually. Let's follow a couple D&D channels. I would love to be a forever DM. Yeah, right? Okay, that's a rare opinion, Jam. All right, let's go. That is a rare but correct opinion. D&D horror stories. Yeah. Spent a large amount of time building my world, writing the story and creating characters, etc. I love getting into that story. I don't know and react to it. I try and find a way to get my objective and be full RP while doing so. Okay, makes sense. I dig that, yeah. Enjoy playing good world since I'm not made for DMing, even in anime or a book. If you have good world building, it raises the bar of quality instantly. Oh yeah, totally, right? Yeah, I need really like I need a world that I'm convinced of. And I find that to be like one of the things that kind of takes me out of a lot of like modern fantasy is that I find the world building in modern fantasy is very boring in a lot of ways. Because fantasy is as a genre, my main sort of like criticism of modern fantasy is that it is self-referential and incestuous to a like a very negative degree. It's just too like you've just seen everything, you know what I mean? You've just done everything when it comes to fantasy, and a lot of people are like limited on why and how you do fantasy by this weird like kind of uncanny sort of like strange self-imposed limitation that a lot of the fantasy genre has. And I get some pushback on that stuff whenever I talk about like a new concept or whatever, or like a way that I'm handling something in my own world building. Like sometimes people like a person in chat will get very upset at the way I'm handling one thing or another because it like goes against the norm for how fantasy is like handled, right? And people get very attached to that norm. But I find that norm to be something that's kind of standing in the way of fantasy, like growing in popularity and as a genre. Like science fiction, in my opinion, is doing really well at growing because science fiction doesn't have certain like tenets or certain like I don't know, ideas that it won't mess with. Fantasy has a lot of these kind of ideas like, oh, you can't mess with like the concept of elves or dragons or whatever. These have to be held this way. They can't be, you know, redesigned. And partly that is fair enough because a lot of fantasy concepts are, you know, when people try and redesign them, they redesign them in a way that's not productive. They redesign them in a way where they're not considering the archetypical qualities that are necessary for certain ideas that you shouldn't discard. They just want to discard everything in the name of like being different. And so you get two sides of an extreme. You get people who discard everything just because nothing is sacred, or you get people who everything is sacred because they don't know how to make, you know, anything new. And it's really boring for me. And so I really want to like, that's one of the reasons why I really like building a world, is because I really want to try and like do some things that are different in fantasy because, yeah, man, it's a little boring to be in modern day fantasy, I guess, in my opinion. For me, anyway. Take up a couple of them if you want. I mean, yeah, sure, fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'm down. Sci-fi has Asimov's rule of robotics and keeps being used, sure, but like that's like a certain subsection of like certain like AI sci-fi and robot shit and whatever. But sci-fi as a genre is so vastly diverse. You get everything from Dune to Star Wars to Star Trek to iRobot to Cyberpunk. And there's a lot of certain ideas that sort of aren't held sacred within science fiction that people can kind of mess around with. It makes for a really cool like genre that explores a lot of storytelling and narrative, which is great. I love science fiction for that. My big problem is with a lot of the kind of the way that people assume or demand or desire that fantasy be treated one way because it's like always been held that way. But like fantasy elves, for example, these are the Tolkien elves, but more than just Tolkien elves, I'd say the elves are like modern elves are kind of like held sacred from the the John Howe and Alan Lee science elves. Like John Howe and Alan Lee drew Rivendell one time and everyone decided that's what elves need to look like forever. Now there's a lot in that art that was really good, you know, that is informed a lot of what we love about elves and captured a lot of the essence of elves. But the problem is if you only reference that way in its exact precise application, then you get self-referential elves for the next 60 years. And oh look. So no, I'm very much in favor of like sort of reevaluating fantasy in a way where we consider the important things that are sort of sacred, and then we're willing to discard and move away from the things that can be reskinned and redesigned. The problem is trying to figure out that balance is very difficult, and a lot of people get very attached to the things that they love, and they don't want to admit that there could be a different way of doing it. There could be a different application or anything like that, you know what I mean? So I hope whatever that sound is isn't being picked up on stream. I don't think it would be, but someone's doing some shit outside my door. Red Rising is top tier sci-fi. Red Rising. I've seen Red Rising. Like, that's a book, right? I've seen Red Rising out like at, you know, bookstores and shit, but I've never actually read it. I thought it was fantasy. I could be wrong. What's up, Silesian? Good to see you, dude. How you been? How you been, Silesian? There's definitely people doing some construction down there. All right. All right. At the boundary, if you need to, or have a stop sign when they need to bring it down. Wait, what? The boundary if you need to, or have a stop sign. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. People being argumentative and shit like that, it's just gonna happen. You know, I'm not terribly butthurt about it, but it's an interesting sort of thing when I see someone getting very defensive or upset about something like that. To me, it's like very much like I gotta pay attention to this. Why is this person so, you know, stuck on this idea or whatever it is? You know, it's just something that I think about. It's very interesting to me rather than like bothering or whatever. You know? Tales of the Stinky Dragon, Theater of the Unaligned, and Legends of Evantris are really good ones. Yeah, I've heard about the Legends of Evantris quite a bit recently. I think they've been growing or whatever, but I've never actually caught an episode or caught like the show. So I don't know too much about what they're all about over there, what they're doing. But I hear very good things, so... Yeah, man, they're having fun over there, and they're doing good shit. Elves can vary like the Tolkien, Keebler, Sansa, WoW, the Eldar from 40k, and others. Sure, but like so even that's a little bit... Yeah, definitely. The problem is that whenever we look at a fantasy concept, I think it's good to see where the myth, the tale, the legend, the folklore is for the actual like original concept, and study that and figure out what they were trying to communicate. And then derive from that something different or interesting. And the best ideas rise to the top. That's why we shouldn't just discard them like wholeheartedly. But the problem is if we never question, we never try and redesign, then we're just gonna get the same boring shit that we've been getting for the last, 30 years plus for fantasy. They all agree that elves are buttholes. Oh, I see. Do they? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure if the elves in Eldar are that that asshole-ish, but it could be. be fair, I haven't thought in depth about the Eldar and elves and their reputation among the rest of Teleria, so I don't think it's bad necessarily, but tune back to the handsome, serious, deep-set eyes who can stare into someone's soul. Well, he is a paladin after all, and you know how I feel about paladins, Sabine. I'm resisting the urge to give him like an eye scar. Like I really want to give him like some like gnarly ass like eye scar, but that's just a me thing. Trying to put scars on all my paladins. Like you've seen Ella, right? You know, if I go Ella, Lady Blackwood, I have a thing with putting scars on my paladins, right? It's the lip scar, man. Look how important. Look at how descriptive the lip and nose scars are. She also has an eyebrow scar that's covered with her hair or her bangs, right? But whenever I see a good eyebrow on a paladin, I just want to put a scar on them. And I gotta I have to be responsible. I have to be a good artist that doesn't just scar up all of his clients' characters because I'm not famous enough to be able to tell people to expect scars on their characters. I still have to like adhere to their character description. You know? Once I'm well known for it, people will be like, well, I'm not commissioning Evan unless I'm okay with a scarred up character. At that point in time, we're going all in. Wizards, bards, everybody gets a lip scar. You read a lip scar, you got more than a few scars. You just give them the palette. That's such a signature, right? Is if I just give all my paladins lip scars, just give us a small lip scar or whatever. Just okay. Maybe we'll see if a lip scar looks. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sick. What happens if paladin doesn't have a lip scar? Ooh, are they really a paladin then? Yeah. Yeah, are they even a paladin at that point in time? I think you said he had, what, the two cheek scars by his hairline. I think we had those in, so we've got a couple of scars in there. He's got a couple. There's like more than a small part of me that just wants to draw do an alteration for like nighttime read as well, but I don't know if I'll have time to do that. Good morning, Azalea. How you doing? Also way tatted up, but this is just his face. Fair enough. A little more Greek villains too, but I also like when a villain, gray or not, can be redeemed. Not all villains need to be misunderstood good guys. Can't be redeemed. Yeah, I mean, so like archetypically, I find that so without getting like so super dramatic and talking about like sort of bullshit nobody cares about for 3 hours, Legion, I think that the term villain is actually a non-useful term. It's useful, but it's not specific enough. Because I think that the idea of like people say that like a good villain has to be morally gray and has to be this and has to be that. A good villain has to be an irredeemable whatever. People talk about what a villain has to be or something, you know. But I think that definitely those are different sort of types of villains. So you take the example I would give. He's feeling fatigued, right? Exactly. You know, it is fatiguing. 100%. I agree. That's why I think that it's for, like the example I'd say is Star Wars, Palpatine versus Vader. The story is only good in some ways because there's both characters. Because you have a character that is the archetypical father that requires redemption, whatever, Jonah and the whale. There's like a billion stories about rescuing the parent from their own indecision and mistakes and whatnot as the child. And so there's that storyline in Star Wars. It's a very like kind of interesting story. And you need to have the redeemable Vader, but Vader can only be redeemable against evil incarnate, which is Palpatine. And so Palpatine is that irredeemable villain. So I think that in some ways, the idea of saying a villain should be this or that is almost a little bit not specific enough if you're really trying to think about it, writing a good narrative, because I think that the narrative in some ways needs both. And so this comes down to when people start talking about things like, you know, D&D characters or whatever, or like monsters, where they're like, oh, well, the orcs in D&D needed to be like real people. So we needed to make, I think they did this in like Rings of Power or some shit. They made the the orcs or goblins or whoever like seem like real people, but to me that they were supposed to be more like demons. And like demons are a thing that I handle as basically incarnations of evil and weakness and human suffering, whereby it's not supposed to be something that you can understand, redeem, or relate to. It's supposed to just be evil, and that's it. Black and white. And what's very interesting is when people talk about Star Wars specifically, people will sometimes mention that Star Wars is like a morally gray story and whatever, the dark and the light, the balance. But when you listen to George Lucas talk about it, that's not it at all. That balance actually, like people would, Star Wars nerds are gonna get mad at me, and I'm not interested in debating Star Wars nerds for another fucking 45 minutes, so I'll just leave it there, say it there. But George Lucas specifically says that balance in the Force does not mean dark and light. It's not about yin and yang. It's about balance in the Force is harmony. It's the good. It's the light. That's what it means. Because the dark side represents an imbalance. That's the point. And you even when George Lucas talks about the difference between joy and pleasure, he says that like joy is everlasting, lovely interactions with your family. It's love, it's compassion, it's hope, it's all these things. Whereas pleasure is just like selfish, momentary indulgence. That's the difference between the dark and the light. And so the balance is living within joy and not within pleasure. And we know this is true. We know this is philosophically true, spiritually true, religiously true. We've known this idea for a billion years, that this is like the way that we do things, that it's about delayed gratification, working for tomorrow by giving up today, by not giving into our hedonistic views as whatever. And so that's kind of the idea. And so the balance in the Force, the idea of Star Wars. So when people say that Star Wars is a story best communicated as morally gray, it kind of isn't. You know, it kind of isn't that way. So that's like, yeah, it's a whole thing. What about the prophecy of Anakin bringing balance? So I just said I'm not interested in debating Star Wars fans for 45 minutes. So I will answer your question, Azalea, and then I am not getting stun locked today on this, okay? But the prophecy of Anakin bringing balance by wiping out all the light, he doesn't. Bringing balance is him destroying evil. He just, the story is about how he had to fall to evil before he could be redeemed by the love of his son and the selflessness of his son to turn down, to cast away evil and say, I will not engage in violence. I will not fight you. The most important line in Star Wars is when Luke Skywalker says, I am a Jedi like my father before me, where Luke has complete faith and devotion to the good within his father to then bring back balance to the Force by redeeming his sins, his evil, his whatever. He comes back to the light before he dies. He casts the villain, the evil, down into the pit of darkness, into the depths of hell, and then dies a redeemed figure in the arms of his son. That's kind of the point. That it's not, that balance is not about necessarily this idea. The prophecy, if you listen to Dave Filoni talk about it, the destruction or whatever of the light is a secondary effect of the balance being out of whatever, and there has to be a whole fucking thing. But no, the idea, and then more technically, the idea of the fall of the Jedi was necessary is that even then their dogmatic view of the Force wasn't even in balance. So the Jedi as an institution had to fall, but it wasn't the light side of the Force that was falling, because in Star Wars, part of the idea is that a good Jedi is about having love and compassion and whatever, which means that, and listen to, if you were curious about this, you can listen to Dave Filoni talking about the Duel of the Fates. Qui-Gon Jinn is the Jedi that was required to have Luke's or have Anakin not fall to the darkness. Qui-Gon was the father figure. He was loving, he was compassionate, he felt things, he did things, he was more emotional than Jedi, whereas he was not a very good Jedi, but he was a very good light side Force user because he really understood that. That's why Luke Skywalker had more of that in him, where he could love and he could feel and he could like have his attachments, and it was his attachments and his love without attachment, whereas the Jedi feared love because they thought that it would have attachment. So there's a whole fucking thing. Again, I'm not going to debate Star Wars nerds for 45 minutes and get still onto my stream, but this is an idea about like why you need both types of villains in the story. So you have the redeemable villain that is the morally gray, that is the the fallen character that can be redeemed and saved and all this kind of stuff, but you also have the true incarnation of evil, someone who has fallen beyond redemption. This is the demon, the demonic, the whatever, so in a good story, I think, for like telling a good D&D villain, I think that it's good to have sort of both those elements in there. And sometimes it's not easy to like have, you can't necessarily always tell a story that has a super in-depth, like whatever archetypical journey of characters. Sometimes you're just going around, you know, catching loot and defeating, bonking the bad guy in the head. But when I think about writing a very impactful narrative it's gonna mean something to people, I think of the idea of a villain. I try and break the idea of a villain into sort of multiple pieces to say, well, who are the villains that are redeemable and relatable and are victims of evil, and then where is the darkness and who is an incarnation and a narrative device of that darkness. And for Eldara, there's a necessity to have both, I think, because anytime I look at a great story, you do have both, right? Consider Lord of the Rings. In Lord of the Rings, Melkor falls to his evil, his negative, the dark side, his lust for power, all this stuff. Melkor falls and becomes Morgoth, and Morgoth then begets Sauron, who is then this irredeemably evil Valar. Maiar? I forget which one is higher. Maiar or Valar. I think Morgoth's the Valar. I think Sauron's a Maiar. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But he has this fallen angel, this Maiar or Valar, whichever the one, I forget, in Sauron, who is this irredeemable evil. And then you have Saruman, who is the character that is gray, who falls to fear and weakness. And Saruman is the redeemable character. And although he's not redeemed in the story, he is still somebody who is redemptive or possible, whatever, because he is someone who has fallen to fear. Right, he's seen with it. He gazed into the heart of evil itself with the Palantir and saw evil in a way that his heart could not bear, and so he fell to evil. And that's like a very interesting human like myth and story and whatnot. And so in even Lord of the Rings, you have both these characters. You have the morally gray, and obviously he didn't, you know, whatever. But you have this, let's just say, rather than morally gray, let's just say sympathetic villain. You have the sympathetic villain in Saruman. You have and Wormtongue even more so. Even Wormtongue is another representation of that. Even down the ladder as being more and more pathetic. And Wormtongue even redeems himself, sort of. I don't remember what he does in the book, but let's just say the movie's on his own. Even the movie narrative, Grim of Wormtongue redeems himself by slaying Saruman and whatever in some small way. And so you have the sympathetic villain versus the irredeemable villain, the incarnate. I guess it's sympathetic villains versus incarnate villains. Let's label like that, I think. And that's the narrative. That's like the ethos of how I think that I'm going to try and tell stories about villains. And I know people like, you know, don't always agree or whatever, or like think that Star Wars is about this or that, or like the Star Wars this or that or whatever, which is why I just like, I don't want to get stunlocked into a debate when I have stuff to do today. But that's kind of the way that I'm sort of pursuing villains and the story of good and evil, is trying to have a bit of a differentiation between the idea of the morally gray villain that I think is the sympathetic villain versus the and redeemable villain versus the incarnation of evil, sort of the fallen angel, as it were, the Satan, the Lucifer, the whatever, the one that cannot be brought back to the light in some ways, because you need to have like both the contrast, I think, for a very good story. But, you know, maybe there's examples of great stories that are about one and not the other, that are independent, but I can't think of any that, like off the top of my head, that I really think are formative stories about this stuff that don't have like some balance between there. And maybe like, yeah, obviously I'm not very well read in the fantasy genre as far as novels goes, so maybe there's good examples that you guys could think of where that like deviates from the norm, that are still very like important, impactful stories. But like I said, I'm not extremely well read for the fantasy novel genre. More goth, you say? With you fully on that, the stuff I like to have in my D&D campaign, for sure, right? And I think that it's interesting to think about like how to write a good narrative like this for villains and how to tell a good story. And it's one of the things that I think that people don't really get right for D&D all that often. But then again, like, you know, people love D&D and they love like D&D stories and whatever, and they love the theater and the drama behind it. But I'm sort of craving, like, I'm trying to do something with D&D that you're not supposed to do with D&D in some ways, which is why I understand there's a lot of like sort of unprecedented kind of like whatever and pushback and all that type of stuff, because people just don't necessarily think about it that way, and they like stories that are sort of deviations from that. You know, like not everything needs to be this big archetypical story. That's very exhausting, I think, to be Like sometimes you want Lord of the Rings, and sometimes you want some like, you know, funny anime romp where, you know, you're in another world with your smartphone or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think D&D errs on the side of that like really well, and doesn't necessarily cater all that well to the people that want like a super in-depth kind of like life-changing fucking morals shattering existential story where you learn something about the goodness of human kind or whatever. That's not everyone wants that shit in their D&D game. So what are the fox people called? I can't for life me remember that. Rokari. They're called the Rokari. Did you get that? Wait. Yes. Oh wait, Fox got that. Of course Fox would know. She's the original Rokari. Yeah, so who knows? If I'm right or wrong, I mean, I guess we'll find out at some point in time, but that's kind of what I'm basing off my world building off of, is that concept, and we'll see how good or bad it is. But that's like my plan, is to sort of engage with my storytelling in that way. What's up, Firemaster? Good to see you. Not to take you off task, but have you ever played Bethesda Fallout game? I'm not the biggest fan of Bethesda games. Artistically and visually, they're not my jam. They don't really look all that great in my opinion, and I need a game to pull me in with its visual design and concept and art and world. I have played through a bit of Fallout New Vegas, and I liked it, but again, I'm also not a big fan of first-person sort of like
Evan,
kind of games.
Evan,
Yes, hello,
you said
that's
I
me.
could do this
Yes.
thing through Ko-fi, right?
The
Asking now as I type this request promote for UXD.
Oh, I haven't added that yet. I'm gonna add the sponsorship thing probably after GameCon. But yes, it will be through Coffee. So I mean, if you want to do it through a regular character design, and then I'll just know that it's like if you want to do like if you want to do it through the regular one, that's totally fine. I just don't have it set up with all the list of things people can select from. So that's why I haven't like advertised or whatever. But yeah, if you want to request Izelia as a Sky Knight, or Izzy as a Sky Knight of the ancient Aldarians, then hell yeah, dude, let's go. Let's fucking go, man. You can do it through the regular one. I just don't have the sponsorship sort of thing set up yet, but I probably should do that before GameCon. Actually, now I'm thinking about that. That's probably a good thing to have. Fuck. Thinking further on Evan's teachings makes me realize even Phineas and Ferb utilizes the conception of how villains should work. Honestly, I have never watched or consumed a single piece of Phineas and Ferb media, and I'm only aware of the characters in loose association with their visual design, that one of them looks like a triangle. And I've never watched a Phineas and Ferb. But I hear people talk about like the deep storytelling in Phineas and Ferb. It's like the new thing to think that you're like really like informed on is to talk about why Phineas and Ferb is like super deep and existential. Not that I'm saying you're doing that, Conk. I'm just saying that the people do that on the internet in the way that they used to do with Rick and Morty. So maybe there is some like super depth to the story. But I cannot confirm, but I hear enough as a pattern that I'm starting to wonder if there's like some, you know, deep fucking storytelling in there or whatever that I'm unaware of, I guess. In pain but good? That's not good. I'm chilling, dude. I'm chilling. Got my last stream before we go to GameCon, so we gotta make it a good one today, all right, Fire? I gotta leave a good impression for you guys, so you don't all forget about me while I'm gone all week, and then no one remembers who the fuck I am next week, and I'm gonna have to start from zero, make a new Twitch account. I always really hate missing streams and like leaving for any period of time, so I always have a lot of anxiety for that. But unfortunately, I still gotta go to the convention, so. I did want to stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, but unfortunately I have some appointments I have to do. So, should be the last ones though. I think the last appointment I have, if everything goes well, should be a phone appointment next Tuesday. And I should be able to not have to go back to the hospital anymore on Tuesdays, which would be fucking phenomenal. What is the sponsorship option you're going to do? Okay, so people sometimes from the community have wanted to sponsor a piece of art for Eldara. So like this piece, very famously, Aduria asked me to do artwork of the Geminos. So the Geminos are a player option. They're basically tieflings in Eldara. The Geminos, specifically, he wanted a picture of, or like a piece of the Geminos monster hunters, which are kind of like Witcher style, like Slavic monster hunters. So he actually commissioned this piece of artwork, but it's not a piece for him. It's a piece for Eldara. So this is the official artwork for the Geminos. So when I enter the part of Eldara world building where I start putting all the different races and classes and things out there that you can play in Eldara for the campaign guide, which is very close after the adventure, it's my next like project. This will be the official artwork for the Geminos. Similarly, Mel requested art that became the official art for Monk subclass I'm building. And this is a way for people to kind of like support the development of Eldara without necessarily like, you know, like this takes me away from time I'd have to put on a commission to do art that I wouldn't necessarily have time for. So Durius got me to, what the fuck? Why is my Discord on a streamer mode? That was on my end, sorry. Discord's had this problem recently where it's been taking me out of streamer mode for some fucking reason. Let me just quickly do that again. Sorry. Apologies. Streamer mode. Enable streamer mode. I have no idea why it's just disabled it once in a while randomly over the last week, but sorry about that. That was my alert, not yours. You are all Gucci. Okay. But yeah, so I'm gonna have a list of things basically that are like either races, subclasses, art for various things, NPCs that need art, and someone can sponsor that piece of art, and then what they're gonna get out of that is they're gonna get a print of it and an item or a promo card, maybe depending on if it's a big enough piece. Like small characters and stuff probably won't get full promos, but like a piece like this that's like a really substantial project, I'll make promos for as well in addition to the print, and I'll mail it to them. And it's like a way to, like official way to do this, because people have asked me to do this over the last like 6 or 8 months, but I don't have an official like sort of like list of things. And recently people have been asking like, you know, can I sponsor a piece? Like where's the list? What things can I sponsor? And it's really cool, and I'm really honored and humbled by it, but I realized I don't have like a formal way to do this. So I'm going to do it through Coffee as well, so people can actually like put through a proper request and say, hey, I want you to I want to hire you to do this thing or whatever. So it's very weird and self-indulgent to do to take a commission for something for my world building that then I'll use for Eldara, but it's been an unreal honor that people have asked me to do stuff like that and been willing to contribute for it. So I want to properly like do it right and make sure that there's like the ability to do that kind of shit. So I forget about who. Well, who was I talking about, Genova? I'm sorry. Who was I forgetting about? What's up, Genova? How's it going, man? I don't know what the fuck I was rambling about when you got in here. I'm sorry, I'm a bit behind in chat. If you want to leave a good impression, I hear the art wizard helps. Yeah, apparently. Now you sponsored NPC. Let's go, dude. Right on. Definitely interested in the sponsored idea. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really want to make it like cool stuff that people can kind of get behind, take some ownership of, and say, hey, that's my thing. I did that. Then I'll have like a little like kind of like hall of the creators type thing, where I can like list everyone, properly thank them for their contributions and stuff. So, are you heard of Ghost Theory or Phineas and Ferb? Never heard of Ghost Theory. They're both dead, and Phineas' sister's just remembering them, and their mom is just being nice. Oh, really? That's kind of funny. They're just like her imagination or whatever. Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's an awesome idea. Yeah, I part of me is a little bit like confused as to why anyone would want to like pay to sponsor a thing fully, but enough people have done it that I need to stop questioning it and just start doing it properly. Because I'll admit, if I had the full like time to work on just Eldara, stuff would get done so rapidly. But obviously, you know, and I'll never stop taking commissions. But when I have to spend like around half my time in a month doing commissions, it means that a little bit less world building gets done. And for people that are sort of like following the project, I know it's kind of like a little maybe lagging on some of the stuff they want to see, and I feel bad about that, and I always apologize for it. But obviously, I do like having a balance between commissions and I'll never stop taking commissions. But right now I'm at about 50% work time on my commissions versus like Eldara stuff, and I'd love to move around to 80-20 if I could. So I take a couple of really important commissions every month, and I have a couple of coffee sketches, but then most of the time I'm spending doing stuff for the game and the realms and whatnot. That would be the ideal, at the very least. We'll get there. We'll get there. That's kind of the point of the Kickstarter, is to have basically funding to work on Eldara and develop an adventure for like 6 months in a row. And then I just like wouldn't take any commissions during that period of time, so that I could just sort of get the thing built and make a product that people can actually like play in the world with. So Horizon's taking me a lot longer to do. Horizon was supposed to take me around 7 to 8 months, and it's taking me probably closer to 14. So I'm always aware of like diminishing kind of interest in the project. If I take too long to do stuff, people aren't necessarily going to want to stick around or whatever, because it's just not necessarily like that much fun to, I don't know. I'm trying not to overthink it, but I want to make stuff that people are like enthused about seeing. And if I increase the amount of development and the cadence of it, then that's a good thing. I just gotta do the thing, man. Gotta perform. And then I'll go through probably phases where I'm going to take like more commissions or more requests to get me out of Eldara for a bit, because it is really good to be out of the world for a little bit and to not think about like Eldara, to like kind of reset the brain, right? Like this, for instance, this kind of character, I never do ramhorn tieflings. I did like a little like chart of the amount of the kind of horns the Geminos can have. And I mean, you can even see it in here. So you can have like the horns that go back, the horns that go up, horns that go forward, or horns that kind of go up and to the side. That's like the main sort of 4 Geminos horns that you can kind of get. So I never do like ram horn, you know, tieflings. And this is fun because I never do shit like this. So I like getting out of Eldara for a little bit and doing like D&D stuff for people, because I get asked to do things that I wouldn't necessarily be doing for my own world building, which helps me, I think, be a better concept artist when I have to stretch a little bit and do things that I don't necessarily always do naturally for my own art. Which is fucking awesome, man. I love this shit. Good to see you, Azura. What's up? They've heard before. Guess most of their big stuff is done at the end by the end of the, or at the end of the day. Like it never happened. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm really not familiar with this show, unfortunately. I wish I could give some insights on it, but I never really watched Phineas and Ferb. Is Phineas and Ferb like one of those sort of like adult oriented like cartoons like Futurama, Rick and Morty, whatever? I always got the impression that Phineas and Ferb was like more of like an actual kids show. Not that's a bad thing, but I'm just wondering if it just like, if like it, when it came out, I was like not like, I just like wasn't interested in any kind of cartoons, or if it was like I was like just at that bracket where you just don't watch cartoons anymore. There's like a weird age bracket where you like you age out of cartoons and then you kind of like age back into it, you know, at a certain point in time when you chill out. But for a while, you're like, I don't watch cartoons anymore. I'm too old for it. And then you hit like 25, you're like, this cartoon's awesome, bro. You know? I know that kind of happens to people. I think that might have, I don't know when that phase. There's like a whole, like a bunch of cartoons that came out during that phase that people are like, yo, did you ever watch this or that? And I'm like, nope. And I'll check the year that came out and I'm like, oh, that's why. Yep, that's why. So, how do you go? Hope to see you next week. Yeah, dude, I'll be back on Monday. So have a great week, Jam. Take care, my friend. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. The horns look cool. Thanks, dude. Glad you like it. The party members approve. This is good. This is good. I appreciate this. I hope the DM is okay with multiple party members just showing up with art from this random dude on coffee. This who asked artist that does art that apparently people at conventions think is AI. God damn it, I'm still mad. Never mind. No, I'm letting it go. I'm letting it go, right? This doesn't bother me. I'm not letting that person live rent-free in my head. They're already there. Holy shit. I'm stun-locked by them. I'm just there. I need to like, I think I need to make a TikTok complaining about it just as like therapy for myself, just to get it out, to vent. Can you believe this person said, you know? And then have a bunch of people be like, damn, bro, I can't believe they said that about your art. So I can feel better about myself. Drake Kid Really has a lot of subtle stuff adults can also enjoy. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's just like a lot of like media that I just kind of like missed out on because it hit it at the weird time or whatever. Like lots of games and stuff. Like I just missed out on so much media over the last like, I don't know, 10 years, whatever. I'm like very out of the loop on many a thing. Feels like. I don't know what the fuck's going on half the time. Like, especially anime, dude. I don't know shit about what's going on in anime anymore. And that's so weird. I even tried over the weekend. I was like, I am going to sit down and watch the first episode of 3 animes. And I got through 1, and I was like, damn, I'm tired. I'm gonna get back to work. So I got through 1. Hey, you know, I'm getting back in there. You seen D&D Art? I won't shut up about it. Oh man. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. The DM shared my opinion that she turned out even better than how he pictured her. That's such an unbelievably humbling thing to hear. Brooklyn, you're the best. I'm telling you. I'm so unbelievably grateful that you chose me to draw your characters for you. Working for you and like Sabine and just my first experience, my first month uploading sort of or activating my coffee account was just so unreal. Like y'all were just mind-blowingly kind and encouraging, and I'm the bar has been set extremely high for future coffee clients, I'll tell you. So an impossible standard they all have to meet now. I'm getting old? Really? You think I'm getting old? I don't know, man. I don't know. I still feel pretty young, to be honest. Still don't feel that old. Maybe I am. Who knows? I suppose to like really young people, 30s seem like ancient stuff. I know when I was like a teenager and shit, I thought people in their 30s were like adults, you know? Right? And they are, but like still, you know? I thought that they were like I don't know how to describe it. Definitely you get there and you're like, oh wait, everyone's just a grown up, like everyone's just like a grown up kid that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh, even people you think have their shit together. Oh, that's the secret. Because you don't have your shit together when you like hit 30 and you're like, oh my god, I'm such a failure. And then you look around and you're like, wait, you don't have your shit together, but you're doing it. Wait, you don't have your shit together either. Oh shit. Wait, you just figured it out along the way? Oh fuck, man, okay. It's very comforting as a thought, I guess. Brooklyn's one of the best people ever, TBH. So I'll be honest, man. Brooklyn's been a shining example of like not just what a client should be, but just like a beautiful, encouraging human being. Like I'm a fan, all right. I'm a fan. Yep. I bet Brooklyn's a phenomenal person to play D&D with and to have as a friend, so y'all are very lucky to have that game y'all playing. Okay. I think our horn anatomy is on point. This shit looks good. This shit looks good. That I'm gonna tear up. Let your friend appreciate you. Tombstone clearly has, you know, has strong feelings about their party members, and I love watching friends appreciate each other. All right, I'm a say nothing, but keep going, Tombstone. Sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast burrito. That's pretty good, bro. That's pretty good. I haven't had a real breakfast in fucking a month. Holy, I miss breakfast.
Visitors,
as a rule.
How exciting!
Yo, what's up, Say? How's it going, man? How's it going, Say? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the raid, dog. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? What'd y'all do today? What'd you get up to? What kind of nonsense did you do over there? Dark, thank you for the tier 3. Good God, man. I appreciate that. Yo. What's up, Dark? Thanks for the tier 3, man. Gasp, he's online. Since when do you stream? April, I have streamed for 5 years. If you followed me from my like YouTube shorts or anything like that, that's something I just started doing, is recording my process and putting it on the internet. I have been streaming for a long time. I only just started making videos and like silly dumb process things and memeing about my art this year, like about 5-ish months ago. So yeah, I stream on Twitch and YouTube every day, Monday to Friday. I won't this week though. This week I'm gonna miss a bunch of streams because I have to go to convention. So.
Evanbl bounce.
Jeez, Genova. Holy shit. 55 months. What the fuck? Thank you for the tier 2. I appreciate that. Especially Genova. Thank you for your sub points, because maybe with a Twitch staff sub to my stream, Twitch will actually let me in the Plus program, which I gotta send a fucking support ticket in because I was supposed to get it in May and I fucking logged in on June 1st and saw it said 0 out of 100. So maybe, just maybe, Twitch will see that I got the fucking metric to get my 60/40 with that. But thanks, dude. Seriously, that means a lot, man. Thanks for the subs, both of you guys. I really appreciate it. God damn, dude. Appreciate it. God, holy fuck. But yeah, I won't be live this week though. This week, I'm only streaming one day this week because I have to go to convention. So I'll be off Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, unfortunately, because I have to have some appointments this week, which are awkwardly timed that I couldn't reschedule. And then I gotta go to Edmonton for GameCon Canada. So in theory, I stream 5 days a week. It's just not this week, so I apologize. But okay, hold on. Say, what'd you get up to? You should draw everything June, a little painting and some co-working, which I read in my book. That's awesome, dude. Fuck yeah. Well, if you guys aren't following Say, definitely go over and give Say a follow. It's a good time all the time over there. So, appreciate the raid, Say. Seriously, means a lot. Fry said I was going to update to tier 3. Doing that right now. You don't have to update to tier 3. You don't have to do shit. Azalea. The promo is not worth it. You don't want a Darcerian promo this month, okay? Don't even pretend like you do. It's not worth it. This is the Joe Nova you're talking about. Yes. I was talking about, I was talking about you when I was talking about my friends that were telling me about Final Fantasy VII Remake. And yours was the only opinion that I took seriously when you said that it was good and I should actually play it. I still haven't played it, but I was saying that lots of people told me to play FF7 Remake, and I have one friend named Genova who said that I should play it and that it was a different story. And you didn't spoil it for me, but it was the only friend that I that whose opinion meant something for that. So I decided I would go play it, but then I got busy. So opinion ignored? What do you mean? Not opinion ignored. Work got busy. Okay, all right. You know, actually fair enough, because I did just say I valued your opinion and I didn't go play the game. That does check out as actually an ignored opinion. I am the asshole now. God damn it. I will play it. Okay. Here's the thing. I wouldn't even consider playing it besides what you said. So I promise I will play it. I just have to get my adventure out first. Once my adventure's out, dude, I am taking off August. I'm going to stream in August, by the way. Okay. I will stream in August, but I'm taking off every day after stream. I'm going to be done stream and I'm going to not work or do shit. And so I'm going to play games and shit. So I will play Final Fantasy VII Remake in August, okay? Thank you for the follow, Ashen Kitten. Oh, shit, you're April. Okay, what's up, dude? Welcome over to the Twitch stream. Appreciate ya. What's up? I'm honored that you found me from the shorts, though, and came to the stream. That's really dope, so thank you very much for that. I have to play part 2, so I bought it for me one day. Well, I haven't even played part 1, so I'm, to be fair, here's the thing. I have 2 RPGs, 2 Final Fantasy games that I could play. All right? 3, actually, now. So I have not played through Final Fantasy 16 yet. Okay? Mostly because I didn't want to buy a PS5. I have not played through Final Fantasy 7 Remake, which is important. People say it's really good. The other secret Final Fantasy game I haven't played through that apparently I need to, that's on the list too, that you guys tell me how to prioritize this, is Shadowbringers. Okay? So Ella and I were playing through Final Fantasy 14. We started a couple years ago. We've been taking our time, pacing ourselves, doing the game right. But when Ella got her migraines really badly, she can't play Final Fantasy XIV anymore. It gives her a headache and makes her nauseous. There's something about Final Fantasy XIV specifically, the way the graphics render or something. World of Warcraft doesn't make... Any game will make her nauseous and give her a migraine after a long period of time of playing it. Like, she can only play games for a couple of hours. But Final Fantasy XIV is like almost immediate. So we've stayed sub to 14. I play it here and there, do some stuff in my house, whatever, you know. But we've been waiting for her migraines to get better, and they haven't gotten better. So we're at the point where this is like a long-term wait, and Ella's like, hey, just keep going, go through the story, don't wait for me. And I don't want to on my main character, because that's us. Yurna and Ella adventure together. I am not finishing Yurna's story without Ella. So when Ella's better, we will play together, we will finish the story. But I want to personally see it. So I am going to start a new character in Final Fantasy XIV. Play through Realmborn all the way through, unless maybe I do a story skip. That might actually be better. That might work, so I don't have to play through Stormblood again. And then I'm going to play through Shadowbringers and Endwalker and then Dawn Trail on my new character. Okay, this is the plan. We are at the plan stage of the plan. So if I only have time for one Final Fantasy game this summer in August, do I play Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, or Final Fantasy XVI? That is the question. That is the dilemma I pose to you, my Final Fantasy nerds. Then, which one is the most important entry? If I only have time in August for one, I'm going to try play through 2 or maybe all 3. Actually, hold on. I don't know if I can play through 16 because I don't have a PS5. It's on PC there. Yeah, no, it's on PC now. So I could play through 16 as well. I couldn't when it first came out, but now I can. So, I also haven't played through 15, and honestly, no one tells me I should play through 15. So, I was going to play through 15 when it first came out. They had a whole bunch of like secret DLC and shit, and the game wasn't like finished. And so all the people who are big Final Fantasy 15 nerds said, wait until Final Fantasy 15 comes out in a full version. And I said, okay. And I waited. And then they canceled it. And I was like, when do I play it? What do I, you know? So I've never played through for 15 either. Shadowbringers is so good as standalone, could be one of the Final Fantasy game, would be one of the best Final Fantasy games in my opinion. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people, and which is I'm very intrigued to play through it. And then Endwalker as well kind of like finishes and wraps up that story as well, right? You kind of can't separate Shadowbringers and Endwalker in that way. It's on Steam, so you Rebirth and then Shadowbringers and then 15 and then Remake. Wait, what? What's the difference? Wait, what's the difference? Rebirth and then Remake? What's 7 Rebirth is not the remake, right? What's Remake? Heaven's Word is your personal favorite expansion, but I think Shadowbringers is objectively better. Other Final Fantasy games are hard to rank, in my opinion. There are plenty of good ones. Fair enough. I mean, my favorite Final Fantasy game is still 10 and 10-2. And I know it's not a popular opinion, and it's my favorite for irrelevant, dumb reasons that don't matter. It's not objectively the best Final Fantasy game. It is the last of the golden era, certainly. After 10, even 10-2 didn't format within the golden era. So, but you know, I understand the difference between your favorite Final Fantasy and the best one. So I appreciate that you understand the difference between that you can like objectively set back and say you think that Shadowbringers is better, even if Heaven's Word's your favorite. That's hard to do, I think. You know, I feel like 15 was hated more than it deserved. Really enjoyed 15. Sure, I still want to play it. I just don't know how to, you know, because it's like what version of it has all of the shit in it or whatever, you know. Didn't like Endwalker as much personally, but I know a lot of people who liked it. Fair enough. If you go with your plan like that, you'll miss out on things in Endwalker.
FFX is best. Blitzball for life.
I mean, I named my dog Yuna, so come on. Thanks for the 62 months. God damn it, bro. Thanks, man. Yeah. Listen, I liked Final Fantasy X. Okay, sorry. If you go with your plan like that, you will miss out on all things in Endwalker. Endwalker Dungeons and Raids you did will become more important for specific parts of the MSQ. You want to have everything unlocked to be able to enjoy the MSQ fully. So how do I go about that then? The Dungeons and Raids you did will become important for specific parts of the MSQ. So wait, but if I've already played through, so my sorry, okay, I think I didn't clarify. So Ella and we are currently in Stormblood. So I want to try and see if I can. We're very close to finishing. I want to see if I can try and like with her like push through in very small bursts or like of play like gameplay sessions to get through Stormblood, and then before we start Shadowbringers, then I can go off on my own and do it. So I'll still have played through everything. Don't worry. Yeah, 100%. I'll still know the story and have played through it on my one character, on my character I'm leveling with Ella, my fucking Lalafell, and then I'll go and do the story skip on my secondary character. Okay, yeah, no, I completely forgot to say that because I'm dumb, and I apologize. But yes, 100%. Because I can see why. Obviously, if you because Shadowbringers, I don't know what Shadowbringers bad, but I like in the Endwalker trailer, I see like what's his fuck from Stormblood. So yeah, so no, we have played through the whole game up until the end of Stormblood almost, and Stormblood was a slog. That expansion sucked. Holy shit. But it sucked for the reasons that I didn't like I liked certain, like everyone hated Lise. I liked her. I thought she was fine, you know? But one thing I maybe realized is that I played with her with the Japanese voice actor, and I think maybe that might be a difference. So Rebirth is remake part 2. Oh, I see. Okay. So wait. So why wouldn't I put those together then? Okay, now I'm confused. Genova just confused me even more. But his opinion is objectively the correct one, because you know why? Because Genova did the most DPS in Mythic Plus one night, and therefore Genova has to carry the mantle of being correct. So Final Fantasy X is fair. Lots of people like it. It's very emotional and connecting. I love the story of Yuna and Titus. I also think that honestly, some of the concept art and visual development in Final Fantasy X is the best the series has seen. It's so irreverent of fantasy and actually like new and interesting, while still feeling like a very cool fantasy story. I loved Yuna as a character. I loved the whole story, man. I love everything about Final Fantasy X. But I do understand that it's like had its problems. It wasn't objectively very good in a lot of ways, but I loved it, man. But I also loved 10 too. And you know, people didn't like Final Fantasy X too, but I will say, one of the most satisfying gaming moments in my entire life was when Yuna runs through the water and gives Titus that big hug at the end of Final Fantasy X-2. If you play through X-2 correctly, and you do the entirety of it and all the stuff you need to do to get the best ending, which is exhaustive, by the way, but if you play through X-2 like that, and you get that end scene where Titus comes back, to me, that was one of the most fulfilling video game moments ever. So that's one of the reasons I love 10-2. And 10-2 was experimental and had its like weirdness and its quirks, and it was fun and whatever, but it had like problems and shit. And I get it. But I loved it, man. I love 10-2 more than a lot of people do or did. And I forgive 10-2 for a lot of its problems because of that. And I'm never not gonna love that game, even though it's like really unpopular to like. Again, I named my dog Yuna. The Lady High Summoner herself. Except all my Korean neighbors think that I've named her after a K-pop star from a K-pop girl group called SNSD or Girls' Generation, depending on where you are in the world. They think we're really big K-pop fans. Because Yuna, and with slightly different pronunciation, Yuna and Yuna are names in Japanese and Korean. So like Yuna from Final Fantasy versus like Yuna from Sonya's Day. It's funny. It's funny. Storm is the quiet before the storm, trust me. Yeah, I'm hearing that. Shadowbringers and Darker destroyed me emotionally. I'm excited, dude. I'm really excited. I want to play it. I want to get there. And I'm going to try and do that in August. So, in 2022, I wanted to take June off. Okay, I wanted to take June off. And I've been trying to catch up with that month off for 3 years now. And I think this August I'll actually be able to do it. So I'm gonna stream every day and chill and probably just do coffee requests. I might open up an unlimited amount of coffee requests in June. Or sorry, in August. I don't know. And just chill. And we're just gonna relax. The adventure will be out in August. The Astral Knight and the Sage will be out. Everything will be done before, like, you know, the Kickstarter and shit. I'll have nothing big that I have to do or have promised to do. And I think I'm just gonna get off stream every day and play fucking video games and just chill. Go for walks. I might increase my like daily step count to 15 or 20,000 steps a day instead of 10. Because 10K, honestly, since I got that walking pad, dude, 10K steps has been actually just like free. I haven't had to try for 10K steps even once since we got that pad. And my watch told me that I've hit my goal now 30 days in a row yesterday. And it wasn't even an issue. It's not even hard. So I might also do like a super hard fitness focus that month as well. So, unlimited, you say? Yeah, something like that. Cobalt, remember, the furries can't afford me, so. Yeah, spoilers? Uh-oh. I'll randomly get asked if I name my dog after an anime character. A lot of people hear Tadashi. There's apparently someone big from something. Tadashi. I mean, I know the name, like, Tadashi is a name, but I just don't know what anime that's from. I'm probably missing some heinous reference that Guap was laying down from some, like, deranged fucking dojin or whatever, or some shit that I just am not even clearing. But, you know, fair enough, right? Farting behind your walking, get after it. Get after it, say. Set the goal and do not let yourself miss a day. Under any circumstance, set the goal and do not let yourself fail it, no matter what. Sick, depressed, injured, doesn't matter. Do not fail the goal. Let's fucking go, dude. I mean, you gotta set up for that. You gotta like get shit in order, and then you can do it. But like my fucking walking challenge when I started it to get prepped up for July this year for the July fitness challenge we're doing as a guild. I broke my toe on my left foot 2 days before the walking challenge started. So it's not as bad right now, but when I first started it, Ella's like, why are you starting this? You have a broken foot. I was like, because I said I would. And it was agony. And I hated it for the first like week. It was fucking brutal. It's still, my foot starts to hurt after about step 7,000 in a day. After like the last 3K are painful now still, but I ain't missing a day, man. I'm not missing that streak, bro. I had to walk 2 miles after I finished my lunch and behind on my Conqueror challenge. Are you? Dude, I finished my Conqueror challenge, bro. I haven't got my medal in the mail, but I'm excited. How close are you to being done? I just know 0 animes. Fair enough. Yeah. 2022 was back into COVID. Yeah, back then I wanted to try and like take the month off, but I just have been perpetually behind and stressed out about projects since then, and only this year have I like gotten on top of shit and actually like figured my stuff out. Only this year have I like stopped being a fucking failure. Maybe. I don't know. And like got on my projects and stuff, and it's a lot of work. I had to put in like most days I will work between 10 to 12 hours, but I'm finally getting caught up and seeing results on it, and it's been crazy fun to actually like feel like I'm making progress. So maybe Tadashi from Haikyuu. See, I've never watched Haikyuu, but I know Haikyuu because the last time I was in Tokyo, Haikyuu was like everywhere. It was like every other poster in Akiba was Haikyuu. Sorry, give me a second. I have Ella Aggro. Alright, we good. Let's go up. I'm pretty sure we watched an anime together. That's true, right? Off to 10 networking event now. Give me an energy experts and fellow introverts, and thanks for the stream. Sabine, you got this shit. You're amazing, Sabine. You're a fearless conqueror of the business world. You are a lovely person that all you have to do is simply make your greatness available for people to see, and they will flock to you. All right, you're a leader, you're a visionary, you're inspiring, and you're gonna crush it. You know, get after it. You got this shit, bro. Haven't failed the streaming goal. Let's go. That's right. I think I'm 30% through the first Anakin challenge. It's 120 or 140 miles. I forget. Oh, through the Boonta Eve pod race. The one I just finished. Yeah, it was fun, dude. I really enjoyed having the Conquer challenge. I don't know if I'll do any more of the Star Wars challenges because there are $50 US per. And I'm trying to be good right now. Trying to be very good. I got a lot of costs coming up here with like Eldara stuff, and you know. But I really enjoyed doing the walking challenge. I really want to do the rest of them. Do the rest of like the Star Wars, all 9 of them. Yes, even the new ones. I enjoyed the challenge so much I would even do the new ones, if you can believe that. That's right. How much I didn't liked it. I'd even take the Disney Star Wars ones. Oof. Can you imagine? That's awesome, Cobalt. I'm glad you're training up for the Summer Walking Challenge, which starts in, what, 3 weeks, I guess? Yeah, 3 weeks almost. Or just under, I guess. 3 weeks away, and then all of you are walking 10K steps a day, right? You all gonna do the walking challenge with me? You're all gonna do the journey across Eldara? You know, actually, because Cobalt's here, and there was at ArtCon, there was some guy did a presentation workshop on how to properly run solo RPGs, and like Cobalt's a fan of solo RPGs. He's a fan of like all RPGs, so. And I was thinking about making the Eldara Walking Challenge a more substantial solo RPG. That'd be kind of fun to do like a proper, I don't know, solo RPG invent and like gate and lock the different sort of like scenarios and stuff behind your step count or whatever. But that might be kind of fun. It is kind of a solo RPG, but it's like a very light, very light solo RPG. It is funny though, Cobalt, that the first like 5 to 10 minutes of the presentation were him defending why playing a solo RPG doesn't make you a loser, loner, weirdo. It was very funny. He had like slides and stuff for us to just going over why playing a solo RPG doesn't make you weird. Doesn't mean you don't have any friends and no one likes you. That there are other reasons to play a solo RPG other than just that you're weird and no one wanted to play D&D with you. And it's like, after like the first, like, it's like, okay, cool, you made your point. Yeah, I get it. Okay, come on, let's get to the actual content. Like, it's such a desperate need to defend himself. Oh, it's kind of funny. Yeah, it was the first like literally 10 minutes of the presentation where I swear it's not weird. I swear. Please an art gallery how good these are. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. 3 people in YouTube chat. We're taking off finally. Yeah, man. YouTube chat might be the future of EVA streams. Right? I know. I to be honest, so a friend of mine was like, bro, now that you have like almost 10,000 subs, your YouTube stream must be like way bigger than your Twitch. And I was like, no, man, not even. Like my YouTube's pretty quiet and pretty chill. It's like, you know, it's like, but all the people that follow you, like, I guess the kind of person that watches shorts doesn't usually watch a YouTube stream, you know. No, we're chilling, bro. We're just chilling, which I don't mind. I kind of like it. But display glitch. I think there's 12 people in chat. Oh, really? Sometimes I get left. I have to let life get in the way just to mimic the difficulties with playing with others. Right? You have to have scheduling problems. Even to schedule yourself. Part of the solo RPG is you roll a die to see if like the game gets canceled that week because someone has homework, or their dog's sick, or they have to take their kid to the vet. You know? That's like the way you have to do it now, right, Cobalt? Make a system for playing the solo RPG to make it feel like it's more of a substantial game or whatever. Right? That's the...
Who is this handsome man? Also, hello leader, hello fellow orb lovers.
Hello.
How are we?
Hi, Mr. Pixel. What's up, dog? Bro, Mr. Pixel, I can actually send your stuff out now that Canada Post is no longer fucking striking. So, I have your stuff packaged up, man. I just gotta figure out where I'm sending it to, and I have all the things ready. But thanks to tier 3, bro. I appreciate it. Let's go. Yeah, man. It's so Canada Post figured their shit out, kind of, I think. Basically, they're striking, but they're only not doing overtime. They're still sending mail. So I don't really understand, but apparently I can send mail now again. So I have yours and Aduria's stuff all packed up in boxes that I can send out now, which is really good. I'm going to be very glad to get those off and away and into the hands of their esteemed patrons. But thanks for the tier 3, man. I really appreciate it. Say the address again if you need. I think it's in the email, isn't it? Was it in the email or a Discord message? I forget. I think it's in the email. I think I'll just find it. I'm not gonna make you send me the address again. But I do apologize for being such a long wait. I definitely did not expect Canada Post to fucking strike. But this is a coffee request for somebody, because my coffee requests popped off and people were excited about it. And so I'm doing handsome tieflings for handsome D&D players who are handsome chatters now. Yeah, man. Good to see you. I like to do one-shots, make it so everyone will actually focus on the game, but as small time, I do tasters. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, our D&D game, we probably spend the first hour of the game yapping, and we might get into it. I don't know, maybe we spend longer yapping. Actually, that's Vixie. I don't know if she's online. Fish Flash, not your fault. Still, I still feel bad though, right? Because I don't know. I wanted to get your stuff for you, and I have the fucking prints. They've been sitting over there for the last little while, along with your crumbs and shit. So, what crumbs was that? I think I'm sending you up to what, Emerald? You getting 3 crumbs in the mail? Yeah, you get up to Emerald. Holy God, man! It's gonna be a big package. Or well, no, not 4. Well, 5 crumbs: silver, gold, diamond, ruby, emerald, and then art cards for gold, diamond, ruby, emerald. So 4 art cards, 5 crumbs, an orb, a promo for your 2 promo things, Prince of Nicaea. Yeah, Jesus, man, that's a lot. Yeah, this is a big package. Let's go, man. Hell yeah. Well, thank you for being patient, for not holding my ass accountable for Canada Post. I really appreciate it. Handsome, lovely, bearded female dwarves. Yeah, apparently. Everything from handsome, bearded female dwarves all the way to unnecessarily attractive tiefling bards. Heinously, grotesquely attractive tiefling bards. Tiefling bards that you look at with disgust. She's so attractive. It's like a sandwich. You know, we get Jesus.
That one coming, did you?
Fuck, man.
Bits for the bits gods.
Thanks for the
Also,
1,000
I can't wait
bits.
to eat the crumbs.
Don't eat. Okay. Do not eat the dice, please. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, though. Jeez, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. That's very kind of you. I'll not apologize for my unreasonably hot tiefling bard. Well, I did. So the goal for making unreasonably hot characters is you have to make characters that you look disgusted with. Like, you know, when you see an old guy eating a sandwich that's so good, he just looks like it's disgusting. You know, just it's like he's got that expression of it's like revolting. It's just like, oh God, and you're like, do you hate it? Like, no, it's the most delicious sandwich I've ever had. Oh, what the hell, man? This is the best sandwich ever. You're like, why do you look disgusted? That's just the way old guys appreciate sandwiches, right? That's how unreasonably hot I must make your characters for you, Brooklyn. That's Thanks for the sub, Brooklyn. I appreciate that. That's goddamn, dude. Welcome to the guild. Holy shit. Thank you. I appreciate that. You definitely do not have to sub though. God damn it. Thank you though. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the Dragon's Claim. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Fuck, man. You guys are being way too nice to me today. I don't deserve it, bro. I am unworthy of the kindness. But I appreciate it, so thank you. You put it up on YouTube Shorts so you can appease some of the hot people haters. Yeah, right. I need to make it a short just to, because all the people that were in the comments being like, wear beard, wear beard. I need to like actually, it's like, here you go, you fucking weirdos. There, enjoy your dwarf, and just get them off my back, you know, firmly off my fucking back. Another for the orb. Okay, dude. Okay, I can send you your tier 3 card for this month as well. Ooh, I need to make those. I haven't printed off the tier 3 cards for this month, but they are indeed going to be Darcerian the Dark Merchant. So forgive me for having the card be a hot shirtless vampire this month, Mr. Pixel. But that is indeed the card of the month. Whether or not you wanted it, the one who made the final decision was in fact Maggie. It's her fault. So, more cards to eat? Nah, don't eat the card. Okay. Do not eat the cards. This is upsetting. Okay, I am bothered by this now. I'm so bothered. I'm gonna get more water. Actually, no. Wait. I'm gonna get another bottle. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. While I'm gone, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna be gone for the whole week. This is my last stream until next Monday because I've got to go to the convention. If you guys want to revolt, go for it. I don't care, man. I don't care. I'm not gonna stand in your way this time. Okay. All right. You're chilling. No one got banned from revolts. Wow, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Didn't
What's
see
up?
that one coming.
Mr.
did
Pixel.
you?
The fuck, dude?
Leader.
Yes, hello.
Question.
Hi,
Waluna
that's me.
was wondering
Yes.
what stand you have for your tablet.
Well, I can reveal it, but you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. Here's my desktop stand. So, I didn't buy the expensive Cintiq stand. I bought the VESA mount, and then I have a VESA arm. You can't see it, I don't think. Yeah, on my tablet. Okay? But that keeps it upright. It does not keep it at the height that I need it to draw at. So, the thing I use to keep my tablet up is this. It is a desk mount stand. This is what I place my tablet on. This is a monitor arm. This is a monitor arm, okay, that I got so that I could put up a third monitor to record my process on. But I haven't gotten to it yet. So this monitor arm was sitting in my closet. Now, when I decided I needed to prop my tablet up, because I used to have my tablet on my desk and I'd lower my chair. But now I want to not have to deal with that, so I just have my tablet higher. So I currently put my tablet on this desk mount stand. So I use this unassembled desk mount stand box that has the stand in it still as my desk mount stand for my tablet. I feel like this is a mask off moment. This is like this is how it's made. I feel like I've lost the respect and dignity that I had once. This is precisely what I use. And I have it facing towards me so that it says desk mount stand. So it always reminds me that I have not a real setup. And when I buy my new Cintiq, I will buy the proper Cintiq arm that will hold it up. Oh no. So, oh shit. No, my card vending machine. My card vending machine. Mr. Pixel, you spent 2,000 bits, which qualifies you for a free promo or item card. Let's check the random vending machine. Fuck. That's right. That's right. A single contribution of 2,500 bits earns you a Realms of Eldara promo or item card. Let's see what you got today, and I'll ship it out to you with your other shit. You got a Dagger of Morath. Congratulations, Mr. Pixel. You have purchased a Dagger of Morath with your 2,000 bits. Congratulations, you got a random card that I can only actually put one at a time in here because this thing's kind of jank. But that's all for my promo cards in here. I need to restock. So, oh boy, oh god. Oh no, it's okay. All right, I'm gonna fix that later. Okay. Anyway, I'll send you your Dagger of Morath in the mail with your other fucking crumbs and winnings. YouTube's gonna revolt soon? Wait, why? Everybody over on YouTube's so nice though. They're not ill-behaved chatters like the Twitch chat is. What do you mean? I would never hold the YouTube chat to such a low standard as my Twitch chat. You guys are way more well-behaved. The illustrators at my job have those. Those are tablets that are so dope. Yeah, they're good. They're great. I just need to get the proper stand. The problem is that
you arrive in the midst of a violent rebellion. Our resources are stretched perilously thin.
What does this get
what
me?
the fuck?
Didn't see that
Jesus,
one coming,
guys.
did you?
Less than 9k bits to the next crumb BTW.
What the fuck? Why, dude? Well, Dark, 5k bits gets you a fucking promo. That's it. Oh, God. So many bits. Thank you, Mr. Pixel, for the 1100 bits. Thank you, Dark, for the 5,000 bits. Good God, man. Holy shit, dude. All right. Hey, what I wanted to do is I wanted to get a bunch of promos and item cards and randomly shuffle them into my vending machine there, so that when somebody, because like I feel like the crumbs are fine, people can earn the crumbs and it's great, but I feel bad when somebody cheers up a whole bunch of bits or whatever and there's like nothing for that or whatever. I can't say thank you properly. So I was gonna make it that I just had the item card and the thing here, but I was gonna make it so that when somebody cheers like 5k bits at once, that I would send a promo or item card. I'd roll it from my fucking card vending machine there. Thought it'd be fun and dumb and whatever and stupid, and I would never talk about it, but if somebody did, I'd be like, oh, congratulations, here's your card or whatever. So Dark, I will send. I'm gonna make 5 upcoming promos to use for random stuff like that, and I will randomly select one for you, and I will send it to you with your Patreon this month, in addition to your other loot. So thank you so much for the 5,000 bits. You fucking, what the hell, man? That's crazy. And thank you, Mr. Pixel, for the 1,100 bits. It's not worth it though. You know it's not worth it. The crumb.
I don't have
Don't do it.
5,000
Okay?
bits, but I just wanted to feel included. Plus, only 93,114 bits to go for the next level. Devilish face emoji.
It's not worth it, Mel. Just ask Aduria. He says that he reached the astral onyx and he said it wasn't worth it and he regretted it. So thank you very much. I appreciate the 100 bits. Guys, come on, chill. You meme hard, but that's a lot of bits. I don't deserve it, man. I'm not even streaming this week, alright? I feel like I'm failing you guys.
Coming, did you?
Stop it!
It's definitely worth it.
You don't even have your dice yet. You've never even gotten a crumb in the mail, Mr. Pixel. What do you mean it's worth it? Okay, what the fuck? God damn it. Why doesn't YouTube have that kind of feature? YouTube doesn't have the Stream Elements chatbot in it. I don't know how to put the Stream Elements chatbot in YouTube. I assume you can. Is there a way to just activate? Hold on. Can I just click a button? How to activate Stream Elements in YouTube. Is it a button I can click? I don't know if I can do it with YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I'd have to figure that out, but I apologize. There is currently no Stream Elements in YouTube, so there's no ability to revolt. You can still revolt. It's just not going to go through the bot. So, god damn it, dude, that's a lot of bits. Chill, man. Okay, today's the only day of the week this chat can bully you. Okay, listen. Listen. We can be reasonable here. We can all be sensible and reasonable. There'll be no bullying today. All right. There'll be no cheering of bits or subs, because I'm missing streams and letting you all down and failing my job as a streamer. As your top 30 favorite, as one of your top 30 favorite streamers, I am failing all of you, and I feel bad about it for missing streams this week, so I apologize.
By the way, Evan,
yes,
is there
that's
a way
me.
to give you bits while you aren't living at your con? Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I mean, you can, I guess. Sometimes, listen, Mel, sometimes, okay, there's a few people in this guild that think they're clever and will cheer offline bits. And I see this shit when I go live. They think I don't see this shit, but sometimes I miss it. But I mostly see this shit. I'll go live and I'll be like, why was there bits cheered 4 hours ago? It's 10 a.m. All right? This is not... This is not, no, there'll be no offline hype trains, okay? Okay. If for some reason you break the hype train record and I'm not even streaming, I will stream from Ella Blackwood's channel for a week. No, I'm kidding. No, okay. Fuck. Okay. We're all gonna be behaved this week, okay? There'll be no hype trains. There'll be no offline cheering. I'm gonna be at GameCon, and I'm gonna be jeez. What the fuck, Dark? Why? What does that get you? I don't know. I don't even have anything set up for subs. Promo. Jesus. Oh God. Okay. What the fuck? I don't even have like. What do I just set up like a menu or something for you guys? So that you can check like 20 gifted subs gets you this, whatever. God damn it. Oh fuck, dude, seriously, chill, man. Chill. Okay, that's a lot of, dude, relax. Well, thank you for bringing 20 people in the guild and saying screw ads. I appreciate it, including some people that followed today, like Ash and Kid and stuff. Thank you for the subs for them. I appreciate you rescuing them from ad hell. God damn, dude. Holy fuck. Okay, dude, wait. That's okay. Chill. No, I'm not. I'm good. I will not be distracted today. I will properly adequately say thank you for the subs without interrupting my cadence and flow. I'm a professional artist and I can work through anything. Oh God, that's a lot of subs and bits. Thank you, Dark, for the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate it. One day, when I'm a very large streamer and I don't have to say thank you for subs anymore, I'll just say, hey, thanks for the 20, and then move on completely. But in the middle of my monologue, okay.
Gambling on the card machine today, posh sounds.
Jesus fucking Christ, you fucking nerds. You goddamn nerds. Thank you for the 100 beds. Jack can never get on the floor. Listen, I haven't been floored in a long time. There's little, every time I have been sent exiled to the floor, it's harder to get me on the floor next time. Okay, it is almost impossible to get me on the floor now. Okay, that's let's be reasonable about this. So I am not embarrassing myself by hiding on my floor, but thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like a 7. I just do feel bad that I have to miss so many streams this week, so I apologize. Starting next week, I shouldn't miss like almost any for the rest of the summer, except for the occasional Friday that I have to go up for like Edmonton Expo or Strathmore or Vegreville Ren Fair. So I'll miss a couple Fridays over the next summer or next couple months in the summer, but I shouldn't miss hopefully much of any more.
Ask chat to be reasonable.
I did ask chat to be reasonable. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi. Oh, ooh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Ella.
Without you.
You dice going well? You dice going well? Okay, goodbye. Shit. Guys, Ella's she's a little overworked, okay? She's a little stressed right now, so thank you, Cutie Rocks, for the follow. I appreciate that. Well, welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you. Thank you. Put the cards in the store and I'll do my hardest. Okay, dude. Like I said, pre-orders will be up ideally next week for after GameCon. Like, I'm still on schedule to have pre-orders up this month so that they can be shipped out in July. Tell her thank you for the snacks, aka crumbs and dice. Do not eat the dice, Mr. Okay. Okay. Remind me to blacklist you from ever ordering squishy dice off of Ella's store, please. Just, Jack, can you guys remind me to blacklist Mr. Pixel from ordering squishy dice from Ella? Anything that could be even, like, remotely accused of being edible on her print store, just remind me to refuse orders there, I guess. That'd be great. A recommendation for a game, it's called Monster Hunter. It's a fantasy game. I have Monster Hunter, actually. I've been playing it occasionally. My good friend Rob actually bought it for me. He said, Evan, your doctor said you need to start playing video games and stop working so much or else your heart's going to explode and you're going to die. And I said, correct. And he said, so here's Monster Hunter. because I love you and I don't want you to have too much stress. And I said, that's one of the nicest thing a friend has ever done for me. So I do have Monster Hunter and I've been enjoying it thoroughly. I wanted to play with some friends, but they all stopped playing Monster Hunter because they finished the game and I'm behind now. So I think the next DLC or patch or whatever, we'll be able to all play together. That or Ashy of Heart will decide she just doesn't want to play video games with me ever again because I disappointed her too much in our D&D campaign. That could also have happened. So you've eaten dice before. Don't eat the dice, Tombstone. Don't eat the dice, okay? As a dice goblin, I reserve the right to eat my dice when they give me nat ones. Okay. God damn it. Guys, come on. You cannot tell me. You know what? No, screw you guys. Here. I'm gonna turn this around. Blackwood dice. Fine. You wanna go? You're telling me that you would eat one of Ella's dice? That you would support her on Patreon to get a random Pokemon die of the month? That you would spin the gacha? That Ella would make a video on her TikTok about you spinning the gacha, revealing what Pokemon die you get, and you would devour poor Vaporeon? You would eat your die with Vaporeon. You would destroy this innocent, well-behaved, cute Pokemon. You would go to Ella's Patreon and you'd support her at the random monthly monster chonk because we can't say Pokemon online? That you would end that Pokemon by eating the die every single month. And you're all horrible. You're horrible. I can't believe you guys would do that. I can't believe you guys would destroy. What the fuck is this video again? The council's deciding your fate. Your fate has been decided. You need more dice. Ella's Instagram and TikTok is the dumbest pile of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. This is the dumbest. This is the dumbest video I have ever seen Ella make. You can't stop me from having that opinion. I keep watching. How do I share my story? How do I share my story on Did I do that for my phone? Share to. How do I repost it on my story? All right, well, get bent, Ella. What's up, Beatdown? Just wait till she's coming back to get you. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. Well, Leader's in a very judgmental mood today, I see. Listen, I only have one stream for the week. I have to make it count. You guys are gonna miss me when I'm gone. It's gonna be like Thursday, and you guys haven't watched an EBA stream in like 2 days, and one of you is gonna go to the VOD and do a watch party of an old stream, an old VOD, while I'm gone. And I don't make fun of you guys for doing it, nerds. Remember, be supportive of your spouse. Well, not so much for that. Yeah. Whoops. Shit. No, crap. I think I missed the memo on that one, Atari. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, I was gonna post it to my story, but I gave up on that real fast. You know what? Okay, fine. Screw you. Fine. You want me to share Ella's video as my story? Fine. Okay. Shit. Did I hit 16,000 followers on Instagram? I did. Wait. Almost. Okay, Ella, hold on. You want me to share Ella's story on my Instagram? Fine. Ella, Blackwood, Dice. Let me go to the Gengar video. Let me share to my add to story. Fine. There. I shared the story. There. You want me to be supportive of Ella? Fine. I shared this stupid ass fucking Gengar Council video to my story. Now, my distinguished and honored Instagram followers are going to know the degeneracy that you guys support. Oh shit, my trial reels are doing well. Oh fuck, man. Wait. Holy man, what the fuck? 3,000 views on trial reel? Okay, sorry. All right. Thought all Canada was on fire? It is. It currently smells like smoke in here right now, B-Town. I have my window open because otherwise it would get way too hot, and it does smell like campfire in here right now. Because Canada is on fire, correct. You are right about that. And it's not even a meme. It literally smells like smoke out right now. Mm-hmm. She doesn't have Instagram followers to talk to you. I know, but the last time I told her that, she got mad. I'm aware Ella doesn't have enough Instagram followers to talk to me. But the problem is, she doesn't know that, and she got mad the last time I told her that. So... yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. Outside of the giant campfire, right? The island's only now catching on fire, so not too bad over here. Well, that's good. That's awesome. I'm glad your island's only a little bit on fire. As opposed to the forest in the mainland, which are all the way on fire. Ella and I were going to camp this summer. We are probably not going to camp this summer anymore. We are probably not going to get a chance to because of the sheer amount of fire that Canada is on, so... Calculate. All right, dude, Mr. Pixel, have a wonderful rest of your day. I shall send you your Dagger of Morath along with your crumbs. So thank you for the support, dude. Again, I appreciate it. Always an honor to have you in here. I'm sorry to disappoint Luna's expectations of me having a real tablet and being a real artist. Yep. Oh shit, congratulations on your sons, Mr. Game and Art. Welcome to the guild. Hope you enjoy your emotes and your ad-free viewing. Welcome to the guild. Dark did very generously just hurl a ball of subs at me after just pelting me with bits. Even though I am unworthy and undeserving of so much support. That did happen, so welcome to the guild. Welcome to the guild. If you have any questions about the lore of your emotes or the whatever, please feel free to ask. Guys, I don't think anyone cares about the lore behind the world building lore behind their emotes. Shit. Mm-hmm. I think I fucked that up. Yep. Yeah, whoops. I prioritized the wrong thing as an artist and a streamer, didn't I? I use your Insta to grow mine because now mine is technically yours. Ella. If you will actually make fucking videos for your Instagram, TikTok, I will repost every single Blackwood Dice video on my story. Every day you post one. Mm-hmm. I will. That's right. What a tempting offer. For Ella to actually make videos, to actually update her dice store, to actually do the thing, instead of being overworked because she keeps selling out of dice at conventions. I will. I'll even repost my Ella Blackwood video as a trial reel on Instagram. And you guys say I don't support Ella. The rudeness. The level of rudity in this chat. The disregard for my generosity and empathy as a human. My humility and dignity. Shit. Look, I'm excited for GameCon because I'm going to get to watch people appreciate Ella. The amount of people that I see come to the booth and be actually just awestruck by her dice. It's my favorite thing about going to conventions. And there's not a lot I love about conventions, okay? They're really an exhausting weekend. But if there's one thing I love more than anything else in the world, even more than Yuna, it's watching people appreciate Ella Blackwood and telling her that she's amazing. And I see people do that in real time. People that have no association or whatever to EBA or Blackwood dice just appear at a convention, see Ella's dice and say, holy shit, dude. That is my favorite pastime. That is my favorite episode of anime. Is the Ella Blackwood appreciation arc. We good? The fuck? Connections? I swear, if I have to get a new cable. You guys hear me? Now it's good? Okay, what the hell, man? All right. Well, I don't know how long whatever. I was just complaining about my recordings not working and how I was hoping I was still recording because I lost most of my recording stuff yesterday. I did a character for Dark, I finished August, the character for Fox, and I don't know why. Wait, I did a third one. Who else did I do a character for yesterday? Shit. What did I post on Coffee? Fuck, I don't remember. Anyway, I did a couple characters yesterday, and my recording got messed up for most of August, and I don't know what else. I didn't check to see what else got messed up. So I had to like frantically check to make sure it's still recording today. I think maybe I need to get a new XLR cable. I really hope it's not a microphone issue. I really hope it's an XLR cable issue. To be fair, I've had this cable since I bought the microphone, but you'd think it wouldn't be a problem, right? I never heard of XLR cables like going bad or breaking. It's not like a USB cable where the connection gets like worn out and frayed, right? Is it? Shit. Is there like a premium version of the cable? Like remember in 2012-ish? No, 2008, 9, 10 when HDMI cables, they had different levels of HDMI cable. I was working at Best Buy for a bit when I was young. Around that time, and I remember the HDMI cables. They were like $100, dude. If you wanted a TV, like a big, like a people still call them flat screen TVs. Now, if you want a flat screen TV, and you had to get a big HDMI cable, it was so expensive. Oh my god, can you remember that shit? I remember on my employee discount, the markup on cables was like 98%. So I bought my TV for my first paycheck I got at Best Buy. I bought a new TV. I bought a 720p 32-inch Sharp TV. Oh my god, it was like $700. And I had to buy the HDMI cable, and I got it for like $4 when they're normally like about $100. Dude, I thought I was king shit of the world. I thought I was living it. Oh my god. I hope XLR cables aren't the same way. All cables fail. Monster cable, yeah, monster cables, gold plated component. Oh my god, yeah, yep. All right, take care, Jam. Good to see you, my friend. Go rest. Rest up. Yeah, dude. If my sound goes out again, I swear to God, I'll buy a new XLR cable. It's gonna be a problem to install it though, because I have I have this cable. Like it is. This cable is like melded. It is like one with my desk. You know, it goes through the actual like mic arm and everything. It's gonna be an absolute destructive force to try and install a new one. If I have to, I have to, because it's been happening more and more recently. My sound just goes out for no reason. I just wiggle the cable, tighten the connections, and it works again. And I always like look down at my mute button. I'm like, am I muted? Nope. Okay, cable problem. Fuck. There is that. Such a sham. Some cables were good and shielded. Yeah, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I hope that at the very least, I hope I don't lose any part of the recording on this guy, because I need the internet to know that I can draw men. Okay? If the internet doesn't know that I can draw men, I'm gonna lose all my coffee requests. Which, why do I have... Whoops. Why do I have 5 alerts on my coffee? Why do I have 5 notifications on coffee? I'm just gonna check. Let's see how many slots I have open. We're just gonna see. What is this shit? What is... Wait, what is happening here? What the fuck? Hello? Ko-Fi? What the... I don't... Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, your page. How many character portraits do I have in stock? I added 6 today. God damn it. Thank you for the requests, guys. I'm gonna open up more for GameCon. Okay. I should open up some requests so I have some for GameCon. I probably should open up requests if I have some for GameCon on the Friday of GameCon then. Thank you for the requests, guys. I appreciate it. Anyone with beards, right. Right, the internet certainly needs to know that, don't they? Yep. Yep. Apparently someone's in VC with me about to get one, I think. You, god damn it. You want me to up the price next time, okay? God, fine. Okay, no. Kidding. God, relax. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Relax, man. I'm kidding. Holy shit. Y'all think I'm so serious all the time. I've never been serious my entire life. Wait, you're in VC with your Red Dead RP friends while watching stream? Multitasking that hard? Oh my god, could you imagine? I can only be vaguely inspired by such multitasking. While working too, because it's Monday. Holy. They say she's the ruthless businesswoman. And she's right. Okay. But remember, if anyone, Fox, if anyone gets a D&D character, or sorry, a Red Dead character request, they need to frame it as a D&D character request. They need to frame it as a D&D character request to at least LARP that hard to earn my favor. Flurbuzz, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Good to have you. Honored even. Thank you. Discord working right now and watching stream. Oh my god, she's so cool, dude. She's so cool. Fox is the best person, man. She's so cool. Her style's so good. She's so interesting and competent. Her hair always looks so good. She's just ready to take on the world. Oh my god, dude. If only I could be like the tiny spirit fox when I grew up. Wait. Oh, sorry, I mean Mithril Fox now. Sorry, I forgot about the rebrand. Tiny Spirit Mithril Fox. Holy. What a boss. Alright, Paladin Pauldron time. One of the most important details for a Paladin is their pauldrons. As you know how much I love my armor. But since he's a Paladin, you have to spell armor with a U. Unfortunately, it's the Canadian spelling. Sorry, guys. Oh, the silver thread. Oh, I forgot. Okay, hold on. What did it say? He has silver wire wrapped around them. Silver wire wrapped around the horns. Okay. Now that we're finished with the horns, we can actually draw the silver wire. Very moon-like. Paladin of many phases. Lawful, good, stoic, compassionate. Am I still talking about Fox? Who knows? I do like this character. He's really cool. I've just been so, like, I've been jamming, man. I've been just chilling. People have been requesting characters and shit. Just straight chilling with all the cool designs. Where, like, what is it about, dude? I get some heinous requests for commissions. What is it about coffee that's just been such high standard, you know, creative individuals? I was afraid that I would get some weird shit from... You know what I should do? I should really have the thing on where I need to approve a request first, don't I? I should really have that on. I should really turn that on if I'm gonna go like put this out into the wild, right? Like beyond stream. Just to ensure that I don't get anything too strange. Yeah. How can we highfalutin? Yeah, you think so? Highfalutin coffee sketches? Maybe. Maybe that's what it is. There's some individuals of dignity over there asking for some cool ass character sketches. It's been pretty fun. I definitely probably before I open them up for GameCon, like before GameCon weekend, I need someone to remind me to change my coffee sketches to require approval for requests. Alright, we got some weird stuff, man. We got some weird shit. And I know that I'll get some weird stuff because I'm the one who will request the weird stuff. Guys, it was already a thing when I made a request. No, it's not. It's just open. Like it's just open. How do I turn that? How do I turn that on? I'm gonna do it right now. Your page, orders, missions, status open. Apply limited slots across all listings, term, contact sharing. I don't see it actually. Requests. That message from potential buyers before they order commission. Where is it? Orders? No, it's on here somewhere. Somewhere, right? Kushore, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you. Let's see. I don't see it on here. Maybe I'm dumb. That could be also like... I never assume that I'm not missing something by just being dumb. Orders all... No, settings. Maybe it's in settings. And currency USD. A thank you message. Message to be sent when someone donates. Wait, I can apply a thank you message when someone donates? What should I say? What's the auto thank you message? Thank you so much for supporting Ella's taco addiction. This will likely go to Taco Bell and not even make it to the GPU. Sad face. Okay. Just thanks. I just sent to TY. just TY. Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. I don't know if there's a way I can just have them be like, yeah, I don't know. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. It's not a priority. Love your art, your TikToks, and just it's just the next evolution. Oh, you really, dude, thank you so much for watching the TikToks. I appreciate that. I'm honored. Thank you very much. We're recording the process for our handsome boy here so that I can stop getting comments on my TikToks that I don't know how to draw men. That's the goal for this guy. I got a request for a handsome tiefling. Okay. And hopefully TikTok will think that I can actually draw men. I think they don't believe me over there on TikTok that I mostly get requests for women, so hopefully we can convince them otherwise, right? See? Somebody orders it, you know? Yeah, let's get really defensive about it. Yeah, oh god, if I told TikTok about the comms being open. Actually, I think it'd be pretty good. So TikTok weirdly has the second highest quality of comments. I wouldn't be worried about TikTok getting wind of the coffee sketches. I'd be more worried about YouTube getting wind of it. YouTube is the one that is the concern, okay? They're weird over there. Maybe partly it's because TikTok will auto hide or auto flag like weird comments, but YouTube doesn't. You know, YouTube they just let them rip. Except if they think it's spam, which is hilarious. That happened to Nick. So, very convinced he looks so good, so handsome, right? Yeah, I'll just see you going back for me in the comments, Brooklyn. I appreciate it. I saw you talking about your hot character. I was like, Brooklyn. Wait, is that my Brooklyn? Is that my client? That's my client. Oh, let's go, dude. I'm so excited, man. Made my day. It's my cool, well-respected, high-opinioned, honored client over there. Just stick it up for me in the fucking comments, man. Made the dwarf. He was such a dashing gentleman. That's true. I did do the handsome dwarf. It was a while ago, though. Let's face it. I don't do a lot of. That was a couple weeks ago. It's been a lot, man. Mm-hmm. Broken stamp approval is one of the highest achievements you could get, bro. Right? Right? Let me just stop. I will gas my clients up until the end of days. Are you kidding? Brooklyn, you are in an honored club of people that you didn't know you were in or care about being in. You are in an honored club of people that I have enjoyed working for deeply. Okay? Alright. This entitles you to, whenever you're in stream, me to encourage everyone to say nice things about you at least once a day. Okay? Don't start with me on this shit. Don't start with me on this shit. I will. You can? Come on, man. Okay. Get them waves in there. You got them eagle wings going on, bro. He's a man of the moon and feathers and horns. In that order? No. Never. He's a paladin, alright. I've never had somebody ask me for their Baldur's Gate character. I've never been asked for a Tav, though. But somebody did ask me if I did tieflings. They sent me a message. They said, do you draw tieflings? I'm like, yeah. They're like, do you do Baldur's Gate tieflings? And I was like, what's different about a Baldur's Gate tiefling? And they never like, they never responded to me. I think they were just like offended that I didn't know. Legitimately, I had no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Like, yeah, I do tieflings, but Baldur's Gate tieflings or style tieflings? I was like, what's different? Maybe they're just aghast by the lack of knowledge that I had, that Baldur's Gate tieflings were so different from regular tieflings that I didn't know about. And they never responded to me. Ever again. I never heard from them. Tabs like make our coffee requests. What do you... Why was that? Hold on, guys. We need to go deep on this one. Wait. Hold on. We need to investigate this. Wait. Hold on. Wait. We need to, guys. We need to go. Wait. Hold on. We need to investigate this. Guys, get your monkahums ready, okay? Get your monkahums ready. Okay, we need to go deep on this one. All right. Does anyone else see the concerning thing here? Can anyone see the concerning detail here that I see? I'm just wondering if you guys see the same problematic language that I... Let me just highlight something that might be an issue. Now, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Okay, this is... Brooklyn, what do you mean requests and tabs plural? You are a busy person doing important things. Surely you do not have the time to have multiple Baldur's Gate 3 playthroughs with multiple tabs that have all earned the same space in your heart that merit art of them. Okay? Just assuredly, there can't be more than one tab. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. You're right. What's the problem? You know what? No problem. No problem. If I don't think about it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Oh man. Yeah. Just you know what? You're right. That's not an issue. I'm sure that you just simply misspoke, and that you meant, oh, you draw tabs. I could put in and add to your requests. I could be a singular individual that adds a request for my own singular tab to your requests. That's what I'm assuming happened there. Okay, cool. Yeah. All the 3 tieflings have like subdermal ridges for a more infernal look. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Or maybe it's the black, like the eyes or whatever. Does Reed have black eyes or does he have the white, what is it, sclera? Fuck, I didn't remember the anatomy. Shit. Tilted Crow, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. Thank you. Big fan of your art. Oh, really? Oh, shit. Thank you, Natasha. That means a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm honored. What the hell? Come on, bro. Appreciate that. I only finished the game once, but I've started the game multiple times. That is not... Okay. Okay. Fox said I had to be there. Fox said you had to be here. Why did Fox tell you have to be here? Wait, what? How did you follow and you... Wait, hold on. How did you follow and you have 2 months of sub? What the hell? God damn, that's... I appreciate it. She is mean, yes. Cruel and destructive as a human gets, but I still love her all the same, so... Thanks for the follow, Tilted Crow. I appreciate it. One day I'll have enough monies and your comms will be open at the same time. You just wait. Well, Natasha, I do have my coffee requests open because my comms will be closed for extended period of time. So that's what like this is right now. This is a coffee request. So it's not a full commission. It is just a quick request through coffee. But my commissions should be open late summer. I'm sorry that they're closed and I'm just permanently locked down and unable to do work for anyone. I apologize. But it would be an honor one day to draw your character for you. It is the biggest honor in my life to draw people's D&D characters for them. Knowing how special and important they are to people, I'm always very, very serious about it. He has normal looking eyes, but the kind that change color depending on the day and night. Dark blue in the day, moon white at night. Right. I assume that there was like a big change there for the day-night cycle. But to be fair, I haven't asked... like when people ask me for tieflings, I don't ask them if they have blacked out. Okay, hold on. Sclera, right? I should know my anatomy. What is the white of the eye called? Sclera. Okay, I'm not that dumb. Okay. I suppose I should ask people like that, because if they think that that's like default tieflings, then, which I don't know. Is it default tieflings in Forgotten Realms? I don't think it is, right? I also didn't have to be here, to be frank. Okay, fair enough. They're back open. The requests are, yeah, they are back open with the caveat that I will not be starting any requests, Lexer, for a couple weeks. That they are for late June commission or request slots. I just wanted to have them open for GameCon this month or this weekend, because ArtCon was this past Saturday, and I didn't have them open. People were kind of confused as to why not when they came up to the table and asked me about stuff, and I said I do coffee sketches. So I wanted to open them up for people for GameCon weekend. So I opened them up last night, and you goblins did your thing. So I'm gonna have to open up more slots before GameCon or on GameCon weekend. But I do appreciate the requests. Thank you guys. White eyeball part sounds better. You're right. Artists, to be fair, sometimes like pride themselves too much on their ability to know it, like the names of anatomy. And it is kind of obnoxious, right? Everyone's met that artist that thinks they need to be an expert in anatomy, which you do as an artist, but you don't need to be an expert in the academic name of anatomy. It's useful to know the basic muscle groups and things like that, even more in advanced muscle groups. But to know every term, like medical level, whatever, and anatomy book, a lot of artists just do it to show off and sound smart. Now, am I faulting them for doing it just to show off and sound smart? Absolutely not, because as an artist, you need to do whatever you can to make your clients think that you know what you're talking about. And if you use big words for things that they didn't know that thing was called that, then you're going to sound at least 20% more believable that you know what you're doing. So, I've discovered that Vagerville is a 2 weeks after High River. So Ella, you are sentenced to dice. I regret to inform you that I am sentencing you to dice. And that's it. That's all you get. You get nothing but dice and Taco Bell. All right? I will feed you Taco Bell and Red Bulls as you need them. You get one soft shell taco and one half of one can of Red Bull per day, and you're locked in the dice dungeon until then. Oh man, Ella complaining about selling out all of her dice because she's so good and everyone wants her sets. Wow. I feel so bad for her. Oh my god. Can you imagine being Ella Blackwood? What an unfortunate fate it is to have literally some of the best dice that anyone's ever seen and people appreciate you for it. It's a travesty. To be fair, she did sell a lot of sets at ArtCon this last weekend, so she did. I was very impressed and proud of her. As I always am at these conventions, man. Can I also have cheap pizza? Let's see. Ella had cheap pizza. So Ella would like the $5 pizzas from Superstore. For your own health, I'm gonna say no. No, I'm gonna cook you real meals, and you're gonna eat properly with a well-balanced diet that does not include cheap pizzas, Red Bull, or Taco Bell. Yeah, no, sorry. I'm gonna make you what am I gonna make you? I'm gonna make you ahi tuna steaks. I'm gonna make you tomahawk steak. I'm gonna make you Japanese salmon. I'm gonna make you tonkatsu and bulgogi, and you're gonna eat well, and you aren't even gonna want a cheap ass pizza. Because you'd much rather have you know what, I could make you pizza. You like the pizza I make now. Now I figured out how to do it. Hey, making bad hungry now. Okay, I'm sorry. I get my bad. With Brooklyn, I've got 2 tabs and a dirge. No, you don't, Silesian. You are too busy. You are far too busy, Silesian, doing whatever it is you do for a living. Whatever important things you do. Okay. I'm actually not sure about, to play Baldur's Gate 3 more than one playthrough. You played it through once and you said that was a satisfying and well thought out game, and you uninstalled it right after your 100-hour playthrough, and you've never touched Baldur's Gate 3 ever again. Your Steam says exactly 100 hours on the dot, and you've never even considered playing through the game again because you're far too well respected in your industry and successful that you just don't have time. You're not like one of those Baldur's Gate 3 RP D&D nerds that plays through Baldur's Gate and plays D&D all the time. Yeah, what is this? What are your commission rates, and where can I get in that queue when it opens? So my rates are, they depend heavily on the project. There's never one set rate for everything because D&D characters are very vastly diverse as far as the details that goes into them. So I have a general sort of like kind of guide-ish, but I really don't like to quote projects for people unless I know what the project is, so I know how long it's gonna like to what extent and detail, like level of details it is, whether or not I can and even want to accept the project, and then if it's like something that's going to take extra time, if people want like familiars and all that kind of stuff. So I usually only accept commission like sort of requests through DMs. But the queue, whenever it opens, I usually post on my Discord when things are available first. And then if there's like still slots, and that's when I post to like TikTok or wherever else. But I haven't done that yet this year because they've like filled up too quickly. So the fastest and easiest place would be Discord or my Patreon or anywhere like that before I post to sort of the general kind of like population, I guess. But it'll be quite a while. I'm probably not going to be accepting commissions for another couple of months. I have a very, very big commission I'm working on right now. It's going to occupy most of my time for the next like probably month and a half for Quincy, and after that I'm not sure. So I don't really want to promise anything for anybody as far as like wait times, unfortunately. I feel really bad about over promising or you know, under delivering on promises for wait times. So I'm reluctant to even say, you know, like August or whatever. But I'm shooting for, if I can, have my commissions opening again in August, September. That'd be great. So yeah, I apologize. I know it's like really annoying because it's like, you know, artist is hard to get to, like artist is hard to get to work for you. That's not a very good artist, and I know, and I feel bad about it, and I apologize. But yeah, they're just it's just a lot easier to like quote and deal with people individually. Because then you say a general price point, and someone's like, sure, that's great, and they ask you for like some crazy thing, and they're like, but you said that'd be $300. And you're like, that's, you know, you wanted like super ornate armor, a mechanical arm, a familiar, 3 eyes, a mace that has a gnome strapped to the edge of it. It's just a lot. So yeah, I usually just prefer to quote from specific projects. Perfectly fine. I appreciate that. I know it's a bit obnoxious for somebody to like say, you know, wait time is maybe something in the future, but I appreciate you extending me some grace there. Play D&D twice a week, and Baldur's Gate 3 is my favorite game. I feel attacked. Yeah, actually, that's fair. That checks out. No, that's completely fair. Play twice a week. That's pretty good, though. Actually, Natasha, that's pretty good. You can get a D&D group together twice a week. I play once a week right now with in a short-term campaign with some friends, and I've been trying to get a group together for my long-term campaign I want to run for a while, but it's been tough to try and get my friends together for a big long campaign. So I don't know if I'll be doing like a big long game anytime soon. 2 games a week though, that's pretty decent. It's not bad. Christian Dark Nobody has 1 slot for June. Who the fuck bought the Okay. All right. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have to open more for the weekend then. Fuck. As an artist, I'm just so glad you're making your living doing and keeping busy. Art is a luxury, and artists take time to make masterpieces. I appreciate that. You know, I honestly, that's really cool. I know you're an artist, Natasha. That's rad. I'm honored that you're here. Then I'm always honored when by the presence of artists. Yeah, I had to accept a while ago that my art takes a little bit longer than I want it to. And I think that there's a balance between, like, if you're a professional, you need to have like a work cadence and a workflow and be able to produce a certain amount of work. And you can't be too dramatic, obviously, and say like, you know, or whatever. It's like, you can't say like, oh, well, I'm just gonna like do 1 piece a month or whatever. It's like, yeah, you should have some professional pride in yourself. You try that at a game studio, you tell your art director, I don't want to work today, I'm just feeling sad. Your art director's gonna be like, great, then you don't have to work for the rest of the year. But there's also the balance between that and trying to like say how much and how long good work takes. And I've wrestled with that balance a lot for a long time. And I've tried to push myself to get stuff done at a cadence that I just can't do it. And so now I think I'm figuring that out a little bit better. And I'm trying to be a little bit okay with art taking a little bit longer. And, you know, I raised my prices for that reason, because I didn't want to like rush through anything, and I didn't want to like, you know, make work I wasn't proud of, that wasn't like honoring my clients' characters. And then past that, you know, I can't hate the process. If I ever start to hate the process, then I won't do it. And the balance between the like discipline of like act like a professional, Evan, and not hating the process is something I think I've only figured out recently, and I'm really happy with where it is. So yeah, it does take, like, I definitely work slower than a lot of other artists, and I know that, but I don't know if there's much I can do about it. And I think that I'm happy where I've landed, at least for now. So an artist is heavily invested in artists because I'm a VTuber. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I thought that okay. Yeah, you know what, honestly, the VTubing community is one of my favorite ones because of their sort of like respect for their artists, and I love that. I'm actually working on my first live 2D right now, which is really difficult. But yeah, no, I love I do like a VTuber fan art series where I do some of my friends who are VTubers as like D&D characters. Are you a VTuber? Well, okay. hold on. Wait, hold on. There's a lot of lore. No, this So, okay, wait, hold on. There's clarifications. Here. Okay, so hold on. So, the live 2D I'm making is a project I wanted to do for, God damn it, Ella. The live 2D is a project that I want to do where I want to make, I just want to go through the process of it and make a live 2D for somebody. And I'm making this live 2D, and her name is Project Amanagawa, which is galaxy in Japanese because everybody loves the weeb shit. So her name is Project Amanagawa, and I'm making Amano as an exercise in the VTubing, sort of like learning the skill set, because I like it. I think it's fun. It's a personal project for me. Okay. And what I wanted to do is I want to take this VTuber and I want to then give it to my friend or somebody that's going to use it and make like a very high-end, super like good live 2D that's really worthy of somebody's like VTubing career. Give it to them and go off and like, you know, see them off into the sunset. As far as me being a VTuber, no, I am not planning on switching to being a VTuber. However, there is about a 30-minute long story that I'll TLDR for you, where basically a friend of mine made a joke about catgirl maids and my obsession with them, even though I have no obsession with them. Then she made a cat boy version of me, to which she spent around 30 hours making a cat boy VTuber of me that I run on Halloweens because I cosplay as whatever, you know, on Halloween, whatever, for streams. To which then she decided to express her disdain for me by spending around 30 to 50 hours on Project Evangeline, a VTuber model for me, which is now a gender-bent version of me based off of a troll artwork she made of me as a gender-bent cat girl maid to try and ruin me. To which then she decided that wasn't heinous enough, and she has spent now about 100 hours on a third VTuber model, which hasn't debuted yet, that's even more salacious than that one, than Project Evangeline. So I made a Twitch channel for it, and that'll be my alt channel. So I don't stream in the evenings typically, but if I'm ever recording process, I'm gonna be streaming on Project Evangeline's channel, my VTuber, shamelessly, because my friend Eiley spent over 100 hours on it. So this is a very long story. It can't be summarized that easily. But yes, there is a VTuber. It is not the one I'm working on, but it is. I mean, I love VTuber designs. So I think VTuber designs are the coolest thing ever. That's one of the reasons I like VTubers, because I think that their lore and everything about like VTubing is really cool. It's very like character driven. It's really fucking cool. That's dope. I like meeting VTubers. Hold on. Wait, do you stream on Twitch? Asha, keep it real. Oh, you do? Oh, wait, is this your design? Dude, that's so fucking cool. Bro, I love your design, Natasha. This is actually rad. God, VTubers are so cool. You made the design? Dude, this is seriously really, really dope. I'm impressed. Alright, I'm a fan. I'm a fan now, right? Okay, sick. Lit. New target for VTuber fan art. Let's go. Subbed? Okay, you subbed to it? There's not even... Dirk, there's not even... You did not sub to PE. You did not sub to her channel because there's no... What is wrong with you? I don't even have the emotes finished for this channel yet. It's not launching for at least another month and a half or 2 months. You can't just sub to it casually like that. Okay. Fucking goddamn. Fucking damn. Okay. Okay, dude. Free Bezos bucks? Oh yeah, thanks for considering me your prime option. God damn it. Thank you. Speaking of VTubers, what's up, Taku? Hello. How you doing? The legend, Takutron. Oh my god, you're so cool, Taku. Holy shit. One of my favorite Twitch artists. What the fuck, dude? What's good, Taco? How you been? What's chilling? Bill 40. We'll do this as 40%. Good to see you, Taco. To be honest, what I'm gonna get commissioned because I just started a new campaign with literally her as my character. She's a ranger in the campaign though. That is sick. That is really sick. All right, cool. I do like, so I do love basing like designs off of VTubers. I have this whole dumb project where I was doing like VTuber friends of mine as like D&D characters in my style. So I did here's the VTuber portraits that I've done. So this is Miwa Bell. I did Miwa as a paladin, and that's Miwa's model versus Miwa. So I made her a cool ass paladin. Who else have I done? I did Miwa. What else did I do? I did Minnie. I don't know. Wait, do I have Minnie? I don't think I have Minnie's reference on here. I definitely don't have Minnie's reference on here, but that was Minnie full. And then Ulner. Wait, I never have Ulner's reference on here. That's Ulner IRL, and that's Ulner's model. I did make her like a cool. So I make them like a D&D class based on it. So I actually really love doing that. And then I did Ashy, but Ashy's not on here as well. I had a couple other friends, but yeah, I love doing like character designs based off of VTubers. Now they're all disappointed in it because I do none of them in anime, like the proper anime style for their actual model, and they either appreciate it or fucking hate it. There's no in between. There's no middle ground. That's Minnie.
I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
And that's what she thought of my VTuber art of her. For 666 bits, that's the alert that for some reason I enabled. Thanks for the 666 bits, Dark. I appreciate that, man. Happy suit. Y'all have a great day and see you on Discord. Kushodi, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Shall see you around. I will not be live for the rest of the week, but next week I'll catch you then if you're around. Thanks for stopping by. Yup, that's Minnie. Just reminding me daily. Y'all remind me daily that Minnie was not happy with her VTuber art. She was disappointed in it, and she no longer considered me a friend after that, so.
Why?
God damn it.
I don't want it.
Guys, someone remind me to change that alert, please.
I hate Evan.
Just, yep. Just, hey, yo, hey, Dark, thanks for the 660 bits, bro. Hey, how about that, man? That was a lot of bits. Holy shit. These are sick. Thanks, Taku. I appreciate it. They take me a long ass time though to do those portraits, and I really want to do one for Stim next if I can. I want to do Stim Pack next because Stim is awesome, but I don't know when I'll get a chance to do it because I've just been so overloaded and overwhelmed with work and commissions and stuff recently. Maybe that's what I'll do in August. I'll just do my VTuber fan art month where I'll just chill out and do art of VTubers I know. It'd be kind of fun. It'd be kind of rad. But thank you, Dark, for the 1200 bits. Did she actually? No. So that clip is okay. That's no. So that clip is when I gave her a piece of art that I made based off of the art. So on stream one day, they were memeing on her because she was saying that she has the Korean material girl standards. And so I made this for her. Well, not even for Minnie, but just for her chat. Of her with her, after her subathon, with her Gucci bag and her fucking Prada sunglasses. And I gave this to her on Discord, and that's what she said she hated. So to be fair, she loved the art, she hated this. So, you know, fair. I kinda deserved it, I guess, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now it's an alert. Why is that an alert in my chat? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, bro. Just chill out. I need an alert of all my VTuber friends saying something heinous about me. That's what I need. Someone go to Vixie's chat. I think Vixie's live. Someone go to Vixie's chat, ask her to say something terrible about me, and then clip it and send it to me, and I'll make it an alert. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do for the day. Phil, let's do 25 for his horns. I know I'm not done the line work yet, but I'm kind of just like taking a bit of a break from line work to do some other stuff on this piece for our boy. How's AI affected you? It's a good question. Not at all. Not at all, except people ask me about it sometimes. And like not like the way you asked me just now, but like at the convention last Saturday, someone asked me if I use AI art, and she was very convinced that I use AI art until I like picked up my phone and showed her that I record on my process, and I'm like, no. So kind of a compliment if you think about it. AI art doesn't affect me at all because I don't put myself in a position where AI art is something that can compete with me. So this is something I've talked about at length for artists to help protect themselves. If you want to be protected and bolstered from AI art, it is the same things you do to bolster yourself from commodification of art. So a lot of artists are competing with a market. They make very sort of like generalized art that fits into the general market of desire. Also very stylized artists are more at risk of this. If you do like general sort of anime art or whatever, or sort of that like modern critical role sort of fan art, Nickelodeon stuff, you're more at risk than you are if you have something that you're very specialized in a niche for. And so no one ever complains about my prices because there's no one else that really does what I do, right? Because it's intentionally something that I try and be very specific on. Now it means that I'm really in a niche and I'm not a big creator because of that. If I did like sort of the more approachable style that people liked more in the general mass, then I'd probably have more followers, be bigger, whatever, sell prints, all this kind of stuff. There's a lot that goes with it, but there's also negative sides of that. The more general you are and the bigger sort of wider net you cast, the more at risk you are for the instability. And so AI doesn't do what I do. And even if AI did similar styles to what I do, it doesn't do what I do. And so my advice to artists is always, if you want to protect yourself against AI or Fiverr or competition or like market prices and whatnot, do something that makes your art very unique to what you do. And so for me personally, I never hear anybody say anything about AIs or whatever. When AI art like sort of first came out, I didn't lose a single client or slow down in my business side of art things at all whatsoever. AI art is very interesting technology. It really sucks for a lot of reasons. It's hard on a lot of artists, but the things that I did to make myself not at risk of like having to compete with people who are willing to work for $2 an hour on like Fiverr and shit like that are the same things, just weirdly, that made it so that when AI came out, I wasn't affected at all. So not really at all, maybe, I think, you know, except for people like the occasional person will say something about like, oh, you know, your art looks like it's AI, and I'll be like, but I post my process, and they're like, oh, okay, my bad. You know, besides that, I can honestly say that AI hasn't really changed much about what I do. Or my art at all. It's made Adobe Photoshop a little bit more annoying to use because Adobe's like, every time they have a new version, they're like, hey, check out our generative AI thing. And I'm like, I'm good. Besides that, to be very honest, it hasn't really impacted me almost at all, I don't think. Like at one convention last year in Edmonton Expo, my first ever convention, one person asked me about commissions, and I quoted them something for their commission. They asked for something pretty in depth, and this is also back when my prices were a lot lower because I was doing like different kind of work. And I think I quoted him for a full character. I think I quoted him $300, and he said that he could get an AI art engineer to make 6 characters for that. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, I can get an AI art engineer to make them for $50 a pop. I was like, okay. That's the only interaction I ever had with anybody about it that ever sort of like whatever. And that person, I wouldn't have wanted to work for them anyway, obviously, because they didn't value what I was doing. So yeah, not really at all, to be honest. It's not really something that's impacted me. Maybe it will at some point in time. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping I can continue to do something that people find like value in the work that I do that they can't find anywhere else. Hopefully. We'll see though, you know, never say never, I guess. Got a request submitted. Oh, on coffee. Thanks for the request, Lexer. I'm honored. It's a great funny story, great for the memes. Yeah, actually though, right? The accusations of out of the blue run wild out there. Yeah, I mean, well, there was I mean, I'm gonna make this into a fucking TikTok and meme on it deeply because it's hilarious. But she was asking me, she was like, how much AI do you use in your work? I'm like, none. And she like just didn't believe me, right? I don't deal with wild in just random encounter AI accusations, because all the work I post, like if you go to my Instagram, it's not any like kind of like just physical like individual pieces or whatever. My Instagram is almost all process videos. So any piece you click is basically a process video. So, and then I stream. So it's like no one ever sees anything but the process from me, right? That's how I grow on social media. When I was just posting finished pieces of work, it took me 5 years to get to about 1,500 or to about 500 followers, sorry, excuse me. And then in the last 5 months that I started posting process videos, I got about 15,500 followers out of that. So the vast, like 95% majority of people who even know who I am know me from my process videos, and or they're from stream. So almost no one like ever sees just a painting from me and thinks like, you know, oh wow, this is, you know, who the fuck is this guy? Who's this AI art garbage or whatever? Maybe like some of the paintings maybe people would assume or whatever, but even then I post process videos for most of the paintings I do, or whatever. So I don't know. Hasn't really bugged me all that much, which is weird that it's like wow that somebody just said, like, I never deal with this. So somebody random at a convention just hitting me with that was kind of like, wait, what? I was like, huh? What? What is this shit? They were like convinced they were gonna like get me, you know, or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's really effing rude to accuse an artist of AI with zero proof and then witch hunts out there be crazy. Yeah, and you know, like honestly, I don't think that artists need to. Like there's a should you and a do you need to. Should you post your process so that nobody thinks that you do AI part of your art or whatever? Like maybe it's a good idea. Should you have to? No, but is it good overall for your just like general sanity to get people to fuck off? Maybe, and I think it's a good idea. Someone wants like from the hard advice from me, yeah, I'd post process, at least updates. I think every artist should record your process. It's unreal. But should you have to, and should you have to deal with all this shit? Absolutely not. But should you? Maybe, just to avoid the weirdos, the dipshits, and all the annoying shit, stuff like that. But if somebody doesn't want to, they just want to jam their art and post it on social media that week, like absolutely go for it. Don't worry about like if somebody's going to accuse you of doing AI, like who the fuck are they? No, do what you're going to do, make the art you want to make, and they can go get bent. If you know, obviously if there's like I had a joke last Halloween when I was doing this like anime cat girl, and the joke was I drew her with 6 fingers. And I was going to wait until somebody picked up on it, and I had a whole bit for it. And no one picked up on it. I spent the entire stream. I ended stream after 5 hours of drawing this anime cat girl with 6 fingers, and no one fucking picked up on it. But then later somebody saw it and was like, oh my god, it's AI, mate. And I'm like, no, it's, oh, fuck. Oh, shit, man. Damn it. No, it was a joke. So there's like that, I guess. Which is something. No, man, it's just post your process, people. But if you don't want to, tell people to get bent. Fuck off. The witch hunts are really weird and creepy, but then again, like, I don't know, man. If people are gonna witch hunt, like, it's not worth your time. These are not people that can really impact you. If they're just gonna whine about you and your art and stuff, like, I don't know, man. You just ignore it. Ignore that shit. Fucking do your thing. You know, I won't even like I don't even have the energy to get mad at people who do AI art either. Like, I just don't have the energy to get mad at people in general. If people are gonna be out there selling their art, like, obviously if they're passing it off as like real art or whatever, that's weird and shitty. But again, I don't have time for, you know, a lot of that shit. I just ignore it, move on, support the real artists, the ones that are doing cool shit, and just, you know, just chill. By the way, arcade portrait slots are full. I I put 6 slots up there this morning, guys. I put 6 slots up this morning. God damn it. That's really funny because the first time I ever saw you, I kind of wandered into your stream last year, but then I saw you again a couple days ago on TikTok and stuff and was like, this guy, I remember to follow the same time. Oh shit, dude. Wait, what? Come on, man. I'm honored. That's hilarious. That's actually really funny. Well, I'm honored to have you here, Natasha. It really means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, shit, dude. I actually had, like, people, someone at the convention recognize, they're like, wait, you're this guy from TikTok. It's like, that's wild to hear. That's crazy to hear. All right. Oh man, look at our boy. He's so handsome. All right, let's finish this line work off here. We gotta get this done before the end of the day, man. I can't leave for Edmonton until I finish this piece, even though it's not until Thursday. But still, I'm so unbelievably upset that I can't stream all week because of Edmonton and appointments. I did so well not missing a single stream for like the entirety of my January, February, March, April, May. And then all of a sudden in June, I had to get dumpstered on. It's so funny the amount of people that accuse my Princess Bride piece being AI because I included Six-Fingered Glove from the film. That's funny. That's actually really funny. I like that. That's some good shit. That's some good bait out there for the internet. You just do some Princess Bride Five-Fingered Glove fucking fan art? Dude, wait. That's actually so rad. That's actually so good. Record your process, Taku. What are you doing? Taku, how do I convince artists to record their process? How do I do it? How do I convince an artist just to decide to grow? What's the secret sauce in it, Taco? I need to know. You tell them the more content they can monetize, money always motivates people. Well, so I'm not monetized anywhere. Like on YouTube. So especially with shorts, but like it's really hard, actually. So check it, for those who don't know. So this is the monetization page for YouTube. This basically means that you can start making money on YouTube, okay? So in order to be able to get ads and monetize your content on YouTube, you need to have 4,000 public watch hours on regular videos in a year, or 10 million short views in 3 months. And at 9,000 subs, this is all I've acquired since the beginning of the year. Okay, this is through just live streams. Is this these watch hours right here? So it's not even about the monetization, but it does change the ability for you to charge more for your commissions because there's more demand in the market, which is huge, I guess. But even that doesn't work for artists, you know? Just need one video to pop off. Sometimes it's all it takes. That's true. Nothing that I've ever had has gone really big on YouTube. I've had TikToks do and Instagram shorts do like 400,000 views on or whatever, or 500,000 views on some TikTok. But I've never had a YouTube video do more than like 50,000 views. Because I have a friend that I really want to help her out with her sort of art journey, but she just doesn't want to like start recording process and posting stuff and growing. She just it doesn't want to. And I don't know why. I think she's just tired and burnt out, but I don't know how to convince her that it's worth it. Though to be fair, I didn't start posting my videos to grow. I started posting my videos for myself, so that I could see my own progress. It was a happy coincidence that anybody cared about watching them. Literally was just that. It was in some cases just luck that anyone thought they were funny or interesting or whatever or cool. I did not think that anyone would want to see my stupid ass like memes and shit. I think with a lot of streamers, they don't want to make content, they just want to stream. Well, what I say about to artists is that basically, are you a professional or not? Right? If you're a hobbyist, or if you're a pro, in between hobbyist and pro, there's a line, and if you're kind of trying to move in here, you're an amateur. Okay? And this is a classification we had when I was hiring graphic designers for projects. Basically, I decide to either hire pros or amateurs, because amateurs were great to work with because they have a vendetta and a thing to prove, and so they could work within budgets and they could work really hard, and then you give them opportunities and whatnot to grow, and you take them more and more opportunities. They're unproven is the problem, but if they're willing to work and you're willing to give them a chance to prove themselves, they can turn into some of the best designers you can work for. The pros are all mindset. And so basically, are you a hobbyist, more or less artist, or are you a pro artist? And if you're a pro artist, then what you're doing is you're working at your artist as a business. Okay? And so I think an important thing about businesses is understanding the balance of marketing versus development. So let's take the video game industry, right? This is the example I like to use. What percent of a video game's budget is marketing? So let's just say that you have $1 billion video game, like Witcher or fucking Cyberpunk or some shit. So like, if you have your $1 billion budget, a lot of games might spend, that's exactly it, 40% on, so they'll spend 600 million on development, and they'll spend 400 million on marketing. So realistically, if you have a product and a business and you go to a game studio and you say to them, hey, you have this resource track here, how much do you want to spend on marketing versus development? They're gonna find a number they're comfortable with. Sometimes it's actually closer to 50%, but 40% is a good average. The issue is that's business, man. That's what video games as a business do, and that's how you like make this sustainable. Is you get paid and make money so that you can do this instead of having to work another job to simply like pay rent and shit like that. So treating your art as a business is very important. If we're going to use existing models, if we're going to learn a little bit about how business works, imagine you start a company. Okay, this is the U video game studio. Or let's just call it the U studio. So right now you don't have any money, which means you don't have any leverage. No leverage. So you have no devs to hire and no marketing team to hire. But what do you have? You don't have any money. You don't have any leverage. All you have is time. Congratulations. This is your resource that you have. So instead of spending 40% of your budget for money that you don't have on your business, it is, I think, expected that you spend 40% of your time on marketing. Now, I don't spend 40% on marketing, okay? That, like, of my time on marketing. That's just, we're just talking about theoreticals here. I spend probably like 20% of it. But what it means is basically, if you stream 5 days a week, that's what you stream, you'd be way better off cutting out 1 day, going down to 4, and spending 1 day editing, posting, scheduling, fan arting, whatever it is that helps you grow. This is your marketing. And I think a lot of streamers run into that where they don't want to make videos or whatever and any of this shit. And the problem is I don't know how to make this seem worthwhile to artists. Because it seems like a lot of artists that work for themselves, the Venn diagram of like artists who are pros and the Venn diagram of artists who work in the industry is like pretty close. Right? So most people who have a professional mindset are going to be busy working in the games industry or film or whatever production. The problem is a lot of the kind of a lot of the reasons why somebody doesn't want to be a pro, why they don't want to do this pro like sort of side of things, will be the reason why they are a solo like artist. They want to go out on their own. The problem is though that then you've got this like legion of artists that they don't want to be they don't want to do the video game industry stuff that, you know, is aligned with being a pro, but then they don't want to take care of their own business. They don't want to like promote themselves and market themselves and make a product and figure out how to develop it. And like part of this budget is also R&D. So if you want to get super deep into this, how much of your budget do you spend on R&D for new project? How much do you spend on blue sky projects? How much do you spend on development? How much do you spend on marketing? Well, this is a way you can format your time. How much time do you spend doing fundamentals and growing? That's your R&D. How much time do you spend doing experimental projects? That's your blue sky. How much time do you spend doing development? That's your bread and butter work that artists spend 100% of the time doing. How much time do you spend marketing? This is your editing of posts and whatever. Now, my hack is that I try and layer everything on top of each other. So right now, right the fuck now, I'm doing a couple things. I'm streaming, which I love. Okay. I'm also doing a commission, a request, but still like commission work. I'm also recording for Shorts / TikTok. So I think the hack for artists is to just stack and layer as much of your time on as you can, so that you can basically have to do as little. So all I have to do once I'm done this recording, all I have to do is spend about a half hour in DaVinci recording audio, and from start to finish, from the point where I open Notepad and I write a short script for a video where I tell a story or talk about a concept or whatever, or like meme for 5 minutes, between the moment I open Notepad and the moment I export and upload and have uploaded a video on all three sites, and maybe or Twitter as well if I want to, or Blue Sky, is about a half hour. So 30 minutes a day beyond the actual streaming process. That's nothing. That's like 10%. I'm not even taking my own advice, and I'm still like doing decently. And the problem is I don't know how to make this seem like it's worthwhile to artists, because obviously someone like Taku, who prompted this, doesn't need this kind of advice, because Taku's an amazing artist and is successful and growing and doing amazing shit just by virtue of the fact that Taku is works hard and tries hard. But it's like when I have somebody who's an artist friend of mine that really is like lamenting not being able to get work and not being able to grow and not being able to do stuff, and I'm like, here's the model for what you're supposed to do, and they're like, oh yeah, I don't know, it's like I don't know how to like convince people that it's worth it. Or maybe you just can't. Maybe you just have to like abandon them, be like, sorry man, you know, I guess see you later, good luck with your career. I don't know, but I don't want to do that, especially when you care about an artist, you know. No time either. Oh shit, wait, yeah, you were screwed. You can only lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink. It's an unfortunate nature of these things. Yeah, maybe that I mean, that bums me out, but maybe you're right. That could be in a lot of ways it is that's just the way it is. I'm thinking about this so much too, because I'm doing so part of the reason why I'm thinking so much about this. Why do you care so much about this, Evan? Like, stop being weird. Part of the reason why I care about this so much is because I'm doing some mentorships this summer, later in the summer, with a couple of artists that I really care about, and I want to see them succeed. And I know they can, but there are things that are holding them back. And once you mentor a person, now you're taking personal responsibility for their success. And I need to figure out how to kind of like do this in a way where it's like I'm greedy. They say, yeah, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. What if I'm too greedy for that? What if I want to force that fucking horse to drink? You know what I mean? It's like, how do you do that? Because I think that maybe you need proximity to someone, right? Like if someone's very close to you, you have more authority over their like opinions and whatever impressions to like tell them to do some shit, and they'll listen to you because they trust and love you. You know, like if you know, a best friend or a brother or a spouse is like, oh, I can't do this, you can be like, no, you're gonna do this, you're gonna fucking do this, and then it's gonna work, it's gonna be awesome. And you can usually like then kind of like help them along, you know. But what do you do when it's an artist you care about, but you only have that kind of mentor mentee relationship with them? And I feel like to be like good instructors, good educators, good mentors can figure out how to do that with almost anybody. And I want to be good at what I do with this, so that I can like make a difference for people that I want to see succeed in the way that people have made a difference for me, you know, who've like refused to give up on me, you know. Like the only reason that I actually do any of this is because Ella refused to give up on me. Because Ella led me to the well of being an artist again in my career. And every time I stubbornly said, no, I can't do it, and every single fucking day she'd smack me in the back of the fucking head and said, drink from that fucking well, you piece of shit. And it took years of her doing that daily without relenting. And obviously she was being very nice about it and very gentle. It's not like she was actually literally hitting me. But she never gave up on me is the point. After I had given up on myself. And so how do I take a young artist that's like, oh, I can't, girl, I'll never make a career out of this, I can't do this shit, and just like force them to do it, you know? And drown the horse then? Yeah, instructions like clear dead horse. Ah, shit. Damn it. We lost another one, boys. What do you mean another one? Shit, don't worry about it. Yeah, shit. Guys, hide the, oh boy. Whew. Yeah, hide the evidence. I don't know. Maybe all you can do is just make the information available. And if people value it and want yeah. People value it, I guess, then they can take it, and if they don't, then maybe you're right. Maybe there's just nothing you can do about it. Can't necessarily take on the burdens of like somebody else's fucking success in life unless they're like very close to you. You know? Or whatever. Big push to a big meddler. I just want to see my friends succeed, and sometimes it feels like I have cheat code and I give it to them, but when they don't do it, I just want to shake them. Yeah. But you know, one thing I've always thought about that is that sometimes I have that with myself, right? Like you ever know what to do, but you can't get yourself to do it? It's the most frustrating feeling in the world for me, right? That is the most frustrating feeling in the world. The entire story of my last like couple years of my life has been figuring out the hack of how to do the things I know I should be doing. Like the difference. So I've been on a weight loss journey, and I've lost about 105-ish, 110-ish pounds since I started. I used to be really big. And I'm still fat as fuck. I'm still like a hog, but you know, I'm getting there. So it should be good by the end of summer. So I knew all my entire life the things I was doing that was contributing to my weight and my lack of health and whatnot were bad for me. But I couldn't not do it. I knew when I was 22 and I wasn't drawing and I was like just sad because I couldn't go to the games industry like I wanted to, that I needed to practice and draw and work on fundamentals and grind it up. And I couldn't convince myself to do it. And it's the worst thing in the world when you're like, I know what to do. This isn't complicated, you know? I know I should, you know, log out of World of Warcraft, not value my pet collection so much, and then go make art, right? It's like, bro, what do you do when you know what to do, but you just can't convince yourself to do it? I think that might be the problem with a lot of people. When you try and give them a cheat code, it's like on some level, maybe they do know what to do. Maybe they do know how to like grow and whatever. And this isn't mysterious. I will say, understanding and learning how to record in vertical did change this for me. I didn't think I could do this whole thing where I recorded process videos and made them and whatnot and did this all this shit. I didn't think it was possible until I figured out how to do it. And now it's like a hack. Like I'll tell any artist how to do this shit, how to do the exact stuff that I'm doing with recording my process, making it super easy through OBS. But, you know, the reason why I'm not doing regular YouTube videos is because I'm not recording my entire screen and I know what to do now, and I just don't want to do it. But I can't do it because I need a GPU for it. Okay, so that's not just me being dumb, right? That's not just me being dumb. Tell me of it. If you want to go over it, Taco, I will hop on a Discord call and we will open your OBS and have it all installed and good to go and get this shit rolling for you in like 15 minutes one day if you want to. I'll walk you through this shit. It's so unbelievably easy and simple. It's unreal. Was you finished working on? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Of course. Please. Okay. Taco, next week, when I'm back from GameCon, if you can remind me, do you Streamlabs? Ooh, you might have to change that. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think we can do it on Streamlabs, but I'm not entirely positive. But it should be fine. Yeah, it should be absolutely fine. It might be easier actually. I think it's built into Streamlabs. Regardless, if you can reach out to me next week, and I need you to keep me honest about this, because I am so overwhelmed with the amount of stuff I have to do right now that I'm gonna forget we had this conversation, and then 2 weeks later I'm gonna remember it, and it's gonna haunt me because I'm gonna feel like a bad friend and a bad person for fucking icing you out. I have been incredibly overwhelmed with work and requests and things and whatnot over the last 2 months. So like, yeah, we can, if you can try and please help me remind me, then it'd be an honor to figure this shit out. Get free website? What is it? Let's turn your streams into vertical vids for free. Oh, well, okay, so the problem is that there's a separate, so for Photoshop, I have a separate window open that I'm recording off of, and I had to set up a separate canvas via, so just simply recording the process. Like notice I'm zooming in and like fucking moving the shit all around, but the one window to the upper left right here, this isn't moving at all. But you see when I draw anything on here, it appears on that window up top. Okay, that's the complicated part for Photoshop that I'm not sure how to do in Streamlabs. If you use on your computer, not on your stream, you just make it vertical. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay. It'll convert it. Yeah, I mean that's like you can do that through fucking like DaVinci and shit like that. But if it does it for you, that's actually kind of rad. Not gonna lie. Front links are okay here. They get pained because bots and shit, unfortunately. Just DM you. Yeah, yes, please just DM me next week and say, hey Evan, hey, shut up, nerd. Tell me how to do the thing, and I'll say okay. I'd love to help. I'd love to help figure it out. But I'm right now, the reason I'm not able to record in 16:9 and vertical, because what I want to do is I want to like make landscapes or whatever and make big art, cool things, but record the vertical portion for shorts and then record the full screen for actual like YouTube vids. The thing that's limiting me on this is actually a GPU. So right now my GPU can't handle everything I'm trying to do. Right now, when I'm trying to stream to Twitch, and then I'm streaming to YouTube as well. When I tried to stream to TikTok vertical, and I'm also recording vertical. But when I tried to also additionally stream to TikTok vertical, it blew my computer up. Because the problem is people say that like, oh, you can stream to 8 different places on like from OBS. It's not a big deal. It won't screw things up. The issue is, yeah, it doesn't tax your GPU too much to stream to like a bunch of different places with OBS. The issue is when you have Photoshop open as well. This is when it murders stuff. So if I try and work on a file that's too big, it crunches my stream. If I go and I try and if I have a big enough project, like it's like a 8,000, like 8K pixels wide by like 4K pixels high or whatever, not even like that huge, but like a substantial like document, and I try and do complicated selection tool stuff, it will chunk and freeze and murder my stream until I close Photoshop. I learned that the hard way a little while ago. So I actually do need a GPU pretty bad. The problem is that a lot of what helps let you do this is it's not just GPU stuff.
It's actually the GPU's VRAM, and they lock VRAM. Now this is not a AMD. I don't know AMD's like sort of climate, environment, whatever. I don't know their like what AMD does, and honestly I would like to, because if I made a new PC today I'd probably build it as an AMD. But for the NVIDIA stuff, unfortunately NVIDIA, the new GPUs, the 50 series, it uses AI to upscale most things. So the actual horsepower of the GPUs, the actual like oomph that they have is actually pretty low. They just use the AI upscaling. The only 50 series that is good is the 5090. The 5090 actually has a lot of horsepower. It's a very powerful GPU. It also is the only GPU with a lot of VRAM in it. The problem is the 5090 is also $4,500. So that's the issue, is that they kind of locked the features that I need behind the biggest GPU, because even the 40 or the 3080, back when the 30 series, the 3080 had a lot of horsepower behind it, and especially the 3080 Ti, which is what I have, has more VRAM. It has like I think 12 or 16 gigabytes. I don't know what I have currently right now. But what they did is that they basically just said, we're not going to do this anymore. So the 40 series, they did the same thing. It was mostly AI upscale, except for the 4090s, right? So NVIDIA is not a great place to be in as an artist right now, which really sucks. But then again, most artists don't have to worry about this kind of stuff. This is not an issue for most artists. It is an issue for artists who want to stream as well as make their work and multi-stream to 5 different places. So it's a CPU, not a GPU. What GPU do you have? Yeah, I have 3080 Ti. CPU, yeah, the CPU is what normally is the bottleneck for most people, and I thought it'd be the bottleneck for me, but it just, with Photoshop open, it just, like, Photoshop's just such a resource hungry, intense software. Like Streamlabs is also very resource hungry. It's one of the reasons why I switched to OBS, is because Streamlabs is in my opinion too resource hungry. But it's very nice to use Streamlabs. It's just more resource intensive, and I couldn't afford it with the kind of stuff I wanted to do. But even then, like, it's nowhere near. People, like, streamers will complain about Streamlabs and say it's so resource hungry, that's why I would never use it. It's like, yeah, you're probably not dying because of it though. But Photoshop is legitimately so resource intense and hungry that it's almost like you just fucking can't, man. you just can't stream with it if you want to stream in more than one spot, which really blows. Or record your process or do anything with it, you know? Ailey, thank you. Wait, Alayliana? I probably got that wrong, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Honored to have you. Use a display capture card? No. I don't think it would make that big of a difference, but I don't. I don't know. I think I do legitimately either need to move to a 2 PC setup or a very hungry 5090, you know, like just ultra power through my GPU. A 2 PC setup would be ideal, but the problem is the new PC that I need to get, the issue still remains with what GPU do you buy, because the newer GPUs for that NVIDIA are making, they're all of the power behind them is their AI up-resing and shit like that. They don't actually have that much more raw power than like even the 3000 series, right? Could for 5K? Yeah, exactly. Like I could maybe make an AMD PC for 5K. If AMD, I don't know, like how do you get higher VRAM for AMD GPUs? Like how much is it? You know, I can fucking look at this. Okay, hold on. What's the art you're making?
Visitors.
Jesus, Taku, this is so good, dude. Yo, Orc Skull, how's it going, bro? Dude, Taku, I love your lighting, man. Taku, you're so good at this shit. Dog, this is so good, man. What the fuck? I love this. Fuck, man. That's really rad, Taku. That's cool as shit. I'm impressed. Good to see you, Orc Skull. How is stream, dude? You got here just in time for me to complain about GPUs. If y'all aren't following Orc Skull, go over there and drop Orc Skull a follow, man. It's a good time over there. Definitely high class stream, good chat, good time all around. What's up, dude? So how much is the like 32 gigabyte Radeon whatever card? They don't have one. Okay. How much is the 24 gig Radeon card? Yeah, that's not bad. So for the art computer, I could buy a $1,500 GPU, or fucking this one's on sale, but I'm assuming that I'm not gonna be able to get on sale. So a $1,500 GPU for an AMD build. That looks wild. I don't know why I don't like that shit. Put your fans in, bro. Put them in properly. There you go. And that's not like, obviously 24 gigs is not 32. It's still good though. It's still better than like your 15. So, but at least you can't buy a 2400 or like if I search for the GeForce shit, it doesn't exist.
How exciting!
It doesn't exist, man. Yo, Robbie. Oh shit, dude. What's up, Robbie? What's going, man? How's stream? Yo, oh shit, man. Got the double raid in. What's up, dude? What are y'all doing today? Guys, if you are interested in, we got two amazing individuals from the D&D sphere that I respect and look up to, in Orc Skull and Ravi. So, welcome in, guys. Good to see you. You got here just in time for me to complain about GPUs as an artist. So, if you would like to also complain about GPUs as an artist, or just in general, you know, now is the time. So, Peter, welcome in. Good to have you. We're just drawing for anyone new today. We're just drawing a Tiefling Paladin for a very illustrious client over on Coffee right now. I'm just taking a bit of a break from my wrist and to complain about GPUs. So, welcome in. What is this for? Hold on. What is this 48 VRAM? Okay. Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. Okay. Listen. We're all gonna take this very, very calmly, okay? We're all just gonna hear me out. Okay. So this is 10,000 Canadian. What is that USD? Wait, what? So 10,000 USD or CAD, sorry. That's 7,300. So 7,300 divided by 2.5 that's only 3,000 subs. Okay, so the most amount of subs I've ever had on Twitch was 1,200. Now, okay, so hold on. So all we need to do is we need to run a subathon. We, by the way, now this is an us project because when streamers talk about them getting subs, it becomes we, right? So all we need to do is run a subathon for 3,000 subs to buy an RTX 6000 with 48 gigabytes of VRAM with quad DP. I don't know what that means. DisplayPort, okay. What? No HDMI? Oh god. Yeah. Legitimately, the card that I'm looking at getting is a 5090. This one. This is the one I'm looking at. So that's
well, here goes 1/3000th of that.
Hey Joe, thanks for the 1/3000th of a 6000 series GPU. Hey, dude, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. $29.99 left, man. We're almost there. We are almost there, man. Let's go. I need double yeah, DisplayPort, Robbie. DisplayPort. Oh god, man. You're arresting my ego a lot here. Listen, that's why I said we, okay? Because then when it's we, it becomes about the community, right? How many followers do I have? I just have like what, 70% of my entire Twitch following sub. That's easy, right? Mm-hmm. Refuse to buy GPU in today's prices. I would love to refuse to buy GPU in today's prices. Unfortunately, if I'm actually going to be able to do what I want to do as far as recording process videos and streaming, I need to get a lot more VRAM in my GPU. That or buy another PC. So I could for, it's like for $4,000, could you buy a secondary computer, an AMD computer entirely? Would that be better? You know, with 24 gigs of VRAM on the 7900 card. So $1,500 of that goes to GPU. You got $2,500 left to build the rest of the PC. Like, probably pretty good. I don't know how much, like, to be fair, I don't know about AMD's infrastructure, whatever. I don't know about their shit. I don't know AMD at all, except for the fact they've been doing real good shit in the last 5 years, and Nvidia's been doing some real shit stuff, and Intel's been losing business like mad. So I would honestly love to build an AMD PC. I just don't know if the card, if another PC with an AMD fucking build with a Radeon 7900 with 24 gigs of VRAM and all that juice, I don't know if that would be better than just brute forcing a 5090 into this PC. I don't know what's better, to be very honest. So how much is a big group commission of D&D party? Like 8 or 9 if we count the DM. Full body, half body, or color, Natasha? Because wait, maybe we could get a GPU out of that. Yeah, hold on, hold up. That's a project and a half. 8 or 9. I mean, that'd be a lot actually. That'd be a substantial piece. It'd be like at least 300 per character, I think. Yeah, it's a fucking load. Half body color because I might have some leverage here. Yeah, no, I the problem is like my commissions are just turbo locked down and full for like the 5 or 6 months, but a project like that would be incredibly expensive. Like a half body color piece, the base is $400 for it. And so we're talking about 9 people. That's a lot. That becomes unreasonable real quick for a group, I think. So, yeah. I appreciate you trying to get rid of that GPU, but I think that'd be beyond. The problem is that like individual people, it's very easy to charge like $400 or $500 for an individual. The problem is it's in a group is that then the average out of that is doesn't usually work for people. So it's one of the reasons why I don't do parties that often. Because typically if I do a party, it's like one person can agree to spend $700 on a piece, on a full body, full character, color, whatever piece. But trying to get like 4 people that can do that are all playing the same party, it's like almost impossible. It's why I rarely, if ever, do parties, and why I only ever do single characters. All right, well, no 5090 for us today. Apparently, we'll just keep doing coffee sketches. I get if you're business with you need one, but someone who's just a gamer though, sticking with my 1080 for a while longer. Yeah, enjoy that shit. Holy man, holy. It's
have fun with the convention.
Wait, actually, Minifall. Minnie, I was talking about you today. Minnie, thanks to the 4 months, I appreciate it. I will try my best to have fun with the convention. Minnie, Dark was enjoying redeeming your alert today. Quite a bit, in which you tell me that you hate me. So, I had to drop some Mini full lore in there, but thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate it, guys. If you're not following Mini full, oh my god, wait, Mini. I don't have present mods like you, so they don't just like auto shut out or shout out stuff. I'm kidding, relax mods. But guys, is that Miniful, the artist, the champion, the legend herself, my dear friend Minnie, one of my favorite streamers on this site that I've ever watched. My Oshi, if I was a VTuber enjoyer. Thanks for sub, Minnie. It means a lot. I appreciate it. I will have fun at the convention. I will sell no art because people just want free run fan art. So, There is that, unfortunately. Yeah. Your party sugar daddy for art, at least. That's hilarious. That's actually funny. Should learn to be an artist? I don't know. It's being an artist is tough. Like you say that you charge $300 for a half body and everyone thinks like, wow, I should be an artist. That sounds great, bro. It's pretty good. There's probably about a decade and a half there of choosing whether or not I wanted to eat or drive for every day. Yeah. Ooh, I don't miss that. Ooh, I don't miss that. I should have been anything else than an artist to actually have a decent chance at, you know, having a decent life. Holy fuck. Dang it, you make me cry. What? Not again. It means a lot to me. Always recommend your artwork whenever I can. Thanks, Minnie. I appreciate it, bro. Minnie, are you excited for art bootcamp later in the summer? Are you excited? I've not yet gone over the details yet with Alf because I figured you were still like in lockdown mode after your subathon. But I was gonna message you in July, the first weekend or the first couple of days of July for art boot camp. Are you ready? You're wait, actually ready? Holy shit! Okay, guys, are you ready for the era of miniful art when the internet won't know what hit them? Legendary artist. Legendary paintress herself, Miniful. Minnie, are you back to streaming at DGen hours? I feel like I haven't caught your stream in like weeks. You would be honored to work under a professional. I mean, it's gonna be tough, bro. Minnie, it's gonna be tough, but if you are willing to and you give me everything, I will not make this difficult. All right, I'll make it fun and awesome, and you're gonna have the best fucking time. You're gonna have the absolute best time, I promise you. Alf's all out here being nervous and anticipating it. You're out here worrying about the workload and shit. I will not let you down. It's gonna be dope. You my best, Sensei? Yeah, let's go. I'm already proud of you, Minnie, so.
Bits.
Yes, wait, what? Why? Nira, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Well, God damn it. Okay. Minnie, you're banned from cheering bits. You already subbed today. You're banned from cheering bits. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that shit. God damn it. Minnie, thank you for the 100 bits. Please. Stop. Relax. Thank you, though. God damn it. Guys, I'm not worthy. Please. Being me? Oh, wait, you're the one that said you hated me, okay? Stuff there for artists, not gonna lie, that's why I'm so happy to see the ones that get to make it. Yeah, it's been probably the hardest thing that I've done is try and like get back into art and like try and build a career out of it again. Cause I thought I was down, bro. I thought I was gone from. God damn it, Robbie, stop, dude. Guys, chill, okay? Chill, man. Thank you for the sub. Fuck, man. Relax. Guys, chill, okay? Chill. Chill. Chill, or else you'll summon Dark or Alf or something. I don't know, man. Thank you for the subs, though. I really appreciate it. It really means the world to me. Thank you, guys. Those ever got to be an actual artist when I started learning how to... I'm not being mean to Minnie.
She said you were being...
I don't care what she said. She'll say that shit. I don't want the dog. No, I don't want Yuna. No, from my desk. Okay. Come here, BB. Okay, come here, BB. Hi, Yuna. Hi, little one. Hi. What do you want? Why did you gift me dog?
Sleeping on my lap.
She's sleeping on your lap? Oh yeah.
Helping me paint ice.
Can I ask if you could close my window?
Nope. It doesn't get a Ella reveal.
Yeah, I realize that. Okay, Yuna. Alright. Oh, you're tired. Okay, puppy. Alright. Okay, you guys get dog for hype train.
There's
Alright.
Grassfire nearby.
There's what?
Grassfire nearby.
Ah, fuck. Dark, thank you for the 168 bits. What the fuck, dude? Dark was who was redeeming the mini-full alert earlier, by the way, Minnie. Just in case you were wondering, who was reminding me that you hate me.
So, and Zuzu Boy, thank you for the follow. Goddamn, dude. Really, puppy? Really? Are you so tired today? What have you done? You haven't done shit to deserve being this tired. What are you doing, puppy? Okay. Alright. You wanna go see Ella? You don't know who Ella is if I say Ella.
Hi.
You wanna go see her? Okay, go see her. Oh, puppy. Okay. Zuzu your boyfriend? Oh shit, what's up, Zuzu? Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you, dude. Alright, wait, I need to finish this shit. I can't let my clients down here, alright? I already let down Miniful by drawing her with Gucci bag and Prada. I can't disappoint the clients. God, it sucks. It's rough out here, man. I'll do a little emblem crest for the cloak going across the chest. Art stunning though, it really is a beautiful drawing. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. I'm trying my best for this one. I've had some very, very important projects for my illustrious clients over on Coffee recently that I want to live up to their expectations. All right, so appreciate that. Chat was cheering? No, they weren't. They weren't doing nothing. They were being all well behaved. No one was doing anything. God damn it.
Why? I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
Thanks, Dark, for the 666 bits. I appreciate it. Thanks, bro. Man, what a great alert, right? Like I said, I just need to get a chain of alerts that are all my VTuber friends telling me that they don't like me anymore. I thought Miniful would be the hardest one to get though, because she's usually just so nice. So decent. So well-mannered amongst her friends. I just never thought that I'd earn such scorn from her, so you know, it was very shocking to me that Miniful was so easy on that. I think I thought Ashy would be the easiest to get to shit talk me, but Ashy refuses to say anything bad about me. She's a real friend, apparently. You know? Sure, Miwa will do it. No, Miwa calls me bestie. Please. I know Miwa calls everybody bestie, but I'm just gonna live in a fantasy where Miwa calls me bestie. Okay? Yeah, I don't know if Miwa would.
Evan,
Stim might.
Evan,
Yes.
Ethan.
Hi. What?
Hey,
That's
guess
me.
what?
Yes. What am I guessing? Hello.
Why?
That's God fucking damn it. Bro.
It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
You know when I said I'm gonna be sad that I'm not gonna be live for a whole week? You know, that this might not be the worst thing in the world, so
Dark is here memeing.
Dear, thank you for the 69 bits. Minnie, thank you for the 100 bits. Dark, thank you for the unreal amount of bits. Fucking chill, dude. Not gonna lie, the clip is funny AF though. It is. It is. I mean it when I say Miniful is legitimately one of my favorite streamers. Like, I'm not just glazing. I can, you know, Minnie, I can watch Minnie stream for like basically anything she's doing. Like, I really look up to Minnie as a streamer. I really do. I mean that, bro. Minnie's the kind of streamer that I can actually legitimately watch literally fucking anything she's doing. And like for an entire stream, man. It's just so easy to chill out in her stream and whatever. Minnie did a subathon a little while ago, and I think I watched her stream every single night for like a month, bro. Every night when I'm just sitting here working, I was basically in Minnie's chat the entire time. The amount of Miniful points, channel points that I collected was actually unreal in that time. So I gotta be more. I gotta make my life more Miniful.
Evan, you have to look up to everyone,
Yes?
even the orb.
No, I'm not. Okay, all right, listen. I'm done here with this orb shit. I'm done with this orb shit. It's over. The meme is dead. We've officially killed the orb. I'm deleting the emote. You guys can't stop me. You guys can't stop me. When I get back from GameCon, when I get back from the convention and no one wants to buy my art because it's not fan art and people tell me that I'm bad and that I do AI art at conventions because that's what they do at conventions. When that happens, okay? I'm deleting the orb. All right? Mm-hmm. There's nothing you guys can do to save it. There's no amount that I can be bribed, convinced, or threatened as on this stream to save the orb. It's ending soon. The lore is almost gone. All right. I'll come back from the convention in a super bad mood because no one wanted to buy my prints, and I'll take it out on the orb. So, but everyone has a price. Okay, everyone does have a price. Okay, but the price to save the orb is too high. No one can afford it. You guys had a chance during the Orbathon, and you chose not to. Okay? You guys had a chance to reach rank 7 of the Orbathon, and you chose not to. It was a conscious choice made by the Dragon's Claim. I will not hear anything of it, so. It's a lie. The new GP will make the orb stay. You know what to do, chat. Oh, wait. The new GP... Wait, what hold on. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. No, okay. Wait, now an Astro 5090. I mean, like, let's just face it. I mean, that's a pretty looking GPU, right? Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Tails turn. I feel like I kind of just dismantled my entire. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. I feel like I kind of folded real fast there, didn't I? And I just lost a little bit of respect for myself then. God damn it. Yep. How long does one drawing like this take you to start finish roughly? It kind of depends, but usually around 3 to 4 hours. So I spend some time beforehand doing an undersketch so that I can arrive to stream. Like, I don't do, on my recordings, you always see me start with a half sort of like a finished sketch. If you ever look at a recording, I very rarely record the full process. Like, notice that like when it starts, there's this undersketch right here. So I do a lot of the difficult stuff, the measuring, the design, and stuff like that before stream, because I don't like to do it on stream because it's boring to watch. So it just.
Why? I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
Apple, what the hell, man? Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Apple, I trusted you. I spammed in your chat with Sunspirilla, California Girl, for 3 hours because I trusted you. And this betrayal, it's actually kind of on brand. I'm impressed. What's up, Apple? How's it going? Jesus fucking Christ. Hi, Apple. How's it going? What's up, Alf? I'm under obligation to inform you. No, Evan, you should hate Minnie. I don't hate Minnie. I would never hate Minnie. Minnie's my Oshi. All right. I even added Minnie full merch to my throne. There you go. It's good to see, Apple. So doing the process like I think I did for this one. This one I started to finished it, where you see me like constructing the face. And I don't usually do this stuff on stream because you see how I jumped there? That I had to walk away from it to come back to realize what was like wrong for proportions. So you'll watch again just the jump real quick. So I'm building it, and then it just jumps at some point in time. Boom, right there. So I don't like to start to finish a piece on stream because sometimes I'll miss a measurement or something with the face, and I'll need to walk away to realize I made a mistake for it, come back, and so I don't record the process for that. So when I show up to stream and I work on a piece, I've been recording this for 4.5 hours, but to do this off stream, it would probably take me a lot less time to get to this point because I'm not talking and yapping and like trolling Miniful and shit like that, and being betrayed by Apple. But even then, it's still time. So it's like between 3 and 4 hours. It's like closer to 4, I'd say. If I finish a project in 3 hours, it's like usually I'm like, oh damn. But yeah, 3 to 4 hours for one of these. That's one of the reasons why, like, because I was planning on initially doing these in 2 hours. That's why I had my coffee sort of request for these at the price point they were. But when I realized that I need like between 3 and 4 hours, I had to up it so that I could actually do work that I was really proud of. Because if I did like do this piece in less time and I was rushed, I wouldn't be making art that I was proud of. I wouldn't have made Addie nearly as unnecessarily attractive for Brooklyn as was required. And listen, these are important things to factor into your art process time. And like, you know, for instance, like Minifull's commissions are very, very expensive. Sorry, they're gonna be very expensive when I'm done guilting her into after art boot camp. Right, that's what it was. That's what it was. So next to even Minifull, I'm gonna be a budget option because we're gonna convince Minnie to add an extra 0 to her commission prices, and it's gonna be awesome. So I'm gonna instill so much confidence in that girl that she's gonna be ready to turn down all the hundreds of amazing clients she's gonna have to turn down because she's gonna be booked solid till next year. Okay, actual like you want Minifull POV. Wait, that's Miwa Bell. That's the wrong one. Minifull POV. She's gonna be all Gucci'd up, bro. Her commission's gonna be so unbelievably expensive. Okay? That she's gonna be walking around, right? Got that style. Oh shit. That Daybach. Let's go. It's not Kenchana. It is not going to be Kenchana. Font is very important, so I appreciate it. Listen. It's a key factor, okay? And I only got a couple people mad at me on TikTok over it, so it was worth it. Not Kenchana? Yeah, it is not Kenchana. Nope. It is not. It'll only be Daybach. Only Daybach from now on, so. Okay, what was I even doing? What was I even working on rendering? Shit. I got distracted. Oh yeah, armor. We're almost finished. We're almost finished the process. I need to like figure out how to make this more of a... There we go. I can't go too like far down on the character's shoulders for these sketches because I don't want to like do them for some then not be able to do them for others and completely ruin expectations and shit like that. Sometimes it looks better if it just kind of fades into the... Like one thing that really helps is when I do a fill layer, so I think I'm gonna do that actually. We're gonna do that for this armor and make it super shiny and bright and pretty and like a shining paladin example. A hero, a living hero, just like Appalachia. Honor Guard Appalachia. Let's fucking go, man. Master Marksman Appalachia. So many ribbons. You'd think the whole fucking rainbow got strapped to his chest. Oh my god. Silver Star recipient. Okay, let's chill. Gonna top off, but a wonderful rest of the stream. Taco, you're amazing. All right, never stop being amazing. You're the best thing about this website. I'll catch you later, Taco. Yes, good. Good. No, you. It's my stream. I am the only reverse Uno card holder here. You can't stop me. What else? This one for our cloak right here. New discussion from last time I was here. Why isn't your brush metallic? Just paint the metal in. I'm gonna throw my computer out the window real quick. Just yeah, BRB. BRB, throwing computer out window. Okay. Okay, that's enough internet for us for the week. We're all done here. Yep, that's good. We're just not. Ooh, I kind of like this actually. Not usually how I utilize this tool, but I'm pleased with it. All right, I think we're done. I think we can sign it. Obviously, if Tim, if you're watching, I am not going to send this to you right away because I always take a minute or a day or so to make sure it's not terrible. And then I will fix any little small things I need to fix. But for now, we are signature ready. Oh, that was a good one. And there it is. And there it is. Hannah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Boom. Recording done. All right. So yeah, I'll probably go fix some things up today, tomorrow, and Brooklyn. I'm gonna try Brooklyn because you have the last 2 remaining slots, I believe, on coffee. Obviously, people just redeem stuff for later in the month, but for my current slots and the current work order list, I think you're the last 2 remaining ones. So should be able to work on your stuff this week. And then I guess look forward to seeing them because I really wanted to stream it, but I also don't want to make you wait until next week to have to watch the process for the streams. So yeah, I probably want to try and prioritize getting them done this week if I can. So I'm not gonna you're not gonna like have to wait until fucking after GameCon. But yes, so look forward to that. And Tim, I'll send this to you right away as soon as I fix up the little things and adjust little things and darken areas where I need to after not looking at it for a couple of hours or tomorrow or whatever. But I think that is it for today. I think I got some stuff to do. We got some shit to get to because I'm not gonna be live for the next week, which sucks, and I'm so sorry about that. Especially to well, let's face it, nobody gives a shit if I'm not live for the week, except for maybe Thorkin. So I'm very sorry, Thorkin, but no, wish me luck, man. So this week, I have some pretty important appointments to go to that I couldn't change because that's the way Canada healthcare and hospitals and MRIs and shit work. Because when they say that you get this date and this time slot, that's when you got to go. So I got to do that tomorrow. And then obviously on Thursday, Elle and I are driving up to Edmonton for GameCon. So look forward to that. Why? Because I'm going to have hopefully more stories of people either thinking that I art is AI or asking me if I have free run fan art and why I don't do art that people care about. So next Monday's stream is going to be awesome. Okay, I'm gonna have so many stories, and I will see you guys on Monday. So I hope you have the best week.
Not interrupting the outro.
I swear to God, with your fucking God. Okay. Anyway, while I'm gone, I do recommend you spending the entire week in Minifuls offline chat. And if I see a single bit cheered in this offline chat while I'm gone, so help me God, I will remove you. Okay, if I remember to look next week. Shit. Yeah, that's probably gonna happen. Hope it goes well for you guys. Thanks for streaming. See you next week. Yeah, absolutely. It'll go really well. Ella always kills at these conventions. She always kills it. She always does amazing stuff. The conventions are always really great for her and whatnot. And oh shit, the offline. Oh shit, no, Apple. No, don't do it. You wouldn't do it. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Where's my outro? There is my outro. I appreciate you guys. I'm really sorry again for missing this next week. I feel really bad about it. Thank you for everyone for the support. Thank you for the raids today. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the new follows. Love meeting some of the new Dragon's Claim members. You guys are all lovely. Please have a great week. 7.5k in the outro chat. Damn it, Apple. Fuck. Thank you, Apple Addy. I appreciate it. Hey, well, yeah, hey, if you guys want to hang out in somebody's offline chat, I recommend Apple Addy's chat. Yeah, if you haven't followed Apple Addy, that's my favorite offline chat to hang out in. Also, my favorite online chats to hang out in, because Apple's great and really cool. And thanks for 5 subs, man. I appreciate that. I want no war with you, Apple. I can't win against you, unfortunately. So, I feel like they're... Oh, trading cards. The Eldar trading cards. Pre-orders should be available next week. for the July release. So if you want to get in on the trading cards, I don't know why you would, but that would be available hopefully. So I don't know. Have a great week, guys. There's probably other announcements I'm forgetting, but I don't remember any of them. So Jesus Christ, Apple, chill, dude. Apple, you're in the wrong chat. This isn't Minnie's chat. Just because Minnie's in the chat, you fucked up, man. You're in the wrong chat. God damn. Oh, man. Shit, guys. Oh, man. Apple thought I was in Minnie's chat. Fuck, dude. God damn. Jesus, dude. Thank you the 10 gifted subs. We're 20 to 3,000? Okay, 20 to 3,000. Okay, great. We'll just set the goal there for the rest of June. But, stop it, dude. That's a lot of subs. I don't deserve that, man. I seriously don't deserve that. Okay. I really don't want to be off stream for a week. This is killing me. But I hope you guys will come hang with me next Monday, because I'll be very, very anxious about missing a week. And next Monday, I really want to have a great stream and tell you guys all about all the cool stories. So, probably do some print giveaways as well. Either way. Until next time, my friends. Love you all. Have a great week. And farewell for now.